05 or 02, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So you got to have a very particular entry plan for Broadcom. That really threw me off. That was a little bit wild. And then for those that were asking about Marvell, that scream is eerie. I know it's Friday the 13th, but that button we don't need, man. Marvell here, this is another strong one. After earnings, it got to a 120 level. So if you're looking for something with like a more traditional structured type trade, like Marvell's got prior highs at 112, which now that we're moving up don't make as much sense. And then you've got this little hump here at about 115 for another dip zone. Like it's got some really, like not just theoretical levels like VWAP or an anchored, but you've actually got prices where it was constructive for a while on Marvell, like the 115, the 112, and of course a top break at a 120. I think that does set up. That said, I mean, Broadcom's too juicy to ignore today. But pick your poison. I mean, they're both going to move. Just don't get caught. Without a plan of action. Like, know the area you're trying to trade off of. And if it's a falling knife into your dip buy zone, you don't just have to be sitting on the bid praying. You know, you are able to allow it to set up the trade for you and then try to get it on the way back up if it ends up being a dip buy. It's hard to chase, especially with the market pulling back in here.
Yeah, this thing's been on a beautiful run up, and again another great example of long-term stonks only go up. Obviously not all of them, but definitely ones like looking like these. You can see that consolidation that we had over the past year or so. We again pretty wide, 183s all the way down to 130. So about a 50-point kind of a wash there. Holds that prior kind of consolidation and then pushes back up. And look at that, no real kind of, we had descending volume going into this earnings, and right now pre-market we're trading much higher here as of right now. So I just want to go down to the three-hour chart here and just to take a look and see that there was a bit of a resistance here at that 186, 187 level that we have broken out of in the after hours off of that earnings report right here. So that 183, 186 level right here. So I've marked off a few levels. That 183, again, you can see off of the earnings reaction, we break that level, we pull back off of these highs at 192. So I've marked off some support and resistance levels that I do like, and there is the anchored VWAP right here off of the earnings reaction as well. That 190, and then this base down here at 183. That's where it bounces off of. So it actually bounces off of that prior resistance. And then turns into support for an aggressive bid to come back in again with some volume as well for the push continuation all the way up to 200s. We're trading at a high of 214.38 as of right now. Maybe some support there from the after hours again at that 201, 2.5 level. Just above that 200. So this anchored VWAP is continuing to trend up as the price action continues as well. Maybe some supports in the pre-market in and around 205s. I like this as well. After hours high in and around 209. We'll call it 210. We pull back in the pre-market right now. That 210 is holding as of right now underneath that 215 level. Again, highest price printed 214.38 right now on Broadcom. Could be interesting. The spread right now is about 10, 15 pennies. Earlier when I was watching it this morning, the spread was like 50 pennies, and I was like, oh boy, I'll definitely have to size differently if the spread is 50 pennies. But if it's going to be, like right now, it's literally trading out at a 1 penny spread, 213.40s, 42 against 42, 44, 43s. But yeah, that thing keeps on changing. So depending on how the spread comes in right off of the open, again, going to expect some volatility, but maybe there's some opportunities in and around some of these points, or we just get that straight up continuation right off of the open and we just blast to that 1 trillion mark. And Neil said that's in and around that 215. But I wouldn't necessarily fixate, like we were saying earlier, on a market cap level price. But yeah, if you know that's right there, maybe looking for specific kinds of price action on the tape at those points might be a little better to watch for. But I have no idea. I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm gonna just try to do my best to play the price action off of the open there. Sure, I have a couple of ideas, but I want to stay nimble at the same time. Long or short, I might be leaning a little bit one way versus the other, but we're coming into that 215 as of right now with about 130 lots on the ask right there. You can see 100, maybe 300 lots on the ask at that 215, as you can see right here. Market's taking a bit of a pullback though.
Yeah.
There it goes. There's 215. Got taken out.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Introducing a brand new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ, WKSP. Discover the future of energy, clean energy with Worksport. Apple up next here, coming back in a bit of a hurry, actually. Still green on the day, but only 0.15 right now for Apple. A couple of positive notes from analysts this morning, including Baird, Morgan Stanley, also liking Apple once again.
Yeah, they're really talking about Apple Intelligence here, Breno. They're talking about, the enhanced Siri definitely helping things, the AI image tool that's expected to be released, and the ChatGPT integration obviously helps move the needle. They're talking about iPhone shipments projected to rise about 12%, guys, year over year to about 258 million units. And they're also talking about the service industry. Service revenue expected to grow about 11.5% compounding annual growth rate through 27, guys. And here's the deal. Less than 50% of Apple users or Apple users pay for services. So a good runway there. And they're talking about possibly tiered Apple Intelligence, that some could be free, some could be paid. If that's the case, they're talking about $7 to $14 billion in incremental revenue added to the top line.
Not nothing. Working on 5 of 6 positive weeks in a row. This is a weekly chart for Apple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 6 weeks, guys. So still really strong here.
Really strong, but I actually have one of the more simplistic notes for Apple today. I just think it's a pretty simple one. Yeah, I got a couple of positive notes this morning. I only put that in there for posterity. No, it's retesting 250, but it needs to break the high of the fail break at 258. So I posted that to X, and this is why. Look, it's very simple. 2 days ago, I wasn't here on Wednesday, but you ran 250, you failed 250. And at first, when it broke it in the afternoon, like this, it got to 250 and a half. You're like, this is cruising. It'll be absolutely fine. Nope. Absolutely. Like the reversion was nasty on this. On a Friday, 250 is not going to be a big deal again. I think it's pretty simple. If it gets to 250, I'm not interested in a long over 250 that isn't breaking out the actual all-time high. So if it breaks the all-time high, that's a breakout long. If it gets to 250 and doesn't break that all-time high, then I'm looking for a short setup. And it's not a matter of I'm just going to sit on the offer at 250 with a stop up there. No, I think we'll be a little more patient than that. After AMD yesterday, I think you got to be a little bit more nuanced if it ends up screaming into that level. Now, the market's already pulling back, so maybe we don't get that push, but that's the look. That's the area I want to trade off of, and I'm not interested in a breakout trade that's just the round number on Apple. Regardless of what Morgan Stanley thinks, there's price action that we have to deal with here, and you saw what already happened at the 250 the first time. On a Friday, I would suspect there'd be a little bit more gravity attracting to that price if it tries to break.
Yeah, no, I think Apple's for that continuation, I think it's definitely something we could be looking for there. I was looking at this. Thank you, Randy.
Amen. Thank you.
I was looking at this action from yesterday right here. Again, I was trying to revert it. I was like, all right, prior day, I did revert this push back through that 250, and then I covered everything relatively in and around that VWAP, and then it goes and does this, and I was like, oh boy, need some better reasons to exit. But take a look at this. Would you look at that? Next day, opening range low. Holds that prior day's low, so that's pretty. I like that. Look at that, and then you have this bid that's been kind of coming in around that 246 over the past. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 days, I would say. I guess, yeah, sure, you sell into it, but it still holds as a bid, so I still want to count it as a bit of a level hold there. And then now we're trading a little bit above, so let's see if we get back into those 246s. But yeah, for that continuation, I'm definitely going to be looking for that 250-80 to push through. But some selling there, aggressive selling was shown off of that level on Wednesday. So I'm just curious to know whether or not, if we do get past that 250, if those sellers do come in. If they don't, then I might be looking for that 250.80 to continue. But we'll see. It is a Friday. No idea what Apple's going to do on the day today. But market's taking a little bit of a pullback, and Apple's pulled back all the way into VWAP from a high, pre-market high of 249.5 right now. So
even Broadcom's pulled back underneath 215. We're going to get to Palantir, but it's on the list. Palantir's next. We're going to get to Tesla first, but I did want to acknowledge the Coleon family. Thank you for the super chat thoughts on Palantir for today. As you can see on the board, we are going to get to Palantir. And there was a question about HIMX in the chat as well. Was I interested in HIMX today after the move that it made yesterday? Short answer is, at this level of pre-market volume, no. It's gapped up. Like, I like the fact that it's holding the highs. I think when we talked about this one yesterday, it was all about whether it could, sustain the breakout that it's already put on, but the volume is going to matter. If it can't start doing some volume at the open, I will not be that interested. It's more of like a come back and check this one out maybe after the opening range or the first couple of minutes to see if it's still going. But yeah, Palantir we'll get to for sure after Tesla with a question mark. Usually the answer for Tesla is yes, because
downside right now, but still positive on the morning here for Tesla. I mean, there's the Trump transition team trying to basically make it easier for the reporting system of autonomous crashes with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. This feature in China is actually kind of interesting. The actually smart summon.
Yeah.
I love that name.
Awesome.
Not the smart summon, but the actually smart summon your car. I saw that in firsthand scenarios with somebody who had a Model X. And we were at Yorkdale, actually, the mall, and we walked out of the restaurant, and his car was at the other end of the parking lot, but it was still line of sight. And the car came to him on the summon feature. So, no, it's really cool. But the new name, actually Smart Summon, so much better.
Imagine not knowing about that and just watching the car just mosey its way on all over to you. Be like, what? What's going on? Where's the driver? No, seriously though, guys, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, basically in many different investigations into Tesla, specifically the one we're talking about today is the one that uses, or when the driver assistance or an autonomous system is engaged at least up to 30 seconds before a crash. That's kind of the narrow window we're talking about here with respect to their investigation. Trump's transition team is proposing eliminating this rule, citing excessive data collection. Tesla obviously supports this. They oppose the rule in general, believing that it misrepresents their own safety record. Tesla has reported about 1,500 crashes to the TSA. TSA since the rule's inception, represents the most fatal crashes, about 40 to about 45, guys. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one and see whether or not that rule remains in effect.
Yeah, I mean, probably not going to affect anything today. I mean, 420 probably more exciting as far as the talking point today, guys.
So look, for Tesla, it closed at 425 on Wednesday after a really strong day to make another fresh top. Then yesterday was let's try to break away from 425 and fail. This was at 8:30 on the number. We tried to break it out and failed it. At 9:30, right at the open, it tried to break 425 and failed it. Then when it looked strong above VWAP, I was long it from 422 to 425 off of VWAP, and it eventually made the breakout, then lost and reverted all the way back down to 416. So it's very simple for me on Tesla. It's 425. If we pop and fade off, if we pop and fail to hold above 425, I'm looking for a reversion day on Tesla. Like, this is one where it's probably going to have to show you something in the low 400s for a support level. You don't really have a support level, so you get down to the low 400s. That's what you're looking for, or it's just going to have to take out 430 on Tesla. But otherwise, the market looks a little weak today. It already showed you 425 failures. I don't see any reason to look somewhere other than that.
Yeah, I kind of like this I guess pattern on it there. Strong sell, holds back above the next day. Here you can see that aggressive selling that came in on Monday of this week. Was it this week? Yes, it was. Sometimes the days get blurry, but the price action still remains. But we had a strong sell off, and then we hold that on the bid pretty nicely with a bit of a double bottom at that 400. So 400 level hold pushes up into a 429.90 into the after hours. Yesterday we couldn't really get to that level right there. Aggressive selling. So again, not as aggressive altogether as this, but like again, after we attempted to do that, we never really caught a bid. So I guess more methodic selling all the way into the close. But we're holding above some of those levels above 416 as of right now. But yeah, I like that. Let's see. You can see right here, right away, something that stands out to me here on Tesla is a bit of a trend. Now I know as soon as I throw this trend line on, all my other trend lines and everything are going to show up. So that's a little messy right here. But you can see. Yeah, a lot of these are just short term. I like the anchors as well, but yeah, the naked chart is obviously the best chart to look at as it provides a clear picture of what the price action has been doing. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback into the closing near low of day there at that 415, 416. So that's what I'll be looking for. Do we still hold some of these prior resistances as supports, or do we still hold some of these supports as supports, or do they become into resistances? That's the question I'll be asking today. 430s is the high. If we continue to squeeze like we did last Friday, Neil, I think Tesla is definitely one to keep an eye on.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like if it takes out the 430, like it starts squeezing. I mean, it is what it is. And I think
end of day squeeze.
You're always willing to join that when it starts going, but I think you got to be.
It's distinctly different. The tape.
Yeah, it's always
like
different.
Squeeze tape is distinctly different. Like you'll know.
Same thing with Palantir. When Palantir, we're gonna get to Palantir right now. Palantir is a kind of stock when it's really going, you can see it in the tape. Right now, it's not.
Downside, similar looking chart here to Apple actually for Palantir so far this morning. It was Mizuho this morning hating on Palantir. How dare they? But they raised their price target to 44. That's really it as far as catalyst this morning here for PLTR. Nice day yesterday, despite that late pullback.
Yeah, they don't really say much bad about Palantir. They praise their AIP network, saying it catalyzed U.S. commercial growth in AI, especially in the software industry, but they are kind of weary about the valuation. The stock's up 300% year to date. We'll have to keep an eye on exactly how it trades today, but yeah, not too much bad to say about this, Brendo, other than the valuation.
I mean, it's trading at $74 and they're raising their price target to $44, so, I mean, does this mean anything?
So I'm going to get to Palantir in just a quick second, but there was just a strong move down. Broadcom had a 1.1 million sell imbalance that is now corrected to just under 1 million shares to sell. NVIDIA with a 300,000 sell imbalance. You just saw a little bit of a spike on a few names to the downside based on that. So it was Broadcom that just just pulled back down to like 211 I saw. So that's starting to come back in on that sell imbalance, profit taking coming in. For Palantir, we only have 4 minutes left to keep it as simple as possible. It's rejected 75 twice this week with a local high at 75.60. Palantir breaks the local high from Tuesday. I'm going long. Palantir needs to, it's just like the Apple resistance above 250. If it can take out that next level, then it's a long. Otherwise, I'm looking for a fail, break 75 or a short into 75 that never takes out that level and a reversion play. But I have the stop order to break long at 75.60 on Palantir because I don't care if it breaks 75. It needs to get above that wick, and then I think it has a chance to run. So that's the thoughts on Palantir, keeping it real simple.
Yeah, I think a bit of a trend, higher highs, higher lows. We see that aggressive selling from Wednesday got bought right back up, trading a little bit higher. So yeah, that 75 going to be interesting. Again, even more aggressive selling that came in from Monday, right? And we've been making these tops in and around that 75 mark. So double top 75s. If we can continue and push on the run, I think that's definitely something to be watching out for. Failure to follow through technically over here below this 71 level or just intra week, right? So could be interesting going into the end of the week. We've attempted to go down. We held on the bid, and now we're kind of trickling back up into this double top resistance on the week. So should be interesting. Some key levels, maybe potentially Palantir. Who knows?
Some Chinese ADRs here to wrap things up. A couple minutes to go. Day lows right now. They're weak as a group right across the board. Bring up any. This is Alibaba, 1.14%. JD.com actually a little bit stronger than the rest, just taking out session highs, still down better part of 2%. So I mean, there's no real significant news story here, but just another day, another gap downside for China.
Yeah, it was interesting here. The loans, the estimated loans value for the Chinese market, 580 billion yuan versus that 950 billion that was expected. That's a big miss there. And it just really reflects the overall weakness of the Chinese economy at the moment. Separately, there was a bond story with respect to Chinese bonds. Didn't do as well as expected. So we'll keep an eye on these ADRs today, already weak, Brendan.
Yeah, if it is a weak day in the overall market, somewhere to go for a short possibly, guys.
And we mentioned specifically Alibaba a little bit earlier in the show, the $90 level on Alibaba. The other way to look at it is you could flat bottom break the 88, although I'm not looking for a flat bottom break on the Chinese ADRs. You've got support there. This needs to clear above 90. It's made the trend reversion on the daily chart. It's made the consolidation above. But if the next move isn't taking out that top at the 90, then I think you're headed back into that 200 period moving average. You just had another leg down here on a couple of names. Tesla just cracked 420. Again, the imbalances, it's actually paired off on Broadcom, the imbalance that was there, and all of a sudden you're getting a decent bounce back up to 214. That sell imbalance no longer there. Uber has a small buy imbalance of 250,000. Of course, Uber has been under pressure the last couple of days. It's gapping up. So most of the imbalances have paired off, but you're still getting a decent down move. Palantir just dropped 50 pennies. You know, Tesla just dropped about $1.50 or so. And once again, you've got some weakness in AMD, which I don't know if it's going to give us the same kind of play off that resistance, just above between 132 and 133. But it's the chip name that's been the fade when it gets to resistance levels. But I'm not going to trade China today. We already, with Broadcom, Apple, Palantir on the docket, and obviously looking at some Tesla as well, it's going to be hard to squeeze in any trading in China.
Yeah, I think, again, China week, we can see that if you go back and look at where this rejection came off of on Monday, it's a prior resistance level here. I'm looking at the Hang Seng index right here. So, yeah, gap down, but sure, gap down, it's just a continuation of the action we've been getting all week here on the Hang Seng. But yes, Neil is definitely correct. Not the top idea on the day, definitely. I got the market on watch. I got a little bit of AVGO on watch, and with only about 15 seconds left to the bell, good luck, everyone, and may the odds be ever in your favor.
And the bell brought to you by Worksport. Add Worksport to your watch list today. Adara, ring it. And I try to not say that it's Friday the 13th, but it is Friday the 13th. I mean, it's factually true. So Broadcom right now is trying to bounce off, like VWAP sits at 212. It's trying to make a bit of a bounce. The high in the pre-market, it did get up to like 216.5, so it was $1 trillion company very briefly. Yeah, still gonna let this one calm down. Tesla just made another leg. It just lost the 420 level. It's headed to your 416, or the 416 as we like to call it around here. Right quick, Apple does not want to test 250. I had to. It does not want to test 250 yet, but lo and behold, if it gets up there, the first look, it has to break 250. 80, I believe, is that top. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to stay away from Apple longs. And there goes Palantir already trying to make a bit of a bounce. So that 75 is going to be a fade zone. And one before I go to you. Yesterday, it was an all-you-can-eat buffet for AMD to pop and fade. Today, AMD just goes straight down. So again, looking short, but it doesn't give you anything up near the pre-market highs. AMD wastes no time.
Yeah, so I guess, again, taking a little bit of a stab here on the AVGO. Probably, I don't know. I don't really expect it to work right away, but again, I'm more than willing to flip a little bit here and there as well. Okay, there you go. Kind of stopped out of that one there. So we did pull back into those 211s there and then pushed a little bit higher. So we are continuing to push through that 214 as of right now. So I was looking for a hold underneath that VWAP. That didn't really come in. Remember, 216.57 is the pre-market high as of right now. So we are kind of clipping some of day highs. There is some size on the ask at that 215. Oh boy, there it goes.
It's
215s, and it pulls back again, once again. So again, going to be watching out for that 216.57 pre-market high here on AVGO if that can potentially come in. But yeah, a lot of chop here. Again, we were talking about some of the spread on this thing a little bit earlier, and yeah, this thing has a bit of a nasty spread, and not just the spread. The volatility is kind of crazy as well. Like this thing is giving us a 20, 30 penny penny spread at times, but jumping around another 20, 30 pennies as orders kind of hit the book there. So here comes 215 halves right here. Let's see if we can clip those pre-market highs in and around 216.57. So 215 is trading right now. I gave it a one shot. I guess that was a great reason to buy because I was like, oh boy, this thing's gonna rip right back up through that VWAP right there, and that VWAP was at 212s, and I got stopped out. We're trading at 216s as of right now, building into it, but this thing is washing a point up, a point down on its way there. So let me pull up. I got to pull up like a 30-second chart or a 10-second chart on this one to get a little bit of a cleaner perspective.
Obi, while that goes, upside, Upstart is joining the party as well. So you held on to that 80 level for Upstart. Just remember, every time it's gotten to the 85 the last couple of weeks, it has made a rejection off that 85 level. Like if this gets through 86, I think it's much more interesting. But there's been big reversals on this stock both times. So I have this one on radar, but it's Palantir that's getting to that 75 zone. So as long as it gets to the 75, it needs to break 75.60 for a long for me. Otherwise, I'm looking for the mean reversion on PLTR. Tesla still looking incredibly weak. Apple doing absolutely nothing. AMD's catching a bid. The market is definitely catching a bid. I think basically we're just going where Broadcom is going. Like the market's getting a bounce because Broadcom is going absolutely ham, but Palantir's getting close to that 75 zone. Still believe it's a fade until it gets to 75.60. I'm not making the play on the long break. There goes Broadcom to the all-time high.
There we go. 217s right away.
It wants 20s. I just canceled my 10 bid.
I mean, the chop on this thing is crazy, man. Like, what is the bar low here? 214s. All right. Well, you know what? That's pretty wild there. 216s. But is this going to fail to follow through that pre-market high? I got no idea. But I did take a stab at the long through that pre-market high. But we're sustaining on the bid as of right now, trading 216 halves. Let's see if we can push through that 217 and get to that 220. We did hold that 212 quite well and break through that pre-market high, making some fresh highs. It's 934 right now, guys. Oh boy. So yeah, we're coming right back in as of right now here. So, this thing is choppy, man. Like I don't know. It's a lot more messy than I expected it to be. But again, I guess VWAP was the place to be, as VWAP hold is the one thing that worked really well right off of the open there. So technically VWAP is at 213 as of right now, kind of continuing to chop in and around this 216 mark on AVGO. So don't forget to like and subscribe as we bring you these day one earnings and the crazy volatility as it happens live here on the markets. Market taking a little bit of a bump here off of that 21,800. What are the chips up to?
NVIDIA almost went red just now, and it's trying to bounce off 138, while also on AMD, and like I said, you can pretty much stick a fork in. I'm not showing any lows on this, down 1.6% and continuing to go lower. It's Broadcom, which is just holding everything up. As I know we're going to Adara, but like as of right now, the closest thing to target zone is Palantir's getting into that 75. Let's go up to the desk, I believe. Yes?
Riot? RIOT, look at this volume pop right off the open. Around 9 a.m. here, we got some reports at the company announcing they've acquired roughly 5,000 Bitcoin here, 5,117 Bitcoin for $150 million. So looks like Riot's getting a nice pop off the open here on that Bitcoin acquisition news. Again, $150 million worth of Bitcoin for this company that has about a 14.3% short float. Back to you guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Just the position board needs to be corrected, guys.
Wrong. So it only has my
We need to
initial
reset the
position on
position
there,
board.
but I did flip long on top of that pre-market support, long at 216.60s right now. Holding through this chop, right? Like I realized I'm like, all right, well, if I'm gonna have to like kind of work into this, I might need to give it like a two point risk right here, all the way down to 213s is VWAP right here, and that's where the bid was off of the open. So it might take a couple more tries for this idea to manifest if it is going to. But again, we're looking decent on a 15-minute, looking decent on the 30-second as well. And I got to pull up a couple other frames as well.
Oh, you're not going to believe what happened.
What happened?
Titan broke 100.
Oh yeah,
I totally
it did that last
forgot.
night. So last night.
No, but at the open.
We went down to 95s last night.
It bounced at the open to 99.95 and is now at 96. Wow.
Come to me, please. Throw.
We're going back to Adara already? Yep, back to Adara.
Let's talk about ACHR here. Archer Aviation up about 15%. This is 8 million shares traded so far today on that 15-minute candle, so pretty significant volume. 24.6% short float. Looks like a couple different catalysts motivating this move to the upside. We got a price target increase this morning from Canaccord Genuity to $11. We also had the company right after the open, it looks like around 9:32, filing for an offering of up to 93.6 million shares of common stock, which is being offered by selling stockholders. We also, though, did have Cathie Wood adding roughly $36.5 million worth of the company's shares to 3 of these ARC ETFs. So ACHR getting picked up by Cathie Wood, getting that price target increase, and announcing a stock offering here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Palantir is, well, Tesla's tanking. Palantir just pressed into that 75. It's 75.60. That is the local high when you go out into the daily chart. Or the 15-minute chart, but I got the eyeballs on the version. If it doesn't break 75.60, I'm looking to play it back on through. So it's looking like it's rejecting, at least for now. It's not underneath that 75 zone, but it's in the target area for the short. Want to make sure I have my stop locked and loaded and ready to go. If we get another double top in here, I'm looking, like I said, looking for the mean revert. And for those of you who are following Tesla, it is now down in that 416 zone. So if you're playing off of yesterday's support, Tesla is right there right now, but it's Palantir that's at the key level for me. If it closes this bar underneath the 75, I'm looking for the revert there. Position port's not correct because Obi's in a $7 winner. You're long.
$7 winner? I wish.
Long AVGO. What? I thought you were long at that price.
No, I'm not long at that price. I got out. So I was initially short over here at that 211. Yeah, so 211 right there. Stopped out on the 212s. And then missed out on about 4 points worth of a run there. Again, the VWAP long has been working out quite well, but it's continuing to hold and push a little bit higher as of right now. It's still chopping around this 216 area. So yeah, my average is 216.66. But yeah, I'm looking to get in more. I realized that this thing didn't necessarily open up the way I was really looking for right off the bat. I was definitely wrong on not getting long at that VWAP mark. But you know what? It is what it is. Like I said, we stay a little bit nimble. Look at the market. Market's coming back up to the upside. ES is turning as well, so that's pretty good on our part. Okay, so Intel maybe at that interesting level as well. So I got to keep an eye on chips at the same time. Oh my God, look at that advanced money destroyer straight to the downside. Right. Absolutely quadunking as I see Sharif just with his head in his hands right here, just shaking his head.
Everybody loves it.
Show the chart? Yeah, right here. I'll show the chart right here. AMD. That's Intel. I'm watching that one as well. But AMD, 132s all the way down to 128. So, oh boy. Here comes the AVGO once again, quadunking. Let's see if we can hold VWAP this time around here on AVGO as we trade 215 halves right now. Tesla to the downside as well. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here of some of these Chinese ADR names potentially. We did have a drop, not right at 9:30, but around 9:33 on names like Alibaba. The Federal Register apparently showing that the U.S. is going to be raising tariffs on some Chinese exports here, including polysilicon, wafers, and tungsten, starting on January 1st. So some more Chinese tariff news coming out here of the U.S. It's going to start January 1st. So beware of some of these Chinese names, perhaps, with that news, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like, remember, this market is just chilling out. Like, the NASDAQ is at the highs as we speak. Tesla bouncing off of the lows. Look, we just got that reversal on Palantir. Didn't quite get, when it lost and closed underneath 75, the consolidation of liquidity was at the 74, 75 range. So that's where I was able to get in. Now we're looking to play back. We already got some at the mid, and then we're looking to get some out in front of pre-market support at the quarter mark, and then we'd play back into the pre-market lows. If we get a reload, I don't want this making a higher low. If it bounces here and takes out 75, that would be bullish. And sort of as I'm saying that, I'm not getting filled at 15. Haha, pull bid, and then punch 15. If you put sometimes if you're bidding a specific price, it's an obvious price like 10, 15 or something like that, and it's getting to 16, 17, pull bid, it comes back down, and then you punch. That's not right. That was my last cover was just at 15. So the position board is still incorrect. It's showing that my last out on Palantir is now a long, but no, I'm short Palantir at 74, 75. I just covered some at 74.15. And it's the only position I have on for the short. The market's breaking out, and this is coming back in. By the way, Apple's almost at 250 as well. So the market is going higher and looking very strong. Bitcoin's about to get to 100,000 101,000. Sorry, 101,000 Bitcoins trying to get to. But let's go back up to this with Adara. Market is flying. Broadcom is flying.
Yeah.
Another ticker really strong today is actually Eli Lilly, up about 1%. It's worth noting there's not a ton of volume on this move, about 350,000 shares traded so far today. But they do have a catalyst. They announced that their OMVO treatment has actually been recommended by one of the EMAs, or I guess the European Market Authority's approval boards here. So it's being recommended for approval. This is a Crohn's disease treatment. So one of Eli Lilly's treatments getting approval recommendation here by a European board, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Make sure to hit that. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe, everybody, if you're enjoying the show. Like, there's a lot of questions in the chat, and I'll try to. It's pretty simple here. Jules, please take a look at Sens. I see Kenneth Law. Nvidia's tanking. Why is the market flying? I have not looked at SDNS. Usually, some of those small caps, we get to them a little bit later. I'm trading Palantir as we speak, but NVIDIA has not been moving the way the market has every single day. It hasn't had the same level of strength. And it's the same thing with AMD. The chips have not been that good. Broadcom is outpacing most of the chip sector currently. It's breaking higher. It's almost as if you're getting some kind of a shift in some of the AI plays. So yeah, NVIDIA is catching a bid, but Broadcom is absolutely on a tear today, up 21% and still going. Apple getting real close to that 250. I still believe with Apple, I'm treating this one like Palantir. Unless it's breaking out this local high at 250.80, then I'm looking for a failure at the 250 level. Not going to be chasing that one to the upside. Okay, now Tesla is starting to catch a bid. So Tesla just did that 416 bounce. You got to pick your poison. Now, I like Palantir short at 75 more than I like the Tesla long at 416, but it's now going to try to test that 425. That's going to be a big resistance level. 220.
Yeah, 220. That's the idea here.
220 incoming on Broadcom.
219. Wow. We got to break through that 219 first, Neil. Yeah, let's see if that 219 comes in. But take a look at how strong this market is. Oh boy, we got past 21.9. We're only 10 points away from 21.9. Here comes 218s here on AVGO. Let's see if we can break those 219s. Yes, Remy, my position is correct now on the possession. What do we call that?
Position board.
Position board. Okay, yeah, position board. Yes. So there goes straight through that 219. Let's see if any of these pullbacks get bought up. Let's see where they do get bought up here. As of right now, we are pushing right into that 220. So do I need more at that 220? That's the question I'm asking right now. Maybe I need more at that 220. If we can break through that 220, maybe a little bit of a pullback through that 220 can give us more of a held bid there for a continuation.
Oh my God.
Oh boy, that VWAP, man. That VWAP was a great reason to buy. I don't know why. I mean, I know why I shorted below VWAP, but then getting that aggressive buy, being like, oh yeah, I need to get out when we bid back above 212s. I think 212s was a great entry long on this ticker. I got 216s, bought some more on the pullback at 215s, and then now we're pushing into 220s. Oh boy, I definitely don't have enough. Nowhere near what I need to be in. And I was talking to Neil about like how much I really wanted if this comes in real clean.
Something is better than nothing.
Something is better than nothing, but yeah, I guess. We'll see. We'll see.
You could have been sitting at
220.
You could have been sitting at 210 and gotten nothing. That's the other.
Yeah, I like that 210. Yeah. But here's the thing: I wasn't looking for necessarily exactly for that 210. I was looking for a bid to sustain above that 210, right? As it was a little bit of a support level in the pre-market. But here comes that 220. Oh boy, how much size is sitting there? About 1.1 K lots sitting at that 220 as of right now. I don't even have time to throw in an edge above that level right now. But I'm going to continue watching it and play some price action, play the trade. Here comes 220. Maybe some more people stepping up right there. 220 halves instantly. Oh, wow. So prints half a point above 220 instantly, and we're continuing to go. APL, the middle one right here, the one that's running straight up, Ramin. So this is the ticker right here. This is the tape. So I'm sorry. we're running into 221s. Let's see if we can take this through 225, right? That's the next. Is that the next level? I have no idea, but a sustained bid accelerating to the upside. We have that market tailwind as well. So yeah, that's definitely on our side. Let's see if we can push this a little bit more. Oh boy, 4 points, but I could add 4 points more from the lows, but we're not even thinking about that right now. Where is that? There's a little bit of a prior bar
Be careful
break
here
on the 30-minute or 30-second there, but let's see if we continue to hold a bit of this trend right here. As the second 15-minute candle still has about 13 minutes left to print. What's up, Neil?
So the 120 on Marvell, as we just got that 220 break, the all-time high on Marvell just wicked the top here. So Marvell took 120 and then immediately snapped back down. So a bit of a rejection candle on Marvell, simultaneous with that 220 break and pullback on Broadcom. So you might have just had a little bit of a turn. Let's watch this. I'm going to watch to see how Marvell reacts to VWAP in here. Unfortunately, I mean, if we do pull back, yeah, I'm not at a reload spot in Palantir. It would have to press a little bit higher and tighter to that 75 level for a curl. Tesla's getting close to 425, and Apple's adjacent to that 250 level to look for a little bit of a curl. But eyes are on Broadcom and Marvell at this moment. Like, this is a level that you don't want to lose here, especially again, a failed all-time high break. I think at least you retest VWAP over there. Yeah, we just didn't get close enough to that reload spot on Palantir for myself. So it's either going to be Apple gets to 250 for the curl. Tesla doesn't seem to want that 425 just yet. But there's a lot of chip names that are going. I see Micron in the chat. That's not one that I'm tracking, but it just made another high, up 5 points on Micron. And if you're watching Micron, pull up a daily chart. This is 105. That's a 50-period moving average. A lot of resistance at that 105. Let's see Broadcom retake that 220.
That pullback was beautiful.
Take that 220.
We pulled back to like 219s. I got a breadcrumb more on that pullback there. Let's see if we can get into that 225 again. Psychological levels, all-time highs, blue skies, whatever you want to call them. But we're flying to the upside, and this is definitely AVGOing, going to the upside right here at 221s now. So 221s. Can we get through the two halves right now? So 22. 50 is what I'm looking for. If we can get above that and sustain, maybe we push to the 25. But again, this taker was very, very choppy, very aggressive, a little competitive off of the open there, but not really competitive if your idea was getting long at VWAP. That was pretty straightforward and simple there, and it worked. It is working really, really well. But 220 maybe a little bit of an issue here as we kind of chop and churn. Bid has definitely kind of slowed down, not as aggressive as it has been off of that VWAP hold, off of that morning dip. High a day currently 221.21 here, Neil, trading back below this 219. So aggressive selling now coming in. Oh boy, will I have to let go of this one? Only time will tell, as we're taking a little bit of a pullback. But then again, it's okay. I'm more than willing to break even or take a little bit of a paper cut on this ticker to get right back in for the next trade. And what is the next trade, Neil? I have no idea, but we're coming right back in hot through that 118 as of right now. So prior bar low break on the 3-minute, but we've already broken prior bar a couple candles ago as well, and we bid right back up. So it seems like that's not really necessarily respecting. So let me go to like a 5-minute right here. So 5-minute prior bar just broke as well for the first time with a strong top wick. Wow, so the top wick comes in from 219 all the way to 221 is the range of that wick. And if we blast through some of these highs now, oh boy, will we have created some of the buying pressure needed to get to that 225? I have no idea. But you know what? Just being patient, watching.
Ride it, my friend.
Just ride it.
Ride 'em, cowboy. And I know there was epic strategy in the chats like, oh, well, why not be long the Tesla at 416? It comes down to a matter of timing. This is Tesla at 416. You can like that level all you want, but you always have to pick and choose. And on some level, you've got to prioritize. That was the exact same moment that Palantir failed for 75. So you just got to be able to pick your spot there. And I picked Palantir, which Palantir doesn't even get to the low. So it might end up overall that the Tesla 416 long ends up better than that short. When we make a lower high, my stop goes into the 75 here. I only want to reload if this is looking like a good setup. Right now, it's some higher lows into that level. It's not setting up at a reload at this exact price. Where we got it before. Average price is actually 75. That's because I got some at the top and then added on the way down at 70. So it's first in, first out. But that pullback on Broadcom had different results for Marvell because Marvell still hasn't regained that $120 level. Like if it can't get this, remember, this is a double top for earnings for Marvell. So getting and holding above 120, and I think it does a continuation along with Broadcom. So I didn't get into Broadcom because I didn't get those 210s, but it seems to hold above 120, or even this looks like a reversion. Apple doesn't have the juice today, I don't think. It just doesn't seem like it even wants to get up there. I like the fade, but I actually liked it above 250 for the fade. It's not even getting close to the 250 level at all for Apple. That said, Tesla does seem to want that 425. This won't be the next one on watch. If I don't get a good entry for a reload on Palantir, we're holding for the low of the day at this point, and Tesla 425 should be the next one to watch. Let me know what you guys are watching. Bearded Warrior Trades is saying we should be looking at Alphabet.
What's Alpha doing?
Oh, Alphabet's at VWAP, so 191 is a key area to hold here, and we already wicked it. This is not good if we lose the prior high on Google. Like, there's your prior high in the daily. You just made a 52-week high. Bit of a head and shoulders setup happening here. This does not want to lose the bottom. If Google loses the bottom in a strong market, then we're in a world of trouble. This stock's in a world of trouble. Strong market, you already pulled back off an all-time high to lose the 120, and I think you have a decent chance of filling in a little bit of that gap. So obviously not looking too good on Google when the market's at the top and up 1%, and you are just turning red. Clearly not the strong stock that many would have thought it was. For the chip names right now, I'm not chasing Broadcom. It's Marvell that I have the eyeballs on. And the more I look at it, the more it's like, why am I trying to think this is going to get back above 120? If Broadcom's still going and it just rejected its all-time high, either it gives you a good support level for continuation, or I got to think of this as a reversion move. So we're holding Palantir. It's in the money, 70 pennies, but I want more than a 1% move on this stock.
Yeah, let's see. We came right back up to 221 right now, Neil, kind of holding on the ask there, 221, maybe potentially. Did that reserve for a second? I have no idea. But a lot of mid prints again. Chop, what I can say confidently is I am not really used to trading tickers with this kind of action as of right now, but this is interesting. Again, I'm putting in the rep. I'm learning as we go here. It's pretty volatile as well, but you know what? I guess you learn to kind of dance with that volatility, looking for that continuation, bigger picture move here. Again, all-time highs. This thing is what? We passed that 1 trillion mark, right? Around
we're well past that.
So this thing is running like crazy now. Again, AVGO, Broadcom chips. Some interesting stuff down the line for Broadcom chips if you guys have been listening to their earnings report and stuff like that. Market taking a little bit of a pullback. What's up, Adara?
We have a penny stock on the move here. It is Worksport. They are up right now about 8.33%, around that 96-cent level, so just shy of $1. Not a ton of volume yet today, around 500,000 shares, but interesting catalyst moving them. Earlier, they announced they're kind of evaluating crypto strategy. They provided an update on that. Currently advancing $5 million BTC and XRP integration as part of their treasury strategy. They're also evaluating crypto custody services, and they're also preparing apparently for accepting e-commerce crypto payments. So WKSP here with some crypto updates. They also reported a 117% increase here in their dealer network growth. So some growth and crypto updates for WKSP, guys. Back to you.
Thank you.
Shout out to Worksport there. Okay, so Tesla did not get to 425. It just wicked the pre-market high at 424. I got short back underneath 423. This is going to be, if it breaks back above, not even the high. If it breaks 424, this will be an easy out for me on Tesla. But like I said, it didn't get to 425. Instead, we'll look for a pullback 22s and then VWAP. This market's starting to do a little bit of a curl. So some of the strength that Broadcom has led us to is abating just a little bit here. I want to respect it. Apple's going to have to be a different plan of action for me because it doesn't seem to want to go. The market's going higher. It at no point broke any highs. It's now underneath VWAP. We're going to have to adjust the plan looking for the pop and fade on Apple. But Tesla, Tesla did give you that play close to the 25 level. There's your topping tail. We get in. I think 420 holds, and we got to respect it, maybe jump out, see what happens there. You should probably flip long and buy at 420.69. That's a good one, Josh J. Hey, I can appreciate a good one. I like that. I got no issues whatsoever with that idea. So Tesla, we're in, but if you look at some of the other chip names, there goes AMD. Sorry, I almost said AMD, assuming the weak one's AMD. It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA back underneath VWAP. And with the market curling, this is another name to maybe look for that reversion play. We're still holding on to Palantir as that's under VWAP. I think we've got a good entry point on this stock. I think we can get to that low on PLTR. And Broadcom, once again, man, that 220, it keeps on losing that 220. And now Marvell's trying to regain the 120 level. If we close another bar under 220 on Broadcom, maybe, you know what, here's the better way to look at this. If Broadcom loses the uptrend, then I'm probably going to look for a short entry off 220 in Marvell. It's up on sympathy. Broadcom's holding it higher, and I think the reversion comes. If they can get both of them reverting at the same time, at least I'm not in the one that reported and should be stronger. Broadcom up 21, but Marvell's up 10% on its own too.
Yeah, I gotta make sure some of these things are correct here. But yeah, no, it's still holding up in and around. It's churning around this 220 mark there. A bit of a consolidation happening as of right now. It's gone a bit sideways after marking that high at 221.21. Bit of a triple top ish action right here as of right now. But again, the higher time frames looking decent. We're coming into the close of the first 30-minute candle here on AVGO. Have a good one, Sharif. So let's see where VWAP's at. VWAP's at 215.72 right now. So that's where the bid was right off of the open. And I don't know if it's going to get all the way down to VWAP, but I think it definitely worth a watch if and when it can get there. Market's super strong as well. So we got that tailwind going for us, pulling back right through that 219 as of right now. So some aggressive selling maybe coming in relative to what we've been doing before. But let's see if we can hold a little bit of the bid here. Where's that prior low? 217s, 216s. All right, cool. That's not bad. That's in and around where I'm sitting at with the average. But yeah, more than willing to kind of be nimble with it and reassess as it continues to look like it might be working here as of right now. But that opening drive off of that dip, a bit of that give and that go, definitely showing up off of that VWAP there.
It's a good basketball reference.
Yeah.
Did you know it was one?
Yeah, the give and go.
Okay. So yeah. I like that. Well played, Obi.
I play some
well
basketball
played.
Sometimes.
Oh, I didn't know you played. A couple of things. Tesla
I love playing sports, yes. Watching sports, not so much. I know nothing about watching.
No, that's fair. I get it. Everyone, I enjoy playing when I'm able to. Obviously, you can't do much when you have a Achilles injury, but I do enjoy playing more than watching. So the weird thing that's happening is Broadcom's losing trend, but Marvell's going higher. So I do have them both up here. Like you're losing the trend line and reverting a little bit here on AVGO, while at the same time, you're still pressing the high here. So it might just be a 120 play. We're going to go to happening now with Adara, but if we close under trend line on Broadcom and Marvell loses 120, I'm punching short into Marvell at that moment. But let's go to Adara. We're happening now. Oh, Tesla broke 425.
What a look for the NASDAQ. We have this pop here right off the open with that strong 15-minute candle. We're currently up about 1% and change and holding nicely to that previous resistance here on that 530 level. We also have the S&P 500 actually behaving distinctly differently here. We're up about 1/3% on the SPY. Well, as mentioned here, we have the NASDAQ up over 1%. Lots of strength on watch here with Broadcom earnings, of course, RH earnings. Both of those are trading higher after those reports. Of course, crypto still on watch with Riot buying $150 million worth of Bitcoin. And we have the FOMC meeting coming up. That's going to be next Wednesday. A little bit of economic data today. Both import and export prices a little bit higher than expected for the month of November. Now, the other earnings report we have to talk about is Costco, up about 1 1/3%. Making a bit of a bull flag here on this 3-minute chart with a pretty strong report. They beat here on EPS and sales estimates and apparently reaching quite a few records, including 4.2 million Thanksgiving pie sales for this quarter. Then we also have Upstart, UPST. This one up about 10% and trying to take out day's highs, getting an upgrade from Needham and a $100 price target after the Needham analyst met with some executive team members from Upstart, including its CFO. And last but not least, Uber. This one's been on watch since last week. We had that Waymo announcement with regards to Waymo, which is backed by Google, moving into Miami. We had Uber sell off on that. Then a couple days ago, we've had this news and some analysts weighing in since with regards to GM now saying that Cruise is not going to be working in robotaxis, leading, I guess, some autonomous vehicle deals up in the air, including those that could potentially impact Uber. So UB, ER, and LIFT definitely still in watch. Make sure if you're enjoying what you're watching to hit the like and subscribe buttons and join us every trading day. Back to you guys.
I 100% agree with Bob S. that Costco needs to split. I think that we can all agree that it would be a heck of a lot more fun if Costco would simply split so it could be a $100 stock and not a $1,000 stock, and it would just be a little bit more exciting. So Tesla did break out. First short, 23, good. 24, got in and out flat. I actually had a reverse long that did not hold a 425 break, but then I realized I didn't want a 425 break. I wanted to see buyers above 425 and was looking short into it, and that's what the original trade that worked was. So unless I can see it consolidate above 425, I still want to give it a couple of heartbeats. So we did have a couple of in and outs flat. There was one long in there that was an L, but most of it was just flat trading. Broadcom is still, I know Obi's in it, but it's still holding underneath that early trend. It hasn't broken back down significantly. So while that's happening, Marvell is still flying. I still think Marvell is going to reverse if Broadcom does, but at this point, Marvell is starting to give it the juice. If you're watching AMD and NVIDIA, AMD just pulled into 130 and dumped it back into VWAP. I don't think it wants to get back to green. I was looking for maybe a red to green revert. We did want short AMD today, but if you weren't short literally at the open, it then went into an upward trend. And I didn't want to be shorting this in an upward trend while the market's at the high. So obviously, this one, it's set up for a short at the open. It didn't give me an obvious retry yet. So I'm just not going to do it. Like I said, Tesla, I want to see the bid start holding that 425 before getting into it. Otherwise, let's wait to see where it picked up. Like it bid the short at 422 down here on the way back through. So if it loses 425, I think it just heads right back into that 22 and then look for the long at that point. NVIDIA is looking pretty good as well. Like I feel like this could be a good one if it can get back and break that 140 there, Obi.
Yeah, that 140 is definitely an interesting level here. Again, I'm kind of just staring down this Broadcom like a hawk there as we kind of consolidate sideways in that range when we took that first little pullback. So price compression happening as of right now. VWAP all the way down at 216. So oh boy, there comes that the ES to the downside and the Nasdaq. So let's see if Broadcom can sustain and do its own things. Earnings day one, absolutely crazy move. Hopefully you guys had exercised on some of these opportunities on the day today. What's up, Adara?
Marvell and Micron were mentioned early on as Broadcom sympathy plays, and I think we found another one here. It's going to be ARM Holdings, ARM. About 5 1/3% right now on the day. This one has been a little bit of an uptrend as well, starting on Wednesday. So continued strength here for ARM. Again, no specific catalyst, but as it is a semiconductor, it looks like it could be a Broadcom sympathy move. Guys, back to you.
Oh, it's for sure a sympathy play at this point. So like it's not as strong as Marvell. It's obviously not as strong as Marvell, but don't forget how good technically this has been on that daily. We showed this yesterday, 200 period, 50 period. It seems like all roads are headed to, if not for where we've already gotten to, head to this 160 next resistance level. So if the upward trend could continue, I think Broadcom has to hold trend, then I think it could get there. But you're not holding the trend. Like you're actually, like the Nasdaq's starting to roll over. Like you've closed underneath the early trend line on Broadcom here. So if we consolidate and make a lower high and actually break support, I do feel like some of these sympathy names could start to pull back in. I'd be a little bit cautious. I wouldn't want to be chasing these ones.
Yeah, that's for sure, Neil. Now, I had a question for you. So Broadcom hit that 1 trillion mark. Pretty decent milestone there. And we see that it's kind of moved up in the ranks on some of the ETFs. Now, in terms of like rebalancing, how does that usually work? Do people want to rebalance off of the open into the close? Like how quickly does that rebalancing of portfolios happen when they realize that, okay,
well, about the indexes or like individual people?
Both.
Indexes don't react that fast. Yep. Like any reaction on like the S&P or the Nasdaq for rebalancing on Broadcom, that'll end up happening in the new year will be affected by this move.
Right.
Primarily because anything you're doing for the year in rebalances, which are next week is witching, That's already in. Like they've already made those decisions, and so they've already made most of that adjustments. Individuals can do it at any time, but also keep in mind, like if for anyone taking profits on Broadcom, it's been one of the strongest chip names. You're just taking a big tax bill. Like why wouldn't you wait until January to sell some? Especially because the index won't be down weighting it until next year, probably in the first quarter. Then why would you? I mean, people could sell. People could always take profit. It's just like, why would you take the tax hit now when you could just wait until early next year?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I'm just curious because
I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, no, I mean it's I guess it's a good thought experiment, but not necessarily. It doesn't really mean much in terms of like trying to play the ticker real time. Maybe if I had a bit of that information, maybe I have some more conviction to go one way or the other at a different or given the time of day maybe. But I don't know. Some things I still have to. A lot of things I still have to learn in the market, and again, never going to be fully 100%, right? There's always something to learn.
There's always more to learn.
There's never a full 100% mastery. But here we come right back in. But the market,
just remember,
the market's aggressively selling off.
With the markets,
yes,
you know nothing, Jon Snow.
Of course,
that's all you need.
Call me Jon Snow because I definitely know nothing.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everybody. I don't know. Like, if the moment you think you know everything about the market, of course you can't get the offer on. Of course you can't get the offer. I tried on the way back in. There was a revert just now on Marvell, which I was eyeballing, and I didn't get. I'm not going to chase that down. No, the second you think you know everything about the market and there's nothing left to learn, that's the end of your trading career. Yeah. It's that simple. No, you're done the second you think you have nothing left to learn in those markets. So Marvell, I did miss that curl. We were looking for a bit of a reversion play there. I know Apple's weak. Bearded Warrior trades. But you just never got to that 250. Palantir is doing this weird, I guess I should be getting the wick tops. I keep looking for a better price. And every time it gets up there, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get tighter to 75 on that move. And then look at it, it gets to 70 where I'm in, and boom, right back into 74. So at this point, it needs to break the bottom and fill the lows. Or maybe I just do get a reload on the next available wick, just showing you guys what's happening there. Tesla still looks pretty decent for a long. I know I was in the long. I could have held that long against me $1.50, but it's still trending higher. So we had a flat trade in there. We had a flat trade in there, and then I didn't want to hold that long, thinking we were going to dip back further. But Tesla's actually holding very well up here. I feel like at this point, maybe I just take a 26 break or something on Tesla. It's starting to look a little bit relatively strong. And RC, there we go. Roaring Kitty knows everything about the market. Good for Roaring Kitty.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Never forgive him for that live stream. It's like,
what? Oh, that live stream was so epic. I remember it happened during the midday. I remember that.
Were you trading GameStop during the
when he had like the arm thing? I don't know if I took any fills.
No, I know you didn't. Because anybody that was trading GameStop during that live stream is not happy with that live stream. It was my worst trading day that month. And only because I was hoping that it was going to do a squeeze. So I was leveraged to be like, if it squeezes, this is going to be the trade of the year. And it wasn't that bad, but it was still like the worst trading day I had that week. Actually that month. And it was whatever. All you had to do was be willing to go short when obviously it was setting up as a short. It bugs me that I was
a little bit of a sell the news event.
It was setting up as a sell the news event. It looked in real time like a sell the news event, but then the hopium of a squeeze takes you away from that.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. Anyways, it is what it is. We live and we learn. We got to live and learn, like Joe Public said.
So this price compression here on AVGO is pretty intense here. We're kind of consolidating on top of that 219 here. Couldn't really get back to VWAP. We did we break that prior low here? So where is that prior low? Low sitting at 217.68. This current low 217.67. Oh boy. Is that a little bit of a double bottom at that 217.60s? I just noticed that about a 1 penny hold on a ticker that's moving around erratically like this. I like that. That's a bit of confluence on my part. But then again, that could break, right? That could go either way as of right now, but I'm kind of being patient, just kind of waiting to see if there is any real continuation on this move. Current high a day sitting at 221.21. We saw the action off of the open. Buyers are definitely they're on top of VWAP. They're there through the pre-market highs. They're there on all the pullbacks as of right now. So nothing distinctly different in terms of buying. It did dissipate, but again, as I've learned this past year, sometimes buying can be a little bit more active, and sometimes it can become a little bit more passive, and then kind of just trying to figure that out based on what the price action and chart is showing me is something that I'm trying to build in terms of a skill over time. And yeah, I've been getting some decent reps throughout the year this year. So where is my Tesla chart? That's what I'm looking at right here. Tesla is continues. Tesla, look at that. Tesla actually found a bid on that 216. We were talking about, remember I was like, if we break through that 216, I probably want to get short below that 216.
28's that high.
Yeah, 28's that high. We're coming into that 28, so all-time highs on Tesla inbound as of right now. As the market takes, look at this recovery on the market, Neil. Look at the NASDAQ wick right back up. Oh boy, we have about, you got me with that one. I knew that would work. We got 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, Neil, and look at the bottom wick happening. So buying definitely coming in on this market. Will it sustain into the close of this 15-minute bar? I have no idea.
It's too easy, Obi.
But there comes Tesla as well. Oh boy. I'm not that good at multitasking, but that Tesla is definitely worth a little bit of a stab right here. We're coming back into 220s right now, but Tesla, that is an aggressive
There's
bid.
28.
Oh boy.
So
here we go.
That's
220s
that's
coming right
17.
back in. So prior day's highs, we're just shy of prior day's highs. What were prior day's highs, you may ask? 219. Sorry, it's 219. Nice. 429.30. And then all-time highs from what is this, Wednesday after hours, sitting at 429.90. So yeah, just underneath that 30 mark right there on Tesla. Aggressive bid coming in with the rest of the market. Look, the ES is wicking up as well too.
You got to be like Kramer right now.
What is that?
He's like go. He's like go. That's what we're doing. Like Tesla, it needs that top. It just took out 28s. So we got back in, and when we took the 26 break, obviously. Got 02. That's a good fill. That's a really good fill. So we're trying to play into this high. Like yesterday's, whatever. Like this is top. You know, as I like to say, this is top on Tesla. If it breaks out here, I think we're headed to the 430 level. The real question becomes, I think I'm taking a breakout trade at 430. So that'll mean probably covering into this high and then taking a separate trade into 430. Like 430 is its own beast at this point. So I think if we revert this all the way back to 26, I want to be able to jump out. Palantir does not break the top. It just goes right back up, puts in another lower high. So once again, Palantir sort of fails to get through and break that 75 zone. What's Broadcom doing? Broadcom's still going high, so that looks good. What else are you guys looking at here? Because obviously Obi's in Broadcom trading that. Tesla does not really make that next big press. Maybe we can get a reload off 24, 25, or 26. Then we got the short back into Palantir, which just wicked the top one more time. But if there's anything else you guys are looking at that we're not paying attention to, like SOUN, the sound hound is back. And it is, it's spectacular. As they say, the move is real. And the move is spectacular on SOUN. We just got all Seinfeld references today. If we break, $16 is a local high on SOUN. This is looking very good to get back into this. Nice consolidation and break. And you know what? Sometimes this stock is able to move without NVIDIA doing much of anything. NVIDIA back under VWAP and headed to the lows. You've got to be able to recognize NVIDIA is just not the one anymore. And we can go in this market without it. That said, market did a pullback. And noticing here, so same entry area on Palantir, but notice the higher lows as well. So patience, be able to get it back to 75, but higher lows. The market's making higher lows on that curl. So if we hold this higher low, I'm not reloading a third time. We break 75, then I'm getting out of this trade, and then sort of able to move on to whatever is the next. At this point, we still have a couple of consecutive red candles on a 15-minute on the NASDAQ. I want to give it a chance to be able to go over here on Palantir, but right now it's still looking like a trend up kind of trade.
Yeah, the second 15-minute candle after that strong bid up, you can see the ES kind of pulling right back in as that candle went to a close. But yeah, the Nasdaq strong wick. Let's see, we have about 13 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, and let's see if that bid kind of continues coming into the second half hour of the day, or the second half of the second half hour of the day right now, as it is 10:16. And let's see, I'm curious to know what AVGO is going to do. Nice price compression. I'm kind of watching it. This again, as choppy and aggressive and as wild as AVGO is. This price action is absolutely beautiful. The way it's holding here, the way it's acting, the way it's dancing. Oh boy, definitely. I see Joe. Joe is just like Joe. You in this, bro? I just love it. Come on, yo, this tape, man, this tape, I'm learning lessons off of this tape. This tape is definitely worth a watch, even if you're not trading it. I think that this tape is speaking volumes in terms of...
Speaking of tape.
Yes, speaking of tape.
Okay, the tape didn't look... Well, I just jumped out. The tape at yesterday's high, look, the play was breaking out there into the all-time high on Tesla. You make a new all-time high, that's a separate trade. Which, by the way, it's not technically 430, and we should be more precise than that, and that's my bad. 429.30 is yesterday's top. It breaks that, it's making a fresh high. So if it breaks the $0.50, and if it breaks the 430 even, I think it's good to go. But now that you've gotten to that top, I want to play for a pullback. Like maybe we can pull back into 25s, and then that can be the next long. It's either give us a dip buy into the prior high, or break out the top on Tesla. Like, sort of hit it, be able to get in, take it from one level to the next, and then move on to that next. It could just be a breakout, these same tops here on Tesla. Super strong, but it's not the only thing going. I mean, come on, like TSM, oh no, TSM is a New York stock, and I've already hit enter on the NASDAQ. But there's a lot moving. I was going to try to get, after that, I was going to get to MSTR, which is making a move. Bitcoin's at 101. I'm just going to show you on the black charts MSTR while I wait for that. MSTR has this potential, and I'm saying potential break looming. Higher lows into this dump zone here at 405. If this can hold over 405, it's got a $10 kind of gap in here that it can fill into yesterday's top. So keep an eye on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's kind of going sideways at the 101 level, but there's a decent chance it's some continuation there for MSTR. Time will be able to tell whether that was a good out. On Tesla, right now it looks like it's pulling back in, so we might get a reload 25 or 26. That's why we just have to be patient. You got to be able to pick your spots. And we started looking short Tesla, got one win, one loss, and then we get that long 26 to 29. So maybe we'll get another one just like that if it pulls the dip.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really looking at anything else, to be honest, guys. Like, that Intel is coming right back in, though. That Intel was nice. I was looking at that Intel. Of
course it is.
Neil, and it's kind of been doing similar things with similar prices over the past few days there. So definitely a missed one on my part. But again, I want to focus on what my main idea on the day was. Didn't really execute it as well as I wanted to, but again, we're in it for the move here.
In it to win it.
Yeah, in it to maybe win it, but we'll see. I'm impartial about wanting to win it or not. More focused on seeing the move build up, watching it work for me, and then seeing if that continuation really comes through as of right now. But speaking of large caps, let's see how the small caps are up to.
I'll tell you, they're not doing very well, that's for sure. We're down about 0.2% right now for that IWM, the Russell 2000. Selling off here right now, trying to hold on to that $233 level. It's not a great day for a lot of these small cap runners either. The few that we do have are definitely removed from day's highs, but I'll go over some of the ones on watch here, including WKEY. This is called WiseKey, and I think the catalyst for this one is actually particularly interesting. They announced here they're going to be doing the WiseSat satellite launch with SpaceX. That's going to be in January 14th, 2025. So any SpaceX-related catalyst, a good look for WKEY. That does actually have here about a 3.2 million share float, so pretty small float. Then we have Loop Industries, LOOP. This one up about 50%, but again, very removed from day's highs. Announced here they got some financing here from Societe Generale, so keep an eye there for LOOP. Last but not least, Archer Aviation, which is not technically a small cap. We have about a $3 billion market cap. but ACHR does have an almost 25% short float. We had Kathy Wood's ARK Invest adding roughly $36.5 million worth of the company's stocks to 3 of its ETFs. We also had a price target increase from Canaccord Genuity, and the company announced right after the open here they're going to be offering 93.6 million shares of Class A common stocks. So keep an eye here for ACHR. Again, not a huge day for small caps, but we'll have to see how everything unfolds as the day continues. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Wow, Broadcom just keeps on going.
Yeah,
So
it just made a fresh high while the market dumped. So.
Very quickly, Tesla did break yesterday's high, but kind of an instant failure. It doesn't get in there. We took the break, tight stop. It's a breakout trade at the highs. So it breaks yesterday's high. Okay, yes, it did go like 30 or 40 cents in the money. But the play there for me is like break that high and hold into 430. So let's see if I want to have a tight stop so I can take a couple of cracks at this one and not try to hold something infinitely against me. Why am I not getting filled Palantir on the bid? Where is it? Oh, I did it again. Palantir is not spelt that way. No, Palantir, it's coming in. Yeah, I'm just missing it there by a hair. So I just kind of moved to 74.11s there on PLTR. So just wanted to be able to respect. I was just showing you the black trail, like I wasn't getting the fill on Palantir. I have to wait for that to reload. I did just get it. But Tesla is now headed to that 430 level. But it's still very, very whippy action. Finish loading, and then there it is. We got the fill on Palantir. So basically just rinse and repeating the same trade on Palantir twice. That's what you got to be able to do. Like, it's not completely flushing, but the market's coming back in. And then if you remember the whole thesis of why we liked it short, well, this is what it did on Tuesday. Fail break at 75 and pull all the way back to 71. Yesterday, fail break at 75, pull back to 72. My thought was fail break at 75, at least get to 73. Even though it's making higher lows, if it breaks out here, I don't think I'll reload it a third time because we're getting higher lows. And then I'm going long on a break of 75.60 on PLTR. So I think able to win in both directions here on Palantir. I'm just starting with the short trade. Oh, NVIDIA just lost. NVIDIA's going to go red. NVIDIA just lost the bid again. It goes red in 15 cents while Broadcom is breaking the high of the day. These are polar opposite stocks right now. Broadcom trend up, NVIDIA trend down. Is AMD. AMD's at the low of the day. It absolutely stinks. Intel is about to hold underneath the lows. It stinks as well. Yeah, it's a Broadcom market. Like, what else is actually strong here? You guys tell me. Like I know Broadcom is up 22%, but I'm looking at a bunch of things that look weak right now, and the market's still going to the downside. Mark just said in the chat, Adobe bounce soon. My guess is
fell off all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Look at the continuation.
The continuation play on.
Oh my God!
It's not the right time for Adobe yet. It's not the right time. I think it's like it didn't hold the support at 75. We come to the daily chart. It didn't hold the support at 75, and you're just getting an earnings continuation. Look at the volume when it was at when it bounced off 454 here back in June. I think that's where you're headed next. So I think until proven otherwise, it's headed here. It's going to be short. It's an SSR continuation play. It was down over 10% today or yesterday. So it is short sell restricted, meaning the uptick rule's in effect. So if it gets down here underneath 460, I'd look for a mean revert. Under 460, I'd look for a mean revert play. But that just, when you're looking for that kind of a setup, it's got to break the trend. Look at the downtrend here on Adobe. I'm just going to draw it from VWAP. Keep it simple, stupid. Talking to myself. So if it breaks the trend here, I think you look for a mean revert. Ideally, that would be at the 460 level. So Adobe, penalty box for me, at least until it retests that 450 on the daily.
Yeah. I think market is coming in quite aggressively. We've essentially failed to follow through the high right now. But I was talking to Neil about this a little earlier as well, about how sometimes a lot of these, some of the technical breaks are not as clean. Not as clean as we'd like to expect, and if we're kind of keeping risk tight around these technicals, more than likely to get a little bit washed there. So yeah, let's see if that's just a little bit of a wash, or are we actually pulling back in off of those highs there? That double top looking a little bit nasty as of right now, pulling right back into 219 halves. oh boy. Let's see if we can sustain some of these prior consolidations here as of right now. But you know what, this thing is blasting to the upside, and it's holding its own while the market kind of aggressively sells back down. You can see that bid. We were talking about the prior 15-minute candle. This 15-minute candle only has 3 minutes left to print, and we broke down prior 15 on the NASDAQ as well. And look at the 15s on the ES as well, aggressively selling off. Triple 15 reds right here on the ES. So yeah, I can imagine what some of the other tickers are doing as of right now. But Broadcom holding its own quite well as of right now. Let's see if we can come back in, or do we retest some of those highs? That was that break again. What was that high prior? That high was 221.21. We go up to 221.64s and take a little bit of a pullback here. Again, market tailwind, maybe bringing that in a little bit right here. Let's see if and when the market bounces. We're coming into 21,800 here on the NASDAQ. That could potentially be a place to watch for something. But then again,
NVIDIA bye-bye.
What are some of the other trades is what I'm asking at the same time as well. Van Eck is about to break its, is that opening range low right here on the Van Eck? Yeah, it is. Okay, so the SMH, Van Eck Semiconductor ETF. I know Van Eck has many other ETFs, but usually when I say Van Eck, I probably just mean the semiconductor ETF, as that's the main one that I tend to watch. But yeah, chips straight to the downside as of right now. Micron as well.
NVIDIA is bleeding.
A bit of a pullback, and NVIDIA is about to hit that prior day low as of right now. So the question becomes, Neil, where a lot of these chips are selling off and AVGO is bidding up. A little interesting, no?
Broadcom has been outperforming the chips for a while now. Of course, the timing. Like the second I need to talk, I get that frog in my throat. So first thing, I'm going to go to the position that I just grabbed. You finally did a reversion on Marvell and then a lower high off 121. So while that happened, you had a trend reversal on Broadcom, which was my condition for getting in. So I'm in at the $0.50, and if it presses through this lower high at 121, I'm out. So risk about a $0.50, just a little slightly more, and play some into VWAP, and then for a pull back lower. But it's NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA, which is absolutely bleeding. Didn't get to 140. Good luck.
Tesla just wicked 430.
Yeah, Tesla wicked the 430 level. I think it was the right decision to get out of the Tesla long. At least for now, that's looking like it was wise. NVIDIA bleeds. AMD, new lows of the day. It's bleeding as well. Palantir is close to the low. This frog in my throat is killing me. Palantir close to the lows as well. We're holding on to that one short side. It's a bit of a flush. We're right back to where we started on the NASDAQ over.
Yeah, a bit of a flat action here coming in as of right now on the NASDAQ. So we did have that strong pull up right here. We're starting to slow down here on AVGO a little bit right here. But yeah, there goes Intel through the day low as well. Oh my God. And that's some aggressive selling coming in on the markets as well. So
that stock is such a short.
Sorry, which one?
Intel's just such a short.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like for the past few weeks, or even, I mean, how far can you go back? Since we've been doing a little bit of a backside, sell-off, at Intel, you can just be looking for places to sell, and if and when that kind of turn comes in, it has been nice more often than not on Intel, it would seem, but that's a little bit of a retrospect. Again, I've been periodically getting involved with it, getting comfortable with it, but again, I had to be a little bit more urgent. That sense of urgency when certain trades work, I do have to build that skill as well. I know I'm a little bit lackluster when it comes to that skill, but it's a skill that I'm trying to put in more reps on and build as well. So here comes Broadcom back into that 220. Are we going to hold or are we going to drop? I have no idea. But while these chips are looking for a potential bounce, and as Tesla looks for that 430 once again, let's see what's going on in the crypto world.
We're to talk here about Bitcoin, of course, having a nice coil to the upside. We're holding support pretty nicely at that 96.5 level. Now we're making some higher lows, but look at this top here on a closing basis. That 101.5 area definitely seems to be top on the daily chart, but we're up on the day. So if we can push past that level, that could be a really good look here for BTC. Some news in the BTC space. We know one ongoing catalyst that we've had on watch for a while, but I think especially it's been heightened since the election of Donald Trump. back on November 5th. We've had a lot of, I guess, things on watch here with regards to what's going to happen with crypto on a legislative basis and with regards to a potential treasury. So we actually had legislation being introduced in Texas yesterday to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve, which would enable the state to start building this reserve by accepting taxes, fees, and donations via Bitcoin. So that's going to be an interesting look. The Republican state representative here that vied for this was basically saying that because inflation can impact investments, a strategic Bitcoin reserve would actually be a, quote, win-win for the state. So we'll have to keep an eye on that story. But either way, interesting to know that we still have a lot of Bitcoin legislation on watch. Now, in terms of crypto here, other crypto names, BTC, as mentioned, holding around that 1015 level. Ethereum just below 4,000. XRP slightly up on the day here. BNB slightly up on the day. But it's a bit of a mixed day for crypto. We'll find usually there will be a lot of these days where we have things sharply upside, sharply downside. Right now, Bitcoin trying to take a little bit of a breath before the weekend. Make sure to like and subscribe. And back to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Ooh, I like it. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. And we always talk about being patient in trades. And this is one. I'm now out of Palantir. The market just bounced off theoretical. The NASDAQ just bounced off a trend line, and Palantir just broke the trend line down. So I'm now out of it. But the plan of action was a failed break at 75. We got the failed break at 75, but it's stronger. First time it did this, the 71. Second time it did this, the 72. This time, it's got buyers in front of 73. So I'm just going to, I have to respect it and follow my rules. So it breaks trend this late in the day. I don't have to go long, but for me, that's an out when you break a trend. When you break a downtrend like that, I'm looking for that place as a little bit of an exit spot for me. So we do take that one out. A win's a win, and to each their own. Like there was someone say like, yeah, just hold on to it. No, but you have to follow your plan. Marvell, this was a little bit different. I'm going to walk you through why I like the Marvell short. I never got Broadcom long. Broadcom broke trend, then made a new trend, tested the high of the day, broke that trend again. When it did this, Marvell was going sideways and couldn't retest the highs. So sympathy name, Broadcom retests the high, Marvell had broken trend and couldn't make a new high. So I shorted it looking for the playback into VWAP, which is actually holding quite well. So as that's happening, we get another bid out in front of VWAP. So played it at the 120 half, back into the 119. I'll get another out in front of VWAP, then play for the low of the day. So just patience with the trades. This was the kind of day where if you were looking for mean reversion trades or you were like looking for short the pops, you couldn't just sit out there in the ether. You had to let them set up. Unfortunately, I will slap the fail on myself for not at any point being short advanced micro devices, or as Sharif likes to say it, advanced money destroyer. Yeah. Which, if you haven't been watching this, and we put this out a couple of weeks ago, this channel on AMD is the gift that keeps on giving. Now, I'm loosely drawing it. You can draw it a lot cleaner than I have, but the premise is still the same. When AMD tests the top of the channel, unless it, here's a consolidation. Did it break out this consolidation? No, it broke back down. Short to the bottom. I should say favor shorts till the bottom. We're day traders here. So favor the short till it gets to the bottom of the channel or retest the August support levels. That's exactly what's playing out here. So that's the reason we're short biased on AMD. That said, it's a fail not being in it today, but Marvell's now working buck half in the money. We already took Palantir, and Palantir's out. You know, it ends up being right in the moment, but like it could get to VWAP and maybe it goes to 75 again. It could retest the lows and I never get back in at VWAP. Lots of things can play out, but when it broke that sharp downtrend, that's where my trail was in. It was either getting to the low or it was going to break that trend up, and I looked for a VWAP re-entry point on that name. So NVIDIA is trying. Tesla, I just saw in the chat there, Rambud said Tesla's a short now. I mean, I was just about to say Tesla's looking. Like now there's a buyer above the 430, which I should also point out is at an all-time high. Tesla all-time highs again. Are we shocked?
Not really.
Not really. It's Tesla. It's Tesla, baby. Just saying.
Yeah, so we did come back down a little aggressively there, trading at 218s now on AVGO. So yeah, it seems like that buying is starting to do a little bit of a dissipate right there. What is that low right now? As of right now, 217.70 right here, 217.70 on that low. So don't forget that prior double bottom-ish area was at 217.68 and 217.67. And currently this prior bar just now on this 3-minute chart bouncing off of another few pennies off of that level there. Let's see if we do a little bit of a lick grab. If we break down, I think that's probably something as well, as we've attempted to we failed to follow through at the highs, and we've been holding a little bit of the support from earlier as well. So yeah, I'm kind of just holding this as of right now. Just I got my stop in, I think, at a decent place, but more than willing to kind of get back into the trade there if it's going to have me, and more than willing to flip the other way as well if it's going to start to show us something like signs of a turn as of right now. So let's see what happens with that one there. But yeah, a lot of these other tickers aggressively to the downside, and AVGO definitely part of the reason why we might have been running up pretty crazily off of the open. Tesla though sustaining quite well as of right now. A nice strong trend on Tesla off of that 416, man. That was the place to be. I was like, that 416 was definitely a little bit of an over-under for me, and that came through really, really well. There's some aggressive selling back down through into 17s here on AVGO. So, oh boy, coming right back into roughly break even for me. But you know what? Like I said, it is what it is. More than willing to move on to the next trade if this one, if I have to get out of this one eventually. But
that's sound for the bid. That's sound advice, Obi. Be willing to get into the next trade.
Look at that
SOUN. I'm not counting how many green candles on a 3-minute chart are in a row. If you squint hard enough, that's actually a red candle at 15, and there's another one at 15.40. But if the red looks like that and the green looks like this, I'm not a chartered market technician. I'm just a trader. That's an uptrend. So it is what it is. You're at the top on SOUN. So this is it on that 15-minute. It was just a wick high a couple of days ago, earlier this week, and it was at 1607. It's literally topped at 1607 as we speak. So for those that are like, SOUN is broken the top, I get it. It broke $16, but it didn't actually break the big one, which will be at 1607, or maybe like 1610 if you're into rounding up. Which my daughter is. That's one of the things they just recently learned in school, was the concept of rounding, which she was taking obviously way too far. It's like rounding everything.
Like what? What do you mean? It's like just rounding everything up?
Well, like basically she'd be like, oh, so if this thing Sound just broke that high from earlier this week. I waited for it to get to 10s, so we're holding the break. I'm giving it to the prior bar open, like this consolidation level at 1580. On the $16 stock, that's a tight stop. But we're talking about all time. We're talking about fresh highs here, where you're chasing a bit of a move. So it'll be a scalp trade. When it's 1-to-1 at 20 cents, then I want to make sure I'm offering at least something at those levels, and then see if we can play for the next dollar up. No, basically, she was taking prices that she would see in like a store, and then just be like, okay, so I want this gift, like whatever it was. Let's say it was like $87. And then she'd be like, okay, well, you need to give me $100 so I can buy it. And I'm like, I know tax is fine, but okay, fine. Ramin's just saying it makes sense because of tax. No, but like if something came to $75, then her logic was that if I was gonna get it for her, then I should give her $100. Because she's like, Daddy, if you round up, then it's $100, so therefore give me $100, and then I can buy that thing. I'm like,
sounds.
I'm like, no, sweetheart.
That sounds like that's some very sound math there. But
I know what she's trying to do.
Technically, that's still a roundup.
I know what she's trying to do. It's just, homie, don't play that. I'll spoil her, but principle is priceless. Adara, what's up?
Not a lot of names on the sector board are to the upside. Oh. Sorry about that, guys. We don't have a lot of names to the upside on this sector board, and I think the reason this sector board is so fascinating today is because we have a really big discrepancy between the performance in the S&P 500, which is barely positive on the day, and what we're seeing in the NASDAQ, which is sharply to the upside. Not even a lot of NASDAQ names making sharp moves to the upside here. We have Broadcom, of course, up 20%, likely propelling the group here. They past that $1 trillion market cap point on their earnings report. We also have some strength in a lot of those sympathy plays for Broadcom, including ANET and this Micron move. Finance is a couple names to the upside as well. We know that there have been some reports that, especially coming out just now, that the Donald Trump administration is going to really focus on deregulating banking, or at least having less regulations in the space. So keep an eye on that finance space. And Tesla, of course, still strong here, bringing up the consumer durable sector. Another sector that's actually pretty strong is health services. We know these names experienced a pretty sharp sell-off, motivated by the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last week. Looks like some of these names are recovering from that negative sentiment in the space, trying to make a bit of a bounce today. But in terms of weakness, I mean, lots to talk about. Energy and minerals to the downside. Consumer services to the downside. Health technology. We have process industries. And we also have a lot of the technology services sector. There are a couple bright spots here. CRM slightly flat on the day here with an upgrade earlier today. And Palantir also vaguely green, as is CrowdStrike. But generally a lot of weakness in technology services. So it's interesting. There aren't that many names that are really propelling that NASDAQ move, guys. Back to you.
Thank you.
They're not. So I could go over and I could show you, hey, we got our fill for the, we got our fill at VWAP on Marvell, and Marvell's $2 in the money and all that good stuff. But then I looked over and realized, hey, that trade that we just took on SOUN, look at the uptrend. Usually into an all-time high, I'm getting out when this prior bar closes like this. Now my stop is already at 80, so if it drops 2 more cents, I am getting out. But I don't think I paid for locates on this thing, which means I can't actually take the mean reversion trade into VWAP. We look for the breakout trade. It did play into the quarter, or at least into the 20. I literally got 20% out, so this is an L. But I can't take the mean reversion trade because I didn't pay for locates. I don't know if I can get them fast enough for it to make sense. But I always try to show you that one first, and I can get back over to Marvell. Like, when something's going exactly to plan, it's like, you know, like whatever. It's the thing that you should be concerned about is the one that isn't. But we just got back into VWAP at 19s. The next work level, and you have a reason to get into a trade, have a reason to get out. Strong stock, mean reversion trade. The trend line that broke came from here. Right at the open, the first line of support on a closing basis was 117. So that's, once it gets to that price, any trend reversion off of that price gets me out of the trade. So it got me in, then that's what's going to get me out. Otherwise, I hold on to it. I mean, you have Broadcom back to VWAP. You've got NVIDIA bleeding like, oh, I mean, it's just bleeding. It's red. You're down at 135. I probably could have held on to Palantir, but Marvell, I think, has a little bit more juice left to squeeze. AMD is absolutely tanking now, down 3.5%. AMD, it stinks. I don't even want to look at Intel at this point. It's probably, like everything else, headed to the downside. The market is distinctly... But you know what? The shorts have been there. Yeah. There's been, look, Tesla managed to be a good long, but the shorts have been there. Palantir worked. Any chip name that's not, let's be honest, that isn't Broadcom. And then even a strong one like Marvell, you can find some winning trades there. But advanced money destroyer just continues to bleed lower and lower and lower. Yeah, that channel bottom, by the way, I'm not saying we get there today, but at this point, we're getting to the bottom of this channel before Christmas on AMD. And it's literally lining up with the August panic low. I mean, come on. That's about as much confluence as you could ever hope for. Yeah, definitely some decent confluence there. Oh boy, this market, man, this is absolutely wild. The market tanking off of that. So yeah, that little bit, I was like, oh boy, that bid up on that, what is it, second 15, third 15 minute. I was like, all right, is the bid here yet? Nope, not yet, as we crushed those day lows right here on the NASDAQ. And then now maybe are we bouncing off of 21,750? I have no idea as of right now, but a little bit of a VWAP hold here on AVGO. Tesla. That Tesla flushed off of a false break, like the first false break of that, not really a false break, first back through of that 430 didn't really work. We got back above, we went to about 31 and some change, and then we're pulling back into 427 right now. VWAP sitting in and around 424, 70s I have here on this chart. I'm sure it's a slightly different on other charts, but that roughly that area, right, is what I'm looking at right now. But let's see if the market catches a bit of a bounce, or is AVGO done for the day? Are we just going to continue to
the downside as of right now? I have no idea, but like I said before, buyers were aggressive at VWAP off of the open, and we're there once again here. Right now, I have VWAP sitting at 216.60s. We're trading 217.30s right now. But yeah, no, I know I'm only focused on AVGO right now, as it is my number one. It was my number one idea on the day. But I know I had a few other ideas, so I'm going to take a quick look at those. Again, RH was another one that was pushing its 52-week highs there. That one failing off of the open. Oh boy, look at that Nvidia, man. Nvidia broke prior day's low. That's crazy on this flush right here.
Are you kidding me?
Tesla again, maybe wicking 431.60 is the high on Tesla right now. And that play, we were looking for that continuation on play, and no real continuation as of right now on Dave & Buster's, as it's kind of reverting some of that selling. But that day one, day two of earnings was crazy there on play. Again, Neil, if you hadn't pointed that one out for me, I probably wouldn't even have known or looked at it. It would have definitely missed my radar. And at the end of the day, while I was doing my reviews, I looked at it again. I was like, yeah, this was definitely a missed opportunity for continuation. And that's something I'm trying to build on an intraday frame as well. It's just like, okay, how do I get involved with the continuation move? Again, for as long as I can remember, I've been trying to get better with that continuation, staying with the trend trade. And again, it's been a long time coming, but I'm starting to get a little bit more comfortable with
the change is going to come.
Continuations.
The change is going to come.
The change is going to come? Is that a reference to something? Sorry.
It's been a long time coming.
It's been a long time coming.
The change is going to come. No, it's fine. I can't get past.
I'm blanking right now.
It's fair. You know what? I get on. It is what it is. If you don't get the reference, nobody gets the reference. Somebody gets it from legendary artist Sam Cooke.
Okay.
I can't smile right now. I'm chuckling. Actually, sometimes you've got to be able to laugh at yourself.
Of course.
You know, if you can't
take yourself too seriously.
Yeah, you can't take yourself too seriously. But this is not going to age. It already doesn't age well, and it's certainly not gonna get better with time. So I dipped out, and ultimately, okay, yes, that is a short setup usually for me, which I didn't take. But I often say if I'm in a position long and that's a 9 out of 10 short entry for me, and I think it's a strong stock, I'll at least get out of the position and move on. Well, it's not exactly bottom wick. Somebody sold 4 cents lower than I did. So as far as I'm concerned, whomever that was is the loser. And me, I'm just like second loser on that stock. But unfortunately, Sound is now continuing to run. The trend line doesn't really matter at this point anymore. I think what I'd be more fixated on here is the prior high at 1610. There's the daily chart on SOUN. It's that prior high where we had the initial breakout, which we could have given more room, but I told you the reason I got out. So I think looking for it to hold on to that prior high is going to be the jam at this point. And Sebastian, we have not looked at Uber today. And before we go over to Money Talks very quickly, I just wanted to point out, I know Uber. Actually, let's talk about Uber when we get back from Money Talks. We'll have to wait for this chart to reload. We will talk about Uber in a second. We have to go to ADR for Money Talks.
Really quick catalyst here before we get to Money Talks as well. Not sure if this is going to move any stocks, but I guess you could keep an eye on Tesla here because the SEC, I'm seeing reports here, the SEC has extended the timeline for Elon Musk, who is, of course, the CEO of Tesla there and also the owner of the X, to respond to the settlement offer in the Twitter or X probe until Monday. And if Musk does not respond to the SEC, they'll have to proceed to a well submission, and there might be a new settlement discussion. So keep an eye here on some of these Elon Musk-related names as the SEC apparently extends its timeline for Elon Musk's response with regards to that Twitter probe from that sale a few years back. Let's take a look here at the DXY, which is making quite a double bottom here on the daily chart, or in that 105.70 level. We cleared previous resistance here on that 106.45, I guess, and making a higher high. Now the next frontier for us to pass would have to be that 107.45 level. It's worth noting here, we're on track for our 6th straight green candle here for the DXY. We had a few pieces of economic data this morning. Slightly stronger than expected import and export data. It's worth noting, as of right now, 96.9% of participants here, according to the CME FedWatch tool, are expecting that rate cut to come through, the 25 basis point rate cut to come through at the next Fed meeting, which is going to be December 18th. So we have under a week now to see what Fed Chair Jerome Powell will be saying at 2:30 p.m. during the press conference. Of course, we get the decision about half an hour before that. So that's going to be the main Fed thing on watch here. Next week, we do have some economic data, retail sales data coming through on Tuesday, some S&P PMI data coming through on Monday, some housing data on Wednesday ahead of the big announcement. Back to you guys.
So I promised Sebastian that we would look at Uber. And Uber is still, penalty box, let's just call it, like it's testing the lows, but at the same time, I don't want to call it out completely because the market's testing low. So at this point, the NASDAQ might be green, the ES is red, but its chart just looks like the NASDAQ. So you haven't made a fresh bottom on the daily yet. And I've said this last week, the August low wick, this is where I'm sort of convinced we're headed to on Uber. This support was at 57.58. And then you go back into that panic August day, that's where the buying came in, then accelerated after that. So I'm looking for this to lose $60, and then the buy zone comes somewhere in the mid to high 50s on Uber. And it's showing you exactly that setup. Rejection of the bounce, green candle with a rejection high yesterday, ends up closing at the low. Then you have another gap up, which rejects the lower high and is trying to close back at the low. I think, to me, all signs are pointing to it at least minimum testing 60, if not breaking it. And then I think the buy is in the mid to high 50s where it happened before. I like those August lows. I feel as if anyone's willing to panic when that day it felt like the worst was happening in the market, when those buys came in, there's a lot of people anchored to that price area. And just most stocks aren't getting back there. So the fact that you have Uber testing it potentially next week, maybe today, you have AMD testing it potentially next week, outside chance. Same thing on AMD. No, I hit enter so fast. I just type in AMD and it's not a New York stock. So I was just looking at a New York stock. Apologies there. Here's what I'll do. I'll just pull it up on like a black chart or something to show you what AMD is doing, because suffice to say, this is a very, very steep trend down. It dumps at the open. I was looking pop and fade off of pre-market highs. It just literally dropped, lost all the bid, came back in, wicked 130. You're headed to $125 at this point. The short that I have on is in Marvell, as that continues to go now 2.5 in the money. And Marvell was a strong stock, don't get me wrong. But it did the mean reversion, it held the lower high, and then the key here was it was sympathy to Broadcom. When it held and tested this lower high, Broadcom was testing the actual top. So following Broadcom, breaks trend, Broadcom goes back to the high. This does not get to a higher, get back into the top. So it's got a little bit of weakness in it. I can short it. I shorted at the 40s with a stop literally just, it's like 120.90 was its local high, 121 stop. So you're risking like 60 pennies, and now you're getting the pullback ideally into this 117 on, I almost said Broadcom, on Marvell. So the market's attempting to bounce. We'll see if it does. And I just saw the others. These dip buys of NVIDIA never fail. In the long term, I agree. Today, you got to pick your spot. Yeah. It matters where you dip buy the stock. Seems like we're probably headed, like 135 was our lowest close of the week. So that's where we're headed now. And then the bottom underneath that on NVIDIA was like 134.40-ish. I think that's kind of where you'd look for a mean reversion at this time of day, but let the market, if you're short, let it breathe. Let him cook. Right now, the shorts are cooking.
Yeah, the shorts are definitely cooking there. That pullback off of that 430 on Tesla is working beautifully as of right now. We're coming right into a VWAP right now, 425.80s testing, and the NASDAQ also kind of near its lows right here. 21,736 we're trading at as of right now here, and just holding on 6,050 here on the ES. So yeah, a little bit of a puke action right here off of that strong bid. Again, we might be rejecting that 21,900. Yeah, so maybe is that equivalent to a 22 test? Yeah, maybe. I have no idea, but let's see where this market can come in and take us. Oh, there's a little bit of a stacked offer there, 216.70s here on AVGO. So maybe now we do a little bit of breakdown. I have no idea, but let's see if we hold any sort of level here in and around this VWAP as of right now. But I think, yeah, the biggest kind of push in the trade was in the morning session right now. But right now we have breaking news with Adara. What's up?
We have Eli Lilly here. Initially, we had a positive catalyst on this name earlier, LLY, with regards to the fact that one of its, I guess, Crohn's disease drugs is potentially up for approval in Europe. Now we have here, you see a little bit of volume spike to the downside. So apparently there was an Ozempic study here that found a small number of patients with vision loss. So apparently some risk of potential vision loss here with Ozempic, which, by the way, worth noting, Ozempic is actually not Eli Lilly's weight loss drug. That would be Novo Nordisk's. But keep an eye regardless on LLY and NVO with that news. Let's pull up NVO here. It's also a name on the NYSE. Yeah, Novo Nordisk selling off quite a bit more significantly on that catalyst because, again, Ozempic's actually its drug, but keep an eye on these weight loss drug makers with regards to the study that found small amount of patients experiencing vision loss after taking them. Back to you guys.
Oh, that's no good.
I'm not a doctor. As a matter of fact, I was I'm more of I was always more of like a numbers math guy in high school. So when biology class, let's just say I always made sure I had the best lab partners in biology.
Yeah.
And my two go-to lab partners, both of those dudes are like, I knew both those dudes. One guy is like a killer surgeon.
Sick.
The other dude is a lawyer, lives up in a doctor lives up in Rosedale.
Nice.
Chilling. I knew at the time, man. You just sort of know. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not one of those. But that's not good. I mean, losing sight is not good. And the problem with Eli Lilly and Novo is they've made such a big run, and then now they're on the back end of this crazy GLP run that they're on. Is look at what's happening. This is like this was an unbelievable stock. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it's one of the best performing names I have in the last 2 years in my personal. And it's underneath the 50 period, holding underneath the 50 period, double rejecting the 200 period, and now it's working into a downtrend. Like, this is now a somewhat downward trending stock in a more short-term look on Eli Lilly. Yes, it's got great support. We pointed this out. That had the great support at this 700 to 720 level. And it bounced there. But it lost to 50 in the 200. And it's about to make the death cross, as some like to point out. The 50 period's about to cross the 200 period SMA on that daily. Market is continuing to... Yeah, the market is now officially tanking. NVIDIA... I just keep typing
with an aggressive
New York. NVIDIA just lost 135. Marvell's now down at the 117, so we're 3 in the money on Marvell. I said once it got to 117, I put a new trailing stop on that bad boy. But we started with a lot of strength in this market. One of the first signs that we were going to lose it was NVIDIA and AMD not following with these stronger chip names. 3, 2, 1, and now I can hit enter again. So Marvell getting to that 17. It's now got a new trend line since VWAP. If it can manage to close above that, I will exit that short for the win. Bearded Warrior trades. You're right. DXYZ for a SpaceX launch. I'd be careful with a stock like this on a day where risk is coming off. On a Friday where you're getting a lot of higher risk names and growth names pulling back, I'd be careful with DXYZ. It's not a very bullish looking chart. That said, it is worth watching. It has been on a huge run. This is more of a squeeze momentum type play for me than anything fundamental. Yes, you get exposure to SpaceX, but let's be real. If you can properly evaluate this, then you're smarter than me. I can't believe it's already 11 o'clock. I'll let you.
Yeah, no. I think, definitely. It's 11 o'clock now. Market is dumping to the downside. 21.7s we're trading below, and we're trading below 6,500 as well. You can see AVGO kind of following in step here. We attempted to hold that VWAP. There's a nice reserve on top of that 216, pretty clean as well. That got broken down as well. I got stopped out on that one there. That's perfectly fine. I'm looking for the next trade as of right now. But that reversion did come in quite nicely. I didn't necessarily respect it as well as I could have. But again, next trade, let's see if the bid kind of picks up there. Low a day on this ticker off of the open is sitting at 211.11s. The anchored right now is sitting at 212.60s. So see what we have in store with the learn to trade session, and we'll see what AVGO is going to be doing when we come back at 2 o'clock.
We have a special treat. It is actually, Sharif is off on vacation. We wish him all the best. You've got Joseph and Satya going to be a dynamic duo on this Friday. Maybe it's a Friday the 13th while we're headed down. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, but don't go anywhere. We've got the midday madness coming through. Satya and Joseph. Kill.
See you guys.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Joey O, and
Satya.
the crypto queen herself is in the building. What's going on, Satya?
I'm good. How are you, Joe?
I'm good. What you got going on for us today? I know you got a nice lesson and everything. So how's everything been?
It's been good. I've just been relaxing, for these past couple weeks. But today we are getting into a crazy lesson. We are going to get into dynamic share sizing. So, should we just get into it?
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go over some of these top performing sectors. It is a little bit of a bleeder today, and then we're gonna jump right into the lesson. So, guys, you know we like to do the win place show when it comes to the top performing sectors here, guys. It is a little bit of a tough one so far on the session as the market is starting to pull back. So be wary of that, guys, and don't try to pick any bottoms with a falling knife on this one because it is a little bit of a bleeder. We have the overall sectors, it's weak. We don't have too many in the green here, folks, but we are getting a little bit defensive. So in first place, we have the utilities, Satya, up a whopping 0.3% on the session. Not very much now, is it? Then we got consumer staples in second place, up about 0.17% on the day. And then healthcare in third place, up about 0.04, not even 0.1%. Yes. So it seems like a little bit of a weak one. What do you think?
It looks hella weak. I'm looking at that, and that grid is just all red.
It's all red. It's red across the board. 100%. There's some blood in the streets. But yeah, you got the lesson to it, so let's jump right in.
For sure. Awesome. So I wanted to talk about dynamic share sizing. So when people start trading and learning about risk management, it is often believed that taking the same size for every trade is... Sorry, there's something going on with my screen. 1 second here. So I'm going to put it off to you, and I'll be right back.
No problem. You know what? I never did roll call, so we're going to jump back, and we're going to do some roll call. I'm going to scroll up a little bit here and say what up to everybody. So what's up? Frank Handy, Fernanda Villa, Denver Trades, Alvin Johnson, Sean Higgins, Stephen Howard. Oh, that's my family's name, Higgins. Way to go. Nice on that one. Marvin, Ronnie Rodriguez, Roaring Pity. Good to see you in the chat, as usual. Vin, what's going on? Bear versus Bulls. Good to see you back. Glad to have you back in the chat there, my guy. Patrick G as well, too. Then we got the Mighty Men of Valor. Okay, loving that one. Ike Release. Paul, what's going on, my friend? I know you like Walmart as well, too. You're always going on about Walmart. So let's see how the staples hold up today. Piper, what's going on, everybody? Bebot 5000. Nephew with Capital, always in the chat. Good to see you there. ADL. Our buddy across the pond, what's going on? Adam DeLuce, the big one. Luis Lugo, Smooth. FX Options, love it. Let's go. Jose Gonzalez, what's going on, everybody? And Vivid Distortion. Hey, we like that one. We like Vivid Distortion. And everything's rolling over there.
Yeah, everything's good to go. I'm just going to shout out a couple of people. Shout out RVRSL. Shout out Rubicon. Howdy to you guys. So sorry about that. But going back in to the lesson. So when people start trading and learning about risk management, it is often believed that taking the same size for every trade is the key to maintaining and growing an account due to having very defined risk amounts. However, I would argue that having uniform risk for every trade is stunting your growth and P&L as a trader. So don't get me wrong, it's great to have a predefined risk, right? But these percentages help you from losing more than you intended to. And I find that a lot of people, they tend to go with the risk levels of 1% to 2% of their account's capital per trade. However, the problem with this is there's an implicit expectation that you will be right the majority of the time, which is not always a good mentality to have when trading. Losses are inevitable when trading, and crazy enough, you can still be profitable as a trader with 30 to 40% win rate as long as your profits outweigh your losses. So today we are going to get into the importance of dynamic share sizing. So just making sure that you're not, executing the same trade size every single time that you trade, and then also going into tools that will help with adding size to your position. So we're going to get into that. So the cons of using the same share size for every trade is it increases the likelihood of overtrading due to being insatiable with small profits. This is something that I really struggled with on the floor before because I'm a scalper and a lot of the time I'm catching those small moves, but I didn't have a lot of size for that for the real meat of the move, right? And so that was something that was really bad and something that I really wanted to work on, and which is why it's a topic today. And then also too, the more decisions you make, the more likely you are to be wrong. I feel like that's kind of self-explanatory. So you can kind of limit yourself when doing that. So do not increase the frequency of your trades, increase the size for high profitable trades. So a person who initially invested $100 and made 10%, so $10, is the same as a person who invested $1,000 and made $100 with that same 10%. These two traders could have entered and exited their position exactly at the same price. However, the difference between the two traders is one recognizes when they have the importance, the importance of capturing opportunities when they're present in the market, while the other trader may believe there's an abundance of opportunities in the market than there actually are. So that is something that is kind of, it sucks, but it's something that we can work on. So scrolled a little bit off. So a trader who has a success of hitting 9 out of 10 trades consistently, but only makes $20 of profit by the end of those 10 trades is not necessarily better than a dynamic size trader who loses 6 out of 10 trades but makes $100 of profit from the 4 out of 10 profitable trades that they made. So win rate is very important, and we should not deny that consistency is key in trading. However, we should think of trading kind of like a game of poker, right? So imagine a poker player and is betting the same on every hand. You would never stand a chance because in poker, most of the hands you get are not going to win you the hand. That same goes for trading. When you're trading the same size every time, this means you have to be right more often. It sounds self-explanatory, but being right once or twice is easier than being right 10 times in a row. Adding size makes up for a lot of mistakes. When you skew high probability trades, you make up significantly for the paper cuts you make on the other trades that you made. So singles can only get you so far in day trading because of opportunities available in the market, and as well as the liquidity. Sometimes that liquidity dries up. And so you just want to make sure that you're hitting those home runs on those bigger trades. So you need to make those big bets count so you do not have to look for multiple opportunities. So I like to do it using my share size based on criteria. So rather than just using that same 2% of my account size, I would say a trader who uses the same size every time hints to the fact that they are not aware or able to differentiate which setups in their playbook have edge. So rather than just having that, I have a type A, type B, type C, and these can be dependent on different types of criteria like volume thresholds, news catalyst, time of day, and so we can do it based off of that. So another thing that we have is you could rank your trades. So type A could be a day 2 earnings at 10 a.m., 10x RVol. I'm going to use 200 shares when I see this type of setup. My type B setup could be an X dividend day. It has 7x RVol at 10 a.m. Then I'll use 100 shares. My type C would be day 1 earnings, 20x RVol, 10 a.m. Then I'll use 50 shares. And then type D, which is kind of like a lower probability trade, is no catalyst. Maybe I see 5x RVol before 10 a.m. It's not necessarily in my playbook, but I still want to take a stab at it. I'm just going to go in with a lower amount of shares and use 20. So that is something that we could use. And then something that I like to use as a tool for dynamic and adding size gradually is a weighted average calculator. This is not anything new, but it's something that can be very useful. So a lot of the time I use the data value to put in what the price action is. So let's just say I want to get in at $20 and then I have 10 shares. And then let's just say the stock goes up to $22 and then I want to add more. So actually, let's just make this, let's say I go in with 50 shares. And I want to make sure I'm not messing up my average, but still trying to get into the trade. So let's say I want to add an extra 20 shares at $22. Then my average price would be $20.57. And so a lot of the time I'll play around with those weight, which is supposed to be my share size, and then the data value to kind of see where I could get the best price and the best average. And so that's my lesson of the day today. Anything for you, Joe?
No, I'm just here just looking at Fabian. No, that's fantastic lesson, Satya. And you know what? I totally agree with you. As you gain a little more experience in trading, we need to learn how to exponentially bet size our winning trades, I think. So that's a perfect example of just classifying your trades in different categories. And then when you have those higher quality setups, you want to size up on those and continue to push in order to become a little more profitable. All right, guys. So that's perfect stuff. Rich Buddy, absolutely send that super chat anytime, my friend. We're here all afternoon until 2 o'clock. It's Satya and I. We're here willing to answer any questions that you guys got thrown at us. But Tommy McDonald in the chat, you said you're from Innisville, Ontario, or what? I grew up in Bradford. Let me know. Interesting stuff that you pointed that out in the chat. But guys, yeah, as you can see here, I'm in some IBIT. I decided to add a little bit as we continue to move higher. We sold extremely heavy. So what I'm aiming to look for here is this exhaustive volume. So hopefully this is a potential pivotal moment in IBIT. We turn around and can continue to move to the northeast because we do know that the market was selling off extremely aggressively. So we got to keep an eye out for that because the sentiment is a little bit weak. But Riot is totally recovering. A miner, which is trading really nice, going to go and test the highs of days. But as of right now, we have a $20 super chat. Rich Buddy, absolutely. Thank you for that one. Much appreciated. Hi, Joe. I'm concerned about the drones as a black swan event. How would you ensure a $1.3 million portfolio until this event passes? It's all Tesla and NVIDIA. Thank you. Let's say we want to guard against a 50% market crash. Okay, you're concerned about the drones as a black swan event. Okay, that's extremely interesting. I'm not too sure if you're referring to kind of the combat drones, etc. But if you have that size in your portfolio, you can start to sell some covered calls if you do want to protect that downside. But if you also don't want to short any options, you can buy some puts, okay? So that can help you protect that downside as well. So this will just mitigate the losses. Buying the puts will be a little bit more efficient, but selling those calls will help you collect some premium to that downside momentum if you do think that there's going to be a little bit of a retracement in the near future. Mind you, if you want to sell those out-the-money calls, just sell them at a strike price that you're comfortable with, that your shares will not get assigned, okay? So just keep that in mind, Rich Buddy. That's a beautiful size portfolio say you got going on there. But just remember, you have multiple options. You can buy outright puts, which will cost you an additional debit, right? So it's going to cost you a little bit more money. Or you can have cash inflows put into your account by selling some premiums. And if you really want to hold on to those shares and not allow those to get assigned, sell those far out the money. And if you tell me some average prices you got, I can pull up my options chain and say, hey, yeah, this is a little bit safer. And what is your time period? We can do weekly, monthlies, etc. So feel free. You don't need to do what you just did. Just message me in the chat, and I will do my best to give you the best advice I can, right? So again, that's a hefty portfolio. Really, really nice moves there from you. But to protect that downside, you have multiple options. You can buy puts, which costs you a little bit more, maybe a little bit on the safer side if you're not comfortable with writing options. All right, guys. So keep that in mind. Yeah. So let's see what everybody's got going on here. Yeah, it'll bring your cost basis down is right. Rivian Millionaire, you are not wrong on that front at all, my friend. But let's see what IBIT is up to. It's a weak session today. It's super weak. Apple is still tanking. NVDA is still moving to the downside, I believe, as well, too. So not looking, yeah, wow. It's not looking pretty for the semis here at all, Satay. What do you got going on there? Oh, okay, you're still, we'll figure that out here in a second. But yeah, I mean, hey, listen, NVDA, I think it's still continuing to rain on the parade, unfortunately. So with this, it carries so much weight that it's going to drag the overall markets down with it. And that seems to be the case so far, all right? So just keep in mind, you don't want to catch any form of falling knife with NVDA so far right now, just because of the overall sentiment. And I wanted to point this out as well, too, on the SPY, is that, look at this. I don't like this type of overhang. So are we in a little bit of toppy action? Possibly. I know a lot of the traders and some of us on the side are talking about this, thinking, what's going on with this? Have we hit a potential top? But this is totally healthy. We do have some relative support levels here that if we breach those, then we can see some potential more downside. But as of right now, we're hanging on tight to that 603 on the SPY. Let's see if we can continue to hold this. Maybe we form a little bit of a consolidation range and then continue that choppiness. And then maybe we can take a second leg higher. All right, guys? So keep that in mind. It is a red one, Friday the 13th.
No, it's granted.
It's bloody. You can't ask for anything more, I guess.
No, I'm looking at this NVIDIA trade right now, and you guys know me. I love NVIDIA, but she's just looking nasty right now. Like, it's that 130, that 139, that 140, I feel like has been a significant level for a couple of days, Joe. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but like yesterday, it hit that 140.20, or sorry, not yesterday, but on Wednesday, it hit that 140.20, and then again, and in the pre-market, hit 139.90, and then we're just coming down. And honestly, it looks like it wants to recover, but I still think it just hits the 9 EMA and then possibly continues down. I'm looking on the 3-minute. If we go here on the hourly, a bus stop level that I'm looking at is around 131.81. So that looks like it could possibly come in here. I feel like it really needs to break this 133.76 for a potential little bit of a recovery there, but right now, not looking too great as well. Like, that looks horrible. Something else that I was looking at was Walmart. Let's see what Walmart is doing. I've been looking at it for a couple of days here just because of the talks with the tariffs and everything like that. I thought that it may affect the retail sector as well. And so it looks like here we had this wick at 9:30 and then not too much volume going on as of right now, but I'm looking at a break of 94.53 for a potential continuation of the long here, just because I like the fact that it's holding that VWAP level. It's kind of holding tight to that pre-market, but hopefully we do see some volume later on today. And then going to take a look at the QQQs, still bleeding, same as the SPY, kind of looking the same as the NVIDIA chart. So it's not looking great. I am looking, let's see what you guys are looking at. AMD long off the lows. Let's see what
AMD.
What do you call it? Advanced money destroyer?
Yeah, advanced money destroyer.
Right,
it's been living up to the name, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that looks the same as like the QQQs, NVIDIA. That's insane. The semis are looking pretty nasty right now. So I would say, I don't know, as a long, I'm not a person to time the lows, to be honest. I don't know if you're better at that, but I feel like me attempting at these prices, I would kind of like keep taking a stab at it without really knowing where to risk off of. So I wouldn't say that it's not ripe yet for the long, I would say. I would say maybe wait for a little bit of a break at that 127.37, see what it does at that 9 EMA level, and if we can break that and then also break a VWAP around 128, that would look a little bit better for me, but looking pretty bearish. How about you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Satya, I like how you pointed out, it's like the lows isn't something that you like to pick off, but I did this here on iBit, but I like what you pointed out on Walmart, because I'm seeing something identical on Walmart compared to iBit. So if I seen this earlier, I would have been like, thanks, Satya, for pointing this out. But you pointed this out perfectly. But you see that bottoming tail candle with that large volume?
Yeah.
So to me, this is kind of like an exhaustive signal for me, right? So I like to see the identical situation going on with Walmart as that we've seen in iBit. So as you've seen, we had that massive sell-off and then that exhaustive volume sitting in and then that hammer-style candle being printed. So I'm like, that can give me an indication that maybe we are ready to turn around in price. So I really like that you pointed out that in Walmart, because I love Walmart. I would love to get into Walmart for the long term, right?
Do you like it as a day trading stock, though?
No, it's not the best intraday trader in my opinion, but from a long-term perspective, you can't go wrong with it.
No, you can't. Walmart, I feel like that is one business that's not really going to go out of style within like 5 years.
No,
it's going to be there.
It's America's darling. America loves Walmart, no?
No, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
When you think about America, you think about Walmart and pajamas.
Yeah, exactly. So Walmart is exactly that. I think America loves Walmart. So again, from a staple standpoint, that's one of the companies. And we did have Costco's earnings last night as well, too, which was absolutely phenomenal. So that is is still trading higher, I believe, as well, guys. So keep in mind. But one thing I want to point out here, Satay, and I was going to ask you because I heard before that you have more Ethereum than you do Bitcoin.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And sure enough, that trade's been working out fantastic for you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. So I actually did get a little bit nervous with Ethereum when Bitcoin hit 100,000. But it looks what is different about Ethereum in this trade is the fact that when you're using the Ethereum blockchain, you need the ETH for gas fees. So a lot of the time, if you're in something like Doge, you need, even though you're holding Dogecoin, it's on the Ethereum blockchain. And so to even send it from one wallet to another, you're always going to need that Ethereum. And so Ethereum is always going to be needed because it is just part of the blockchain. It's how you transfer the asset from one wallet to another. And so despite Bitcoin kind of tanking right now from that 100, let's see, I haven't looked at it today, but let's see what it's doing as of right now. Okay, so it's right at that 100,000, but when I was looking at it a couple of days ago and when it went to around 90,000, I was just like, oh, we really need to hold above this level. But it went to 92 and then it's wicked up and it looks pretty strong as of right now. But with Ethereum, I think that it still has room to go to the upside. And so I'm still waiting for another break of that $4,000 mark. And if we can get that, I think that Ethereum's going to 6,000. I think that we can get there pretty comfortably. A lot of people say, what about the psychological level? What about 10,000? I think that might be a little bit too much to ask for as of right now, just because it's the end of the year. We already had that Trump pump. I feel like that kind of brought everything up. And so I think about the market also psychologically. It's the holidays. A lot of people are starting to take profits. They're going on vacation. And so I think about things like that. So I think that by the end of the year, it might die off a little bit. But I think 6,000 coming into 2025 around February, March is definitely in play. So that is what I think about Ethereum. If we look on the higher time frame on the 6 month, the all-time high was 4,858. 4,869, around there. And so look at it from a higher time frame. Like on this 6 month slope, we broke through this level, 2,452. That was in July. And then we're just like highly trending up. It did hit this 9 EMA level around 2,274 within the last 6 months. But notice how it just got to that level and then it wicked up here. And I think obviously the all-time high is going to be a resistance level, but I feel like it won't be for long. I don't feel like it's just going to get to this level and then wick down. I feel like we have a little bit of a retracement. Maybe we get up there and then we go back to 4,000 again, but then we really need to hold that 4,000, and I feel like if we hold that 4,000, 6,000 is comfortable.
I like that. Yeah, 6,000 being the next target. And I mean, I'm just looking at here at Ethereum myself as well too, up a whopping 65% at the high from that breakout range from that 2,600 level. So congratulations to you. That's a nice one. So it's working good.
I got in at 1,800, so still holding strong.
Hey, still holding strong. Diamond hands over here. So yeah, no, congratulations on that trade. That is wicked. And is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, we briefly. I think it looks like we touched past the all-time highs there. Is that a genuine wick there? Did you see this, Satya? This wick that I'm looking at here? Was that genuine? Did you see that price action in real time, or you don't know?
When was that?
I think it was the 5th of December. So that's a really big wick there. I
didn't see that. No.
Yeah. So maybe it's not, but it might be genuine. I think it might be. So, and then it sold off heavily. I think it might be associated with that Bitcoin day as well too. Yeah, it is. So yeah, I think that is a genuine move. So it did touch all-time highs there. Really good look there. But Rich, buddy, so I pulled up the options chain for you. And what I did was just something simplistic. And I noticed that you said in the chat that you're not too familiar with executing orders on options, but just from an NVDA standpoint, because you mentioned that. So if you just want to buy the at-the-money put right now for some short-term duration, 70 days is the expiration cycle, you're looking to pay about just under $1,000 on that. So $9.30 from an option standpoint just to protect that downside. So you need to ask yourself, are you willing to pay that if NVIDIA isn't going to continue to depreciate, okay, over the next 70 days? Now, I'm going to go far out. I'm going to go far out of the money for you, okay? And I'm going to select the 10 delta put and see what you can collect in 70 days from that standpoint, okay? So let me pull it up here real quick for you. And it is around, so you wouldn't collect that much, only about $1.15 on that one. So you really have to think about which one is better for you. Again, you would receive less premium. It costs significantly less, right? It's a credit, but then if you really want to protect that downside for the next 70 days, then it's going to cost you a little bit under $1,000. But as of right now, we are off to ADR, folks.
Keep an eye here on some of these social media related tickers, namely Meta and Snapchat. I also have Google and Apple up here. Basically, what I'm seeing here, apparently a letter is circulating with key House lawmakers warning Apple and Google that they must be ready to remove TikTok from their app stores on January 19th. In case you missed it, January 19th is the day that basically TikTok will be banned unless there's other action taken. So keep an eye on META and SNAP. We know they can move on news regarding the progression of that TikTok banner embargo. So watch out for some of these social media tickers, as well as GOOGL and AAPL. None of them are reacting too much, though, as of right now. Back to you guys.
Yes. Bang. Is that you?
No, that wasn't even me, man. That was insane.
I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah, no. I like to give Adara that at the end of all of her stuff. Yeah,
yes.
because she likes the big Law and Order.
No, thank you for that.
Yeah,
Another thing randomly I wanted to touch upon since we were talking about Ethereum is actually Matic here. So
Matic
Polygon, I don't know if you've heard of Polygon Matic. It's kind of something that helps with, let's see here. No. Matic.
Matic token. I know they're always talking about Matic token on CNBC when I listen to them, Polygon and Matic token.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be like an extension of the Ethereum blockchain to help with transaction to make sure that they're faster. And so I find that if you miss the Ethereum move, I feel like Matic is kind of a next one to be looking at. I actually got in. I got a little bit early. I got in at 70 cents here, and so it dipped to around 50 cents. But what I like about this is the fact that if we look on a higher time frame here, if we look on the weekly, even though it is kind of on a downward slope from here, what I'm looking at here is the fact that it hit these lows here around 32, and then it's around the $60 mark. So it's already done about 100%, within a couple of weeks here. And so I like the look of that, but I'm really looking at the break of this level, $1.16. And so it is a little bit far off, but I still feel like getting in here, just accumulating can be, a good play for the next bull run because Ethereum's going, Bitcoin's going, and if Bitcoin hits, 110, 150, I think that, Matic will have some life and continue forward as well. And so I think that, if you're looking for something where you really want to get in early, because I got in early with Ethereum too, and I feel like, sometimes it's harder to get in later on in the move, but if you want to catch kind of the bottom of the move, I feel like this is good as well because it's near those lows, and I feel like there is less downside risk there.
Yeah, no, beautiful stuff there. So I'm going to ask you this: I know you like cryptocurrencies, so are you favoring more of the alternative coins, so like altcoins compared to Bitcoin and whatever that may be? Because I know you're familiar with the altcoins. I'm not too much. I bought a little bit of Doge back in the day.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And that was it from an alternative standpoint. That's all I really invested in, and some Shiba because you can get the millions of coins too, right?
Yeah.
But again, there's an infinite supply on that front. So it was fun. I know some people that made some decent money on that one. But again, do you prefer some of the alternative coins over Bitcoin?
Yeah, when I was doing research on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies as a whole, I think it was around 20 or 30,000 when I was looking at it. And I've said this before, but I wanted just a full cryptocurrency. I didn't want kind of just a fraction of one. Yeah, right, because I wanted to capture the whole move. And so I don't necessarily all the time like altcoins just because I feel like sometimes they're hard to read. But I feel like with confluence of like Bitcoin moving 100,000, they always follow Bitcoin because it's the same asset, right? And so I find that it makes more sense for me to kind of get in the altcoins, at least in this bull run or this season, because we already have Bitcoin moving, and so the other ones should follow suit as well. So I feel like it makes more sense to kind of load up on coins where you can get a lot. You can get 100, 200, 300 coins. And then if it's moving in the same percentage, maybe not necessarily in the same way, but the same percentage or more, I feel like it makes more sense.
You give a little bit more of it. I like that look. I looked at it, and I guess with the new administration coming in as well too, it is bullish for cryptocurrencies. So yeah, I really like that look as well too. So maybe I'll have to take a little bit more of a deeper gander into some of these altcoins there, guys. Yeah, continue to let us know in the chat. Satya, we started last week a new poll, so we are now collecting a sample set as a collective unit here, going long or short SPY. So we're going to set that up shortly as well too, to see. We're on a little bit of a tough streak as a collective unit here, Satya. So we're not doing too good. So as you can see, we're collecting our data, now coming back to about roughly break even, up a whopping three whole paper dollars there as a unit. So it's been a tough stretch, guys. So let's hopefully we can get back on the right track and continue to log some of these trades. But yeah, guys, here I wanted to point this out. Considering we are talking about some cryptocurrencies and encrypted currencies, Riot, ADR had some news on this. I'm pretty sure they added some more Bitcoin as well too. So this is yeah, they did. So this is trading higher. Going to test some of these previous pre-market highs, yesterday's pre-market high on that front, and then now breaking the high a day as well today, with that momentum stepping in, pushing through VWAP and that volume stepping in as well too, guys. So that's something really to keep an eye out. Is that volume supporting your thesis or is it not? Okay, so that can give us some more reason to take those trades. But slowly starting to recover on the SPY, curling over after this immense selling all the way down to almost 603, 603.04 was the low, and now pulling back. That volume is dwindling on the SPY as well too, so keep in mind this can just be a potential pullback. Let's see if we can test the volume weighted average price and then reassess what the overall markets may do from that standpoint, because we do know that NVDA just continuously raining on the parade. I haven't been putting too much of my time into watching these semis. I mentioned this countless times before, guys. There's other things that we can be watching other than some. Unless you're a bear, then that's fantastic. NVIDIA is probably working out really, really well for you. But I am going to be keeping my eyes off that. We have Broadcom putting in an early, really good session through those opening drives in the first half hour of the day, really strong, trading up all the way up to a high of 221 plus, so just under $222 on AVGO. So that was a really good look on that one. But guys, we are starting to slowly crawl higher on Bitcoin. So I think I'm going to take a little bit off the top. We do have a price target of the volume weighted average price. So we'll just take a little bit off there, guys, lock in some gains, and then see if we can go and press that 57.30 level. But guys, yeah, continue to let us know. AMD, everybody likes AMD, Satya, the advanced money destroyer. It's a crowd favorite. So let's see what this one is up to. Breaking some key support levels. I mentioned once we broke this key level here, Satya, around 127, I'm like, is there going to be some more potential downside here? And do we come and test this pivot? Like, we're back at some 23 level, or like late 23 levels.
Yeah.
So it's been a tough ride for AMD, no doubt.
No, that honestly, I feel like that is a key. Like, I wouldn't necessarily get involved there because I feel like I want to see what it actually does at that level, to be honest. Yeah, you were looking at like 123, you said, right?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Let's see here. Like, let's see what I'm seeing here. Let's delete those. Yeah, I'm seeing the same type of thing. I feel like rather than getting involved here, because it does look like it wants to bounce a little bit on the day, and we kind of can get faked out on this Friday here, but I think that just waiting maybe a couple of days, maybe waiting until Monday or Tuesday of next week to see if we bounce off of that level or if we just break through it, I think is better for an entry rather than kind of just seeing if it gets to that level. And so I feel like that's how I would play this AMD trade. What else are you guys looking at? Someone saying, I hate AMD, long AMD. I mean, like I said, I think it's still a little bit too early to long her, to be honest. I mean, it is getting to that VWAP level, which I feel like can be a play that I'm looking at as of right now, but I don't want to see it wick at that 127.75 level. But it looks pretty decent as of right now. What time is it? 11:34. And so I can see a little bit like of a turn action here, and I like the fact that it's trailing that 9 EMA, but I still want to see that break and hold of that VWAP level. I think that's very significant. And then where I'd really want to get involved and I'd be more secure in this long is around 130. Yes, you're kind of losing out on that $4, but I feel like, I don't know, that's just my type of playbook trade. How about you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna avoid the semis for now because it's inflicted some pain.
Fair.
And it's like I just went over some data, and it's like if I'm not trading it well, there's no reason for me to continue to trade something.
Right.
Especially when we have a lot of other things in play, right? So it's like, okay, if you're not in sync with that stock, then why are you gonna try to force it? And as I like to say, why am I gonna milk a stone, right? Especially, yeah, exactly. So if it's not working out for me, then I mean, I think eventually it will come back in play, right? I mean, and fair enough. NVIDIA been on this monster run for the past couple of years, so a little bit of breathing is totally healthy, I think, for this stock. So I'm not going to complain about that. It will be back in play eventually at some time. But I want to just kind of build on what my intraday thesis was on Bitcoin and why I decided to trade IBIT. I know you guys say that I trade it a lot, but it's in play, so I have to. It doesn't matter. It could be anything. But what I was looking at here is we had this really big engulfing day here, Satea, and then we had a little bit of a breath on this candle here. So I was looking for somewhat to form an ABCD pattern or a 3-bar play with momentum on the latest day, this candle here, pushing us past that $102,000 mark. But as of right now, it has not been the case. But it's slowly starting to recover. As you can see, IBIT from an intraday standpoint is starting to pull back through VWAP and has recovered most of those losses from that selling. Still only up about 0.3% on the day. So keep that in mind. Can we go and test the higher days? I don't know. I think that's going to be a little bit of a tough one on the session. So let's see. Only time can tell on that front, guys. So we'll continue to monitor those ones and see what Bitcoin is up to. Someone asked me to put on the goggles. I'm sorry, I can't put on the goggles.
We already got the goggles.
Yeah, we already got the goggles on. Yeah, exactly. And I only put the goggles on when I'm in goggles, like Google itself. So yeah,
fair,
right.
Fair. That makes sense.
It totally makes sense there. Rich Buddy, Bitcoin. There's a cup and handle on the monthly. I think it's going to go parabolic. Unfortunately for me, I agree with you there, Rich Buddy. One thing I'm a little bit surprised about is how long this consolidative phase has been lasting. I thought because we were consolidating for a better part of like a couple months that this move would be extended a little bit longer, but that hasn't been the case. This is a total healthy breath. We did move up quite a bit, 20, 30% almost at that fact. So I think that if we continue to consolidate here, Satea, that we can make another additional move like that, and then we can maybe hit those $120,000, $130,000 price targets. What do you think?
I think that's definitely possible, but I feel like if you are waiting for those moves, you should definitely have your, crypto on an exchange ready to kind of execute that order, because a lot of the time I feel like people have it in their wallet, and then once it hits 120, 130,000, let's say, then they want to transfer the coins. And when we're looking at, these chart patterns and we're looking at these wicks, we have to remind ourselves that they're there for probably a second, an instant, a minute, and so they're not going to stay there forever. It might just wick it and then come down. And so you really have to be ready to take that liquidity when it does come in. So I would say that if those are the prices you're waiting for, definitely set an alert, have your crypto ready, make sure that you have all the fees for whatever blockchain that you're using, and so you can make that transfer to your exchange. So I think that is very important there. But I still think, I feel like that breakout 102, we definitely can see 110, 120 and go from there. But I would say it's going to happen very quickly. So just be aware of that. One thing that I was looking at, though, going back to equities, is Costco. And so this was very interesting. Why I was looking at it was because it was on my trending ticker list. So a lot of the time, I like to look at these trending tickers. I like to see what's in play. I like to see if my setup is, setting up here. And so what I really like is the fact that it hit this 990 mark. It held VWAP. So it just wicked it there. and then it's holding this VWAP level really strong. So as we can see here around this 992.84 mark, it's just holding, and then it's kind of going up. It's trailing this 9 EMA on the 3-minute, and we're looking to break around this level, this $1,000 mark. And notice we're at a psychological level, so I really want to see how it reacts at this level. Are we really? So it got to this 1,000 and what is it, 1,375, and it got a little bit up there, and we're crossing that $1,000 mark. But I really want to make sure that it's holding around that 995. So for the continuation of the long, so that looks really decent as well. But if it could hold that 1,000, I'm still convicted in this trade, even though it had the strong, move up from 972. I still think that the momentum may be there if we can hold that $1,000 level. But we do have a super chat. I don't know if you shouted it out, but Willis Addison, a round of vegan beer on me. SWNG AVGO 200 and 205 calls into earnings up over 1,000% after selling at 9:46 a.m. Humble and hungry. My day is over. Shout out to you, Willis Addison. He's talking about options. So do you have any outlook on that?
Yeah, let me see. Is that on this? Is that on the super chat? Okay,
exactly.
we're gonna come back to the super chat right after we get back from Adara.
We can go over earnings quickly. We also have some breaking news. Keep an eye on IEP. Apparently, there's some circulations here that Bill Ackman is short this company. We also have WBA on watch, seeing some things circulate here from Sky News. Apparently, Sycamore is arranging debt funding for its deal to buy Walgreens. We had Wall Street Journal reporting a couple days ago here that Sycamore Partners is looking to buy the company. Now, apparently, they've lined up $10 billion in financing for the WBA deal. So watch out for WBA as well as IEP with those catalysts. Now we're going to talk about some earnings written down here, including Broadcom. Broadcom, to be fair, just fair warning, the tape on this is pretty violent right now. There's a bit of a range here between that 215 and just shy of 217 level, but definitely be cautious of this one. They did announce an earnings beat here, EPS beat here, but actually a sales miss. They reported $14.05 billion versus $14.091 billion expected. However, this is a significant increase, though, above last year's number, which came in at $9.295 billion. So this reaction could just have to do with the fact that we had about a $5 billion increase on a year-over-year basis. Their Q1 revenue guidance was a little weak, $14.6 billion versus $14.612 billion expected, so more or less in line, but a little bit below estimates. They also increased their dividend by 11%, and it's worth noting here they had a record fiscal revenue for the fiscal year, so 44% increase to $51.6 billion, and their AI revenue grew by 220% year over year to reach $12.2 billion. For context, they actually said earlier their goal was $10 billion in AI revenue for the year, so great look for AVGO. What about Costco here? Costco, we got wholesale numbers here of 3.82 for earnings per share. That is a beat. Sales also a beat here for COST. It's worth noting here as well, we had, I guess, a good look here for the company. Their earnings results included a $100 million tax benefit. Net sales up 7.5% year over year. Comparable sales up in all of the regions, including their e-commerce sales. It's also worth noting the CEO, Ron Vacker, has had a couple fun, I guess, metrics of his own. Apparently, their pharmacy business grew 19%. Here, they also, it's worth noting, apparently 1 million deliveries were completed in Q1, and their bakery division reached new records of 4.2 million pies being sold there in the 3 days prior to Thanksgiving. So CEO Ron Vacris with some fun metrics. Earnings are next week. It's going to be really light the first few days, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're going to get a whole slew of earnings. After the bell on Wednesday, we're going to be getting Micron and Lennar. Thursday morning, we'll get Accenture and Darden Restaurants. Then Thursday after the bell, we'll get Nike, FedEx, and BlackBerry, completed with CCL, Carnival, reporting earnings before the bell on Friday. So that's an action-packed earnings week in the last 3 days. Back to you guys.
Hey, guys, the poll is up. It's going to be me on the afternoon rundown, not Sharif today. It's going to be your boy Joey O. So make sure you get those votes in the chat. Did you vote for something yet, or?
I did. I voted for the Q.
Oh, the Qs. Oh, it was. I diverted. You know what I said? Let's see what the overall index is.
Okay.
But we also have AVGO up there, as well as Bitcoin. So IBIT, the ETF, the BlackRock ETF, seeing record inflows. So guys, get those votes in. Make sure you vote, and then we'll take it from there, and we'll see what we're going to talk about on the afternoon rundown. But as of right now, Satya, what do you got going on for everybody?
Yeah, I don't typically trade this, but GME is moving. This is insane.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
this looks
okay.
insane. It was on my trending ticker list. I was just flicking through it. And so it had this wick here at, what was it, around 11 a.m., which is really distinct because it was right at 11. And then we just break through VWAP very distinctly, which is very interesting. And so I think that it's really struggling with this 2869 level. But if I do see a break of that, I think I'd want to get involved. This looks very interesting. This is the level that I really want to see more volume coming in here. I like the fact that it broke through that VWAP. Just look at that strong 3-minute candle. It went from 28.35 to 28.55. So that is pretty significant. 20 cents in 3 minutes is pretty wild there. And so yeah, we are rejecting off that 28.70, but I still think that it's holding strong. And look like how this candle is looking like it wants to close above. And so that looks really interesting. And I think that something I want to keep note of. If we look here on the higher time frame, let's see here on GME. Yeah, this is really distinct as well. If I'm looking on the weekly here, I can see that it's trailing that 9 EMA very distinctly. It wicked here around 27.10, got down there, and then it's holding up pretty strong as well. Another level that I'd be looking at is if we zoom in here, I'm looking at around this opening price here around 29.05, and so I really want to see it get above there and hold above there. So that looks really interesting. And then also too around this 29.69 level, this was a local high here on Monday, July 15th, and so I think that looks really decent as well. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, you know what? Everything you meant, like Walmart and GameStop, I always have to take a look after and see what's really going on because I like that other perspective as well too, right? So that's a really good look, Satya. As of right now, it reported the other day. So hey, let's see what can go on. Meme crazy. And if Roaring Kitty decides to tweet, and we never know when he's going to tweet. True. Anything can happen with GameStop. So if that volume decides it wants to step in, I know there's a lot of people expecting that and want this to continue to go higher and possibly reach that $65 mark. And I think this was the day where I know Obi and Neil were talking about this, was when he put on that stream and he started, he didn't say anything for the first 30 seconds and his arm was in a cast and it was absolutely hectic. We didn't know what was going on. I thought my screen was frozen for a little while because he didn't do or say anything, and he was late to the dance as well too, Satya, I'm pretty sure on that one. So hey, let's see what GameStop can get going. But NVIDIA still crawling lower and lower, potentially going to go and test those lows of days. This is raining on the parade. And I'm going to say it over and over again. I think that NVIDIA has been raining on the parade because we know that we have been making all-time highs on some other stocks. Satya, like Tesla hit all-time highs the other day. Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, everybody was making all-time highs. And NVIDIA has been just kind of chopping around in a range. So we got to keep our eye out on NVIDIA and Jensen Huang because I think we should be continuing to crawl a little bit higher on that front. And I was looking at some small caps as well too.
He's rubbing off on you?
Yeah, he's the gappers, man, because he's got everything roaring. He's punching keys and things are flying 100+%. So it's like you want to get in on some of that fun, you know what I mean, right? So we have to keep an eye out on that. But guys, we're gonna come back and talk a little bit more stocks right after we get back from Midday.
We're just gonna, hi Fabian there. We're just gonna watch out here for Amazon as we do have the union, apparently Teamsters, announcing they voted to authorize strikes at 2 New York Amazon warehouses, as reported by the union itself. So this is actually a story that was floating around a little bit a few weeks ago, so we knew this was a possibility, but it looks like now these strikes at Amazon warehouses in New York have been authorized by Teamsters. Of course, with that in mind, AMZN on watch here, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Yannick, thanks for that in the chat. Appreciate that. I'll be sure to get on that, no doubt. But yeah, let's see the basket case. Yeah, we like, I don't know, Roaring Kitty, he had some crazy options. I forget what he had. Do you remember what he had in unrealized gains? I think at one point it was a ridiculous amount of money.
I don't remember.
It was hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm pretty sure, of unrealized gains via options on GameStop, which was absolutely insane.
No,
so
wild.
it's
Would you take profits? Be real. Like if you saw 60 million unrealized, are you just?
That's it. It's done.
You're cashing out. You're retiring.
We're cashing. Yeah, it's done at that point. You know what I mean? We're gone. So I'd be You probably never see me again at that point.
He's going to Bahamas, Cayman Islands.
Yeah, anywhere at that point. Yeah, but no, all fun and games, guys. But yeah, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. What are you looking at, Satya?
For sure. I'm looking at Uber right now, and I was looking at a possible recovery, but this just looks really, really bad as of right now. Not really seeing the volume. We did have a little bit of a bounce here at 60.40 around 11 a.m., and I'm noticing a very distinct, at 11 a.m., I'm noticing that bounce happen on multiple tickers, but I really do want to see that volume. I want to see this hold. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit more volume coming in. I'm seeing increased volume here. And so that looks pretty decent, but I'm not convinced yet because we are still in a significant downtrend. And so, like I said, I'm not really a person to time the bottom, even though this is not necessarily right at the bottom, but I want to see more of a recovery here. And I feel like that doesn't happen until we cross here around this $61.15, $61.10 mark. And so if it can get up there and hold that VWAP, then I'll be convicted to get in. I am seeing more volume here happening, but let's just see what's happening on the tape. I feel like that might give me a little bit more juice here to see what's going on. So I'm looking at the tape here. I'm seeing a lot of kind of let's see. I'm seeing a lot of ones on the tape. I'm gonna filter it to go, let's see here. Let's make it 50. See if I see a little bit more action. I'm seeing pretty consistently 500 shares, 100 shares. So the buying is coming in. So I don't think that is an issue here. And so, yeah, that volume is coming in. I think that's more confirmation here. And I was looking at this candle, this volume candle, and it was just shooting up here. Just visibly seeing it, I can just see that the volume's coming in, it's trying to hold, but I want to make sure that I'm not seeing resistance at that 61.04 level, which is that VWAP level that it previously struggled with. So that is what I'm looking at on Uber. But what are you guys looking at? Let me know in the chat so that we can go over it for you guys. Someone's saying FOMO on sound. Let's see what sound is doing. Someone was saying it was up 19%. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, this is insane.
Wow.
See, I love these high breaks, but I feel like I don't even want to weasel my way in. I mean, if
you're not gonna weasel, you're not gonna wet the beat.
No, I didn't even get in, but like, I don't know. Usually I like the high of day breaks, especially when it comes in for a second time. But I feel like the move really was here, right around this 1475 mark here, at this pre-market high break. And then, I mean, you could get in here. Maybe you can, if you're trying to get in at this market price, 1645, maybe you can risk to the bottom of this candle. It looks like it's coming in hot though, or even the bottom of this candle, 1555. But I don't know, I feel like I just have to be content with the fact that I missed this move. And so I'd rather just look at a ticker that kind of has my setup rather than just FOMOing in, because I know that if I punch in, it's going to be in drawdown. That's just that. And so I don't think that I have the confirmation that I need. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, no, and just speaking of SoundHound, this thing has been on an absolute tear. Like, look at this daily today. It's just been on an absolute monster move, putting in another big day here on SoundHound. So, I mean, you can't go wrong. Breaking the all-time highs on SoundHound, I believe. Oh, no, not quite, but previous highs on SoundHound. So, again, you can't go wrong with a stock that's trending like this, I don't think. So, continue to stay on the right side of the strength. And you might be sitting on some pretty pennies there. Adam DeLuce, where are you? I know everybody in the UK, the UK folk like to go to Ibiza and the Greek islands and stuff like that. So he says he's in some tropics. So let's see where our good friend Adam DeLuce is sitting. Yeah, exactly. But guys, Bitcoin is starting to crawl back, and it has recovered most of the losses that it put on earlier in the session after that really intensive selling. But I mentioned earlier, and I like that Satya pointed it out on Walmart, was just that this potential stopping volume, and that's exactly why I got into the position. I don't know why that did that, but okay. Anyways, but guys, it's really key. So I'm not going to look to play reversals on any of these stocks unless I see these specific these specific signatures. Okay, so this is my indication in order for me to go in a reversal trade. I know I heard you saying before that you like to trade around the volume weighted average price. It's kind of your line in the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm the same way, okay? So that's pretty much my playbook. I like to look for a definitive line in the sand, and that's usually the volume weighted average price for me. But when I see these definitive signals like Satya pointed out on Walmart, and as I pointed out here on IBIT, this can insinuate a potential reversal signal, so that's why I decided to take this. So now, Satya, we're slowly starting to crawl back higher, pulling back a little bit, but potentially going to go and test that 57.79 level there on IBIT. What else are you looking at?
I just had a question about your chart. I've noticed that a lot of the time, like you get in below VWAP and then you start adding as it gets closer to VWAP. And I noticed you're really good at like timing those bottoms, which I'm not really necessarily great at. So like, what do you use as kind of a level for you to get in and be so precise with your entries?
Yeah, so that's kind of exactly what I was just pointing at here when we did our volume price analysis lesson there, and I was showing everybody in the chat what was going on and what I'm specifically looking for. It's these isolated volume signatures with an indecision like a doji candle, so at an extreme. So if we're at an extreme high or at an extreme low, I'm going to look for that volume influx that can possibly insinuate that this is stopping volume or igniting volume, all right, depending in what direction you're going. So that's why I have the, when I see these, I like to add into them because this can kind of dictate that, hey, we're going to slowly crawl higher.
Right.
But it's this volume and the candle prints that give me those signals and those confirmations to say, hey, we've either reached a top or a bottom, and that's where I base the trade. So I usually don't pick bottoms, but when I see these signals is when I try to take those trades on.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah,
that looks really good. I'm gonna steal that from you. Thanks.
Absolutely. But that's why I pointed out to you on Walmart, because that's what I'm looking for at all times. So we'll pull back the Walmart chart up and we'll use this as an example, because if I were to seen this earlier, then this would be like, hey, this can possibly dictate that we can turn around, that a potential bottom is put in, and then the price may turn around. And it would be the same if it were to be an inverted hammer candle or a shooting star, whatever you would like to call the doji. But it's that indecision candle combined with an extremely large isolated volume signature. So this is picture perfect to me. You have that outstanding volume compared to all the relative volume prints with that hammer candle at a low. So that's like, okay, maybe are we possibly turning around here? And sure enough, that has been the case. It's been trending higher for the rest of the session. And then the exact same thing happened here on IBIT as well too. I have the entry kind of on there, but you can see that it's somewhat of a hammer candle with that isolated volume signature at an extreme low. So
that looks great. Thank you so much for that. I hope you guys were listening. You dropped the golden nugget, golden ticket. Like, come on.
Those are, and you'll see them time again. Now that you realize, now that you can identify them, and you see things at extreme highs and lows, you'll recognize it, and then you can just build a sample set based off of that, and you can have a good time with that. Yeah.
For sure. I feel like sometimes I don't look at the volume as much as I should, and I feel like you're right. It is very distinct. It's staring you in the face, especially on that Walmart one. And so, yeah, I definitely think that is something that I should implement a little bit more in my trades. So that looks great. What else do we got here? Someone's saying Nike's melting. Let's see what Nike's doing. Nike. Let's see here. Oh, I don't really like this, to be honest. I feel like it's just too choppy for me. I like momentum trades, and so it's not looking too great. If we look here on a higher time frame, let's see what it's doing on the week. So on the weekly, it's looking pretty nasty and pretty ugly, as we can see that we do have this distinct downtrend here. I'm gonna make this red just to kind of signify that we are in this downtrend here. And so, yeah, we are in this channel. And so we've been in this channel since December 18th. And so this, when was this actually? Of 23, wow, so that is pretty nasty. So it gets up to the top of this channel, not necessarily at it, but it's kind of in this trend here going to the downside. And so if I was looking at a dip buy on Nike, I would be looking kind of near the bottom of this channel around 63, maybe looking at an even dollar level around 60. But I would say that this is also the bus stop level that I'm looking at, around 57.40. But I would say 60 is just more of a psychological level that I feel like it's more likely to hit rather than that precise 57.40. So that looks interesting. Did I miss the super chat?
Just dropped it. Just dropped it.
Okay.
Yeah, kill it. Yeah, kill it.
Shout out to you both for always dropping that knowledge. Shout out to you, Yoel Arena. Sorry if I butchered that, but shout out to you. Thank you for showing love. We love you guys. And so, yeah, hit the bang for that one. Hit the bang. And so we love you guys. Shout out to that. But we also want to know what else you guys are looking at in the chat. Someone's saying SoFi news. Let's see here. Let's take a look at SoFi. Oh, wow. Wow, this is insane with SoFi. What is interesting about this, and I feel like I drew this line a while ago, but from October 28th, we had this distinct breakout at 1068. And so what is interesting about this is if we look here, notice how it's in this range, and then it breaks out of this range really strong. And so I would say that, I mean, can we retest these 10s, 11s? I think that is kind of a thing of the past, but I do think that a little bit of a pullback, maybe around 1380, is something that we may see if you want to kind of weasel your way in, not necessarily getting in at that market price, but waiting for that pullback. But I do think that the continuation of this long, especially for a swing trade, is looking really good right now. If we're looking for day traders, let's see what's going on, if this will load. This is really interesting to me as well. I like it for the swing trade. This looks really decent for a long a day trade as well. What I'm really looking at, though, is the break of the 1625. I like the day's high breaks, and so that is something that I'm looking at. If we can get a little bit above here, I would say around 1630, then I would be a little bit more convicted in this trade, just because I don't want to see a wick, the same thing that happened in the morning here around 930. I don't want to see that at all, but if I can see 1630, I'm going to go for the long. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, you know what? I might look at that long as well, too. But you know what time it is today? It's 12 o'clock.
Yes.
So it's time for okay. All right. Not quite yet. We're not ready yet. Sorry. Jumping the gun on that one. But we'll continue to talk a little bit more. What I want to point out here, Satya, is, and I might like this. I don't know if I really, really like this. Actually, I'm going to answer a question before I jump into that. So what do you use to monitor volume, please? Escape Planet. It's just classic volume. So this is what I would like to refer to as volume by time, all right? So we know we have the volume point of control, which is essentially volume by price, but this is volume by time signatures, okay? So I think 1,000, even 100% of all platforms will have volume by time, but yeah, we're gonna send it off to Adara, and then we're gonna send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
A push to the downside for the Qs, which are still up about 0.3%, but that's likely because we were up about 1%. Near day's highs. Now let's talk about the SPY, which is actually down in the day right now, though pattern-wise, these are actually looking pretty similar. That long leg to the downside, topping tail candles, and attempts to recover. Also with regards to SoFi itself had no catalyst, but Affirm did, so this could be a sympathy play. Affirm announcing here a $4 billion loan deal with 6th Street to boost buy now, pay later growth. It looks like that's the catalyst this could potentially be running on, so keep an eye on that. Also, though, lots to keep an eye on here in this market. We had earnings here for Broadcom, Costco, and RH there, so a lot in the earnings space. Of course, we still have crypto on watch. Dogecoin, I was just seeing Dogecoin market cap reaching $60 billion. We had some midday catalysts as well with Green Boots Alliance, and finding out some more details about its Sycamore deal is reported there by an individual. But let's take a look here at Broadcom, which is one earnings name that's been really interesting. We get to a bit of a double top here at that 221 level and push to the downside. They did beat on earnings per share, missed on sales, but their sales did increase by roughly $5 billion on a year-over-year basis, and they reached record AI numbers. So still generally a good look here for AVGO. We also had Tesla, which is on watch. This is the only strong name here on the Mag 7. And looks like it's part of this and Broadcom probably lifting up the Qs. In terms of catalysts today, we did have some reports that the new Trump team is going to be potentially looking at limiting this NHTSA, or the National Highway Traffic Safety Association rule, that has resulted in Tesla having to report a lot of incidents. So we can keep an eye on TSLA here. But also, just going to do a brief thank you here to our sponsors at Worksport. Introducing new discovery in the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and is rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered, and they're now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Make sure to like and subscribe to the stream if you're enjoying what you're watching. Participate in our poll for our rundown at 3 p.m. Vote for your ticker of choice. And check out Neil and his lesson of the day. He's going to be right over there. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Your lesson of the day inspired a little bit by questions we've been getting in the chat about stocks like UNH, stocks like MSTR sometimes. Certainly Uber falls into that category, AMD. They have something in common. They're all trending down. Every day we come in, they just feel like they're weaker and weaker, and everyone's trying to catch a bit of a bottom. And there was something, I'm going to start off by saying something I was talking with my physiotherapist last night, because with regards to MSTR and Tesla and some other stocks. And when he was telling me about liking MSTR, looking for a place to get in, what I sort of said to him was like, always understand the difference between a trade and an investment. I always consider an investment something that, if nothing terribly fundamental changed in the company and the stock and it went down 25 or 30%, I would absolutely want to buy more. And if the answer isn't yes to that, then is it really an investment? Like, do you really believe the company is a good investment if nothing terribly changed and you could just, in the chart, legitimately trade it down? I'm not talking about like magically you get that price. Would you still buy it? If the answer is no, maybe you should consider trading that stock. A lot of times we want to get a good deal. And I don't want to talk about a day trade today. I want to talk about what you can look for signs that at least there might be a reason to get into something which is a falling knife. I'm not going to get into the politics and everything that's behind UNH going down. I think we all understand what's going on here. It's out of favor. And every single time it's dipped into what looks like a support level and bounced, it's still dropping. And one of the things I always talk about is if it's trending down, if a stock was trending up, why do we have no trouble holding it till it gets to the high when it's trending? Or we're more likely to think it's getting to the high. But when a stock is doing this, we don't have any reason to believe it's going into a supply zone. This is not terribly complicated. There was a key level here at 510, which is trying to bounce off of. If it doesn't break the trend here, why would it not be headed down underneath $500 to 480? Like, shouldn't that be the default position in something which has formed a new trend? This is a new event, reversing the high and trending down. And it just confirmed the downtrend the last couple of days. So before we think about, it's an automatic buy at X or Y, why don't we allow it to either get to the price where there has been some obvious supply and significance, or let it reverse the trend? If it's done neither of those things, why are we always in such a rush to get in? Now, I will grant you, on Uber, that seems like it's getting close. Uber, bad news, or what is perceived as bad news, with GM and getting away from Cruise, and then you have this consolidation, breakdown another level, we're getting another consolidation. Like, let it come to you. Why isn't it a short until it's not? Obviously, there is a big supply zone, and it seems like it wants to test it. As a day trader, the thing you can do is just look for short setups. But the more tricky one, and where this all started from when I was talking to my physiotherapist, was everybody wants to catch like SMCI when it bottoms out, or get the bottom on MSTR. And the MSTR is the perfect example of something that if you actually waited for confirmation that a key level was holding, and short seller report, MSTR comes back in, clearly you can find a significant level at 350. It bounces at once. Well, you know what? You don't have to have it then. You know what patience does in a downtrend? It bounces twice. And what does patience do again in a downtrend? It bounces a third time. This is proof that you don't actually have to get the bottom. You just have to observe the bottom and then trade off the bottom that you observe. And if you miss it, who cares? So, like, really, should we be losing sleep about missing out dip buys on downward trending companies, stocks? Why? If you miss a dip buy in an uptrend on a stock that you like, then you should not be happy with yourself. It's like, I missed a really good opportunity. But if you missed a chance to catch a falling knife, Who cares? Either it does show you a bottom and you're joining that bottom, or wait for the next best opportunity. And again, I don't want to sound like I'm preaching or anything, but this really, and I know this isn't a day trade that usually I'm going to go over, but this is such a common thing that we get time and time again. When should I buy X? Where's a good price to buy Y? When should I get back into this? Where should I hold this stock to? And almost every single time that question is coming from a stock that is just in a downward trend. And we're not willing to wait until buyers emerge. There's a power to finding where big money gets in or is comfortable getting back in position, or at least at a minimum stop selling. When you can find those types of levels, all of a sudden you have something to trade off of. We already showed liquidity grab on MSTR. Look at the liquidity grab, biggest pullback. Look at the liquidity grab. Where did it open the next day and hold? 360. 360 again. You don't even need to have it there. 360 again, win. 360 again, win for a couple of days. Just wait for the level to emerge, show some patience, and you can be good to go. And I have to end with this, and I know this is not bullish, but when we talk about support and resistance and supply zones, MSTR today, I'm slapping a big, I wasn't watching it, but I'll slap a fail for not watching it. When a stock makes this kind of a move going into the close, late money matters more. And MSTR dumped the you-know-what in the end of the day. And the key thing here is not so much that it sold off at 404.5 underneath 405. It's that when it got back up here, Bitcoin bounced back over 100,000 and is holding above 100,000. And yet there's still sellers on this stock. So yeah, you've been able to bounce off the 350, but support and resistance matters. It actually showed you a sell again this morning, and that was an obvious level to work off of. But the real lesson here is we shouldn't be rushing to find reasons to buy downward trending names. What we should be doing is be extra patient. You should be more willing to miss a trade in a stock that's trending down, getting that bottom. And you should be a little bit more regretful if you miss a buy in an upward trending stock. Like, that's going to bug me way more than, oh no, I didn't get the bottom on Intel. Oh, I didn't get the bottom on AMD. I should be kicking myself for not being short every day until it stops working. That's the way that's the way we should all be looking at it. Heck, I didn't short AMD yesterday. I did and lost and didn't get back in, and I didn't short it again at the open today. Like, I regret that much more than not finding the bottom in a downward trending stock. So there's your lesson of the day. Don't be overly eager to jump on that trade just because you think it has so much more to reverse. Allow it to show you a reason to get in to a downward trending stock. We get too many questions about this, and no one ever wants people to lose money. But at the end of the day, trend is your friend till the end, as Obi says, when it bends. There's your lesson of the day. Not to be all preachy. Good luck out there, everybody.
Hit the bang. Just such great knowledge.
As always, if you're not listening, then what are you doing? If you're not listening when Neil has his short-term lesson of the day, then are you even really listening?
No, they're not listening. You're not hearing him.
You're not hearing what he has to say at all. Guys, those are golden nuggets as always. And you know what? Today I was going to take a little bit of a trade here on AVGO because it's exactly what we were just talking about not too long ago, correlating volume and price. And then we have that indecision candle on the 5-minute on AVGO. The volume signature isn't there, but with a strong trend like this, hovering a little bit below VWAP, I would have liked to participate in this one. But so far, it seems the ship has sailed on that front. Oh, but it looks like you're in a couple positions.
Yes,
so talk to us.
Yeah, for sure. So I just got filled on SoFi at 1630. I said I was going to get in there. And then I also got in on Roblox at 11s. And so I wanted to get in at 04s, but I feel like I'm asking for a little bit too much. It did get to around 07s, and I saw it kind of stalling there for a bit. If we go here, on Roblox here. Yeah, I really wanted that 04s. It kind of got to that level a little bit, but I saw it printing 07s. It stalled there for a little bit, and I'm like, I should really punch in right now, but I'm just like, no, let me stick to my guns. And then I kind of regret that, to be honest, because that was a great trade. I feel like I should really seize those opportunities when they happen because they don't happen too often. And a lot of the time I'm pretty good at, detecting when there's a little bit of a stall there. But I mean, I just wanted to stick to my my plan. And so sometimes sticking to your plan, it doesn't work out in the way you want it to, but it's working out pretty well right now. And I'm going to let that ride. For Roblox, I'm looking to take profits around 60-40. I feel like I'll take a little bit of a piece off there. And then if I like what I see, then I will add a little bit there. But I want to see what it does at that 60-40. If we can really hold strong and see just a strong green candle there, or if it wicks off of that level. And then also going on SoFi. So they kind of look similar in the way that I'm looking for this this previous high kind of break here. And so it's at 32s right now, as I got in at 30s. And so I'm looking at 1640 for this one. And then for Roblox, did I say 40s on this one too? Yes, 40s on that one as well. And so looking at 20 cents for both trades. How about you, Joe?
Ooh, yeah, beautiful stuff there. So hopefully those continue and will work out for you. But yeah, we're just holding off on some IBIT. It's unfortunate that I missed that AVGO trade, but that's okay. There's always going to be another opportunity, especially we still have some time on the session. And Yoel Reyna, do I believe that the NVDA hype is supposed to increase by 30% early next year? Early next year, I don't know. I mean, if they're continuing to have blowout quarters, extreme demand for the Blackwell chip. So again, I do think that NVIDIA is going to increase. We do have a bunch of analysts after that report gave the price an upgrade up towards that $170 price target. So, I mean, chopping around in these levels, accumulating some shares, and then potentially taking that second leg higher, I think that the hype is real. There's no doubt about it. But when it's going to happen, only time will tell. And unfortunately, that's one thing that we have to be patient with in the market is we have to be really patient and wait for things to start working out. Satya, what do you think? Because as much as we'd like to jump the gun, we don't want to anticipate too much. We'd like to participate in these because we're little and we're small on that front. We let the big boys do all the price movement.
No, and we just jump on the
Yeah, and we just ride the wave. Yeah, we just ride the wave. That's what we do. We just ride the wave. So once that wave starts to formulate, then you can look to participate on that front as well too. But guys, Satya, on our SPY poll that we do, so we do at 1 o'clock every day, we do a long and short collective trade. We got 240 votes, but we like to hit around 1,000. So come on, tell the people, we got to get to it up. Get it up. Get it up.
Go.
Yeah, raise those
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah, we need that.
It's Friday. It's Friday, too. Friday the 13th, in fact, at that. So there's every reason for us to turn this ship around, Satya, because you've seen what we were up, a whopping $3.
Yeah.
Right? A whopping paper dollars. So we need to turn this around and get back on the positive side of things. How are your trades working out?
For sure. So I'm looking at it. They kind of reversed on me a little bit. Let's see what's happening here on Roblox. I'm still pretty convicted in this trade. I feel like I might hop out if it hits around 59.99, 59.98. I find that I like it to stay above those even dollar levels, and then if it does break it and come back up, then I'll get back in. It's just something that I like to do just so that I'm not incurring too much downwards risk, because if it truly is going to go to the upside, then it should break that $60 level again. And so I don't want to hold it down and then hope for it to come up. I'd rather just get out, wait for it to drop, and then come hop back on that bus when it does. But it's holding that 9 EMA right now at 60. It's at that 9 EMA. It is a psychological level. So those two confluences are giving me more conviction in this trade. So I'm going to let it ride, and it's doing its thing. So I think that I'm going to let that ride. And then with SoFi here, this one, it looks like this one's going to be more of a little bit of a trickier trade. I feel like I don't really like when it kind of chops like this in this motion. It's more of a psychological thing rather than the price action being bad per se. But I don't know. I just feel like I just need to be in these type of trades more often to kind of be more convicted in it. But I do like the action. I do like the fact that it's trailing that 9 EMA. It has this kind of action here where it hits this red trend line, it hits there, comes down, but then it's still holding that 9 EMA. So that looks really good. Might just be a little bit of a chop, but I'd say that it's still going to the upside. And so I just need to be, content with the fact that not all of my trades are just going to be a straight green candle, because that is what I'm looking for. But I think that just being convicted, staying in the trade for a little bit longer than I typically would have is just going to keep me afloat with this trade. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, for sure. I know a lot of people in the chat, they like talking about Tesla. There are a lot of Elon fans out here. So we're going to talk a little bit about Tesla because it is my third largest holding in the long term. And we're really appreciating it. And I added some size too, actually, Satya, before this breakout. So I was fortunate. I've been sitting in this for quite some time, since early last year, later last year, sorry. And now everything is starting to work out in our favor because we know that Elon is going to be working alongside Donald in the new administration. So let's talk a little bit about Tesla. I mentioned this the other day and on the rundown with Sean, the recap with Sean yesterday, is that I thought that we might be in some potential exhaustive volume scenarios, kind of like PLTR was, all right? But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. We are still continuing to crawl higher and higher and actually putting in all-time highs on the session. Now that I'm looking at this from a daily standpoint, Satya, we made all-time highs today, pushing up to 431 on the session. So yeah, that is a new all-time high. We have since pulled back in on Tesla, but I am bullish on this stock for the foreseeable future. I'm an Elon bull. I like SpaceX. I like Neuralink. I like the tunnels he's digging in Las Vegas. Everything to do with Elon Musk, I'm all for it because he has proven himself time and time again to be a winner. What do you think about Elon, Satya?
I think he's up to big things. I feel like if you doubt him, he just always proves you wrong every single time. Like, he has his hands in so many things. Right? So I feel like Tesla is just a force that can be reckoned with. You can't say that this company won't be around in the next 10 to 15 years.
No.
I just say that.
So would you buy a robo-taxi if you could?
I definitely would.
Yeah, so like you
just automate that business.
Yeah, just automate it. You don't have to worry about driving. You just type it in on the GPS where you're going every day, and then just sit back and relax. So
I would just get a fleet of them.
A fleet of them.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I think a lot of people are kind of swaying towards, is because this vehicle can work in your sleep, right?
Yeah,
it's automated, so that's kind of the goal that a lot of people have been talking about, is that when you're sleeping, you can kind of be your own Uber business in the meantime, so making money while you sleep, and in the stock market as well too. So yeah, Diane Freak, IBIT is jamming its own song and not with the SPY. Great pick. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's the whole point of this thing. It's supposed to be decentralized, right? So sometimes when it trails the cues, it's like, well, we're supposed to be our own entity here. So let's never mind what's going on in the overall market, and let's do our own thing in the encrypted space. So I really, really like IBIT. Guys, you know that I trade this over and over and over again, and I'm going to continue to trade this as long as it's in play.
Absolutely.
Why not trade it? And sure enough, we know that the gains that Bitcoin can provide, especially over time. We've seen the move that it just went from 77,000 to north of 100K. Why would you, regardless of what the name is, it could be anything. I know Michael Noss was talking about Fartcoin this morning. Fartcoin. So yeah, I thought you would maybe know a little bit about something that one, and like dog with hat. It could be anything. I'm gonna look to participate if it has this kind of like this product that we have with that BlackRock ETF here, having record inflows. Again, just hundreds of millions of dollars of Bitcoin being flown in from this vehicle, the spot ETF by BlackRock. So the largest one of its group. So we really like. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So the positions board is down, guys. They're just doing a little maintenance on it, no problem. But we are slowly starting to recover on Bitcoin. So, Tay, let's see if we can go and test those high days. What do you think?
Absolutely. So I'm looking at this trade here. I'm looking at my SoFi. I'm looking at my Roblox. And, it's trekking up. It's still doing its thing. I am getting a little bit nervous because I did think that I would see more volume here, but I think that if I do see a pullback, at least on Roblox, around 59.96, maybe I'll give it a little bit more room. I think 96 is maybe a little bit too conservative. 59.90, or do I want to give it to 60s? No, I think I'm going to give it to 59.90, and if it gets down there, then I think it may hit 59.60, but 59.90, if it does hit that and then go to 60s, then I'll jump back in. But I think that I'm going to put my stop loss there because I don't want to see it get down there. But what are you guys talking about in the chat? We got here, NVIDIA still bullish. I mean, I love my girl, but let's see what she's doing here. Bullish, Today, maybe not today.
Yeah,
I don't know about today, to be honest, because what I can see here, like we are really struggling with this 134.16 mark, and so it is looking, on the shorter time frame, it is making lower highs here, but that volume really isn't enough. It looks like it's just consolidating a little bit and coming to the downside, and so I don't really necessarily like that. What else do we got here? Someone is saying AMD selling fast now. AMD.
Wow, just living up to the name, eh?
Yeah, see, oh wow. What I like about this is it got to that VWAP level. I wish I was looking at this actually. Yeah, flush.
Yeah.
Damn flush.
Yeah.
Look at that. 127.60 just precisely got up to that VWAP level, couldn't break that VWAP, and then just smacked down. And so that is what we're doing here. Like WWE, it's just getting smacked down.
Oh, smack. That's a good one. Hey.
And so it looks like it's trying to recover a little bit on that 3 minute, but I feel like if I do want to get involved, I do want to see a little bit of a retracement, maybe around 127. But ideally, 127.57 really was that move getting closer to VWAP. So that looks decent as well for the short. And so we may see a possible bounce here at 124.82. But if not, then definitely if it breaks this level, then the continuation of the downside definitely is in play. What else do we got here? Someone is saying, let's go up, NVIDIA, Tesla. Let's look at Tesla. Oh yeah, we did Macy's. That's something different. Macy's. The pre-market's not, I don't know why that, it's just M, right. Macy's. I don't really like this, to be honest. I feel like there's not a lot of volume going on here. I feel like the bulk of this trade should have happened in the morning if you did get involved. If you did get in at these lows around 1628, 1637, then, ride the wave. But I feel like if you're trying to look for an opportunity as of right now, the volume is just not something that is really there right now. We look at this top here. We have 1669, call it 1670s here. And then I'm looking at this range here. So we're just going to forget about, the morning drive trade that happened, but really looking at what the consolidation is looking at. And so the consolidation's between 1645 as well as the 1670 mark. And so I think that it'll just chop between those levels. If you're a range trader, then I say that, you could risk, if you're going short, you could risk to these tops. If you're going long, maybe you could risk to these bottoms, but I just feel like it's not giving you enough momentum for this to really be a fruitful trade. So that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually talking with one of my my buddies in the chat there. He's kind of trolling me a little bit. He's saying, Joe, IBIT is going to need a lot more gas to go higher here. Dan is actually one of my my old friends. We started a trading pod together way back in the day when I was trading at home with another guy that from Connecticut are in the chat, Greg V. So Dan and Greg, we were in a little bit of a collective pool there. They live in the States, and me, obviously, us being here in Toronto. So it's always.
How did you guys meet?
Just through another online trading community. We were always just kind of like trading and always had similar ideas. So we formed this group and we were together for a couple years, and then
That's
so
dope.
yeah, exactly. And it was really nice having those guys around because you go up the ups and downs of trading because we know how turbulent.
Bounce ideas off of each other.
Exactly, and how turbulent it can be earlier off in your career with trading. But Greg, Dan's in the chat. Say what up to Danny F. But we're gonna send it off to Adara for now, Satea.
For sure. Just be aware here of Taiwan Semi. This one is up here about 4.2% right now, TSM, though it is definitely removed from day's highs. Initially looked like this was trading higher because we had a statement from International Data Corp, or IDC, that the company is likely to have a 67% foundry market share by the end of 2025. They also forecast significant revenue increase for TSM, but we actually have a new catalyst coming through. I'm seeing this circulate on social media. Nikkei reportedly saying that TSMC's, or Taiwan Semi's, first Japan fab is actually on track for mass production by the end of the year. So keep an eye here on TSMC with this Japan production story, guys. Back to you.
Dig into that one a little bit there, Adara. I like some semi talk because we know that we need TSM.
Yes.
Was it TSMC? Yeah. So we need them. I know NVIDIA is chewing up a lot of share for them. So again, good on TSM. I think they're building some new plants as well too. So that can be interesting. Let's see what's going on the forefront of that. But what do you got going on there, Satea?
For sure. I'm just looking at those trades that I was in, and I'm trying not to fret too much about it. With the SoFi trade, It got to this 1620 mark. There's a wick on there on the 3-minute, and it did have like this strong wick up, and it closed around 1626. So this looks decent as well. I'm gonna let that ride a little bit. I do think that I will put my stop loss around 1615. I don't think that I want to hold it all the way down there. I mean, it's possible that it can bounce off of that VWAP level, but I think that that is just a little bit too far from my entry. So I'm going to take, just keep an watchful eye out for that. And then someone is saying Tesla sideways. I'm out of here.
They're out of there. They're out of here. All right.
Let's look at this Tesla here.
Take a look at some Tesla.
Yeah, I wanted to go long on this, and I was, eyeing it because of the VWAP hold here. But yeah, it's just not doing too much as of right now. Just a lot of choppy action. I feel like the real move was around, I bet it's around 10. Yeah. Around 9:40, 10 a.m. And so that was the big bulk of the move. And I feel like, just be content with the fact that it's done, it's over with as of right now, and just move on to something that's moving. As Obi would say, where's the next trade? And so that's all you really have to look. There's so many tickers that you could look at. It's not like it's crypto where if Bitcoin or Ethereum's not moving, then there's nothing else that you can really trade. There's so many sectors that you can look at in the equities market. And so just, take a look around, look at trending ticker lists, look at dividends, look at trending ticker lists, dividends, and just so many other things. And so someone's saying SPY making a double bottom, it seems, will be going back up, hopefully. Let's see here. SPY.
SPY.
It doesn't look like it's bouncing as of yet. I really do want to see a bounce around this. I would say 600, to be honest. I say it may break this bottom here around 603.08. I think that we may break that level here. But if we do see a bounce, then possibly. But I don't think that it's enough to really bring it up. But are we going to Adara?
Yeah, we're gonna head it off to Adara.
Okay, sure.
Crapstock, what is it? What kind of comment is that? That is insane. You see it in the chat.
No.
Guys, we're gonna send it off to Adara here.
We do have here the Russell 2000 is certainly on watch because this is actually down more than 1%, near a double bottom here around 233.3. So keep an eye on that. In terms of small caps on watch, there is WKEY. That's WiseKey with a float of about 3.2 million shares. And it's worth noting as well, this one actually had a catalyst with regards to SpaceX, apparently going to be doing a satellite launch with SpaceX on January 15th, 2024. So keep an eye on that. We also have Cumberland Pharmaceuticals. This is a nice little bull flag for CPIX. And now, this is no new catalyst for this one today, but they did announce on Tuesday they did get FDA approval for a supplemental new drug application there for acetadote. So keep an eye here for CPIX. Last but not least, friend of the show, Worksport WKSP, up about 15% here. We announced this catalyst earlier, but they did announce some milestones, including a 127% here increase in new deal growth. So good look there. Also worth noting here, they actually are announcing they're looking to invest in BTC and XRP. So we already heard some crypto investment talks from WKSP. Looks like that's going to continue to come to fruition. Also, just be aware here, Josh Brown currently speaking about Uber on CNBC. So watch UBER. Back to you guys.
We all know about the Josh Brown pumps. Are you familiar with Josh Brown from CNBC?
No.
Oh, yeah. So whatever he buys, it's like kind of like a roaring kitty kind of. But this guy's legit. He's part of Ritholtz. I think he's the kind of the lead analyst, or not the analyst, but the head guy there at Ritholtz. So anything he buys, the market just starts pumping because he does so well for himself. So
do you usually like follow that train? Like if they're saying something on the news, do you usually jump on board, or like what's your kind of
no? Like I won't just like blindly jump in. Obviously, I'll do my own due diligence and stuff like that. But I definitely take into consideration what they say. So speaking of CNBC, I've like a couple analysts there. Tom Lee from Fundstrat and then Danny Ives from Wedbush. Those are like my two head guys. If they're saying something, I'm definitely going to take into consideration what they have to say. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, for sure. But Pedro Khan, Joe, got into an Apple 245 put when it was at 249. Can you say printing? No, I can't say it, but I will say storm. It's an absolute money storm. That's even better than printing. Yeah, catch it, because it's just raining everywhere. So congratulations to you, Pedro Khan. Nice trade there. And Let me know in the chat, did you buy those out the money? So you're just collecting pure extrinsic value on that front? Congratulations to you. Yeah, Sean James. Thanks, Josh. Exactly. Uber is moving now. Okay, everybody's talking about Uber, Satya. Let's pull up, oh my days. Okay, here we are.
It's moving?
Yeah, look at this. The volume stepping in. It is now absolutely pumping. This thing was absolutely been destroyed ever since that the news that Waymo was going to be entering Florida. So now they're going to be looking to take a little market share from Uber, but now we are starting to recover, putting in this amazing candle and this crazy volume. Let's see if we can participate in this somehow. Let's break it down a little bit to the 1 minute. Okay, so that volume is continuing, but I want to zoom out a little bit here, Satya, and see what we got going from a daily standpoint. Ow. Ouch. So yeah, this was the day that I believe it was announced that Waymo was going to be entering into the Sunshine State. Stop embarrassing me when I hit that. There we go. Beautiful. And yeah, down almost 17% off of that day. So it's been a tough ride since that announcement came out, and now we're slowly starting to recover. So let's see if we can bounce. Josh Brown getting involved here on Uber. Satya, what are you cooking up?
For sure. So I'm still looking at my Roblox trade. I'm thinking that I might hop out of this one just because I wanted to see a little bit more volume around that 60-10 mark. We're currently at 59.97, and so we could see a little bit of a bounce here because it's only about 3 cents below that psychological level. But I'm not too sure yet. You know what? I think I might hop out of this trade because I think that if it does break this 59.90 level, then we might see around 59.73. And I could always hop back in if I do see more volume. But what I'm really looking at is just there was rejection here. And so I'm taking that into account from the morning. And then also it was kind of a struggle level as well in the pre-market as well. So I think that that's something that I have to keep into account. It didn't necessarily hold that $60 level that I really wanted to see. And so that is looking pretty bad for me as of right now. Uber's moving though. I thought that it was going to be a downtrend from here. I was just looking at that, but that breakthrough VWAP hella strong. Insane, honestly. So that looks really good. Did you get involved at that at all?
No, I didn't get involved. I think I'm gonna stay away from that one right now. But again, no promises, people.
No, for sure. Something that I'm just looking through the trending ticker list. I'm looking at Adobe. Someone was saying that in the chat as well. And then this is looking pretty bearish still, but maybe we may see a little bit of a bounce here. I'm looking at around 460.82. I do want to see a little bit of life there. But if we do see a little bit of a rejection, if I go here on the 15-minute or even the 45, let's get the 45. Now I'm going to look at the 15. I do want to see a little bit of a retracement up if we are going for, the continuation of the short. Maybe not necessarily getting in at that market price, maybe a little bit of a pullback for 62.60. But this break is what I'm looking at, 460. Hopefully, it's the pivotal level that I'm really looking at. Someone is saying TNX at 49.93. Let's see what TNX is doing. Oh, wow. This is interesting. I've never seen TNXP. I guess it's this one, TNXP. This one doesn't look like there's too much volume. It's around 23 cents. I did put TNX, but it wasn't on the NASDAQ or the New York Exchange. But this is looking, I don't know, I don't like the volume, that it's not having all of that volume that I like to see. Broadcom is gone. Let's see Broadcom.
Yeah.
Broadcom. Yeah, this is looking like a little bit bearish here, but I still think that it's kind of in a range as well. The levels that I'm looking at is where this wick was, around 11.55. I think that this is a level that I do want to play off of, whether we break down from here or bounce off of that level. And so that looks really interesting. I'm going to set my alert here around 213 and see what we do from there. So I'm just going to put that in here.
Yeah.
Value 213. Gonna put that in, and hopefully we see what we can do from there. What else are you guys looking at? Put it down in the chat. SPX short pressing. Let's look at SPX. Load that up. Yeah, this is looking pretty short as well, but we still it looks like on the 45-minute, it looks like if we can get above here around the 6,040 mark, I think that there could be a potential little bit of a bounce here, but I do want to see get above that level there, but that's what I'm looking at. How about you?
Yeah, beautiful stuff. No, I'm just still holding on to some IBIT here, Satea. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's looking like we might potentially go and break the high a day here. We're starting to pick up on a little bit of a little momentum, which I really like. So if we can, like, look at this recovery here. So we almost dropped $1 here, Satea, from 57.80s all the way down to a low of 56.75. So now we've recovered. Look at this, starting to push higher here. This is absolutely fantastic. The volume is starting to kick in. I'm loving this because this is my largest holding in the account. So we're starting to roar a little bit here, but we have to send it off to Adara, and we'll get back to you shortly.
Aware here of Uber UBER. In case anyone missed it, I did drop the catalyst while I was at the green screen because I literally saw it on the TV. But basically what happened here was Josh Brown, who is CEO there of Ritholtz Wealth Management and also hosts the Compound podcast, if you're familiar. So he mentioned Uber on CNBC. I'm not sure exactly what he said. I haven't found any notes on that, but clearly a bullish look, though it is worth noting Uber, a little bit of a pullback, about flat on the day. And interestingly enough, look where we reject. We have this wick here at 61.70, which was actually pre-market support. So we reject pre-market support as of right now on UBER, though I think really notable because of that 5 million share spike in volume. With Uber as well, Josh Brown has pumped the stock before. I mentioned it in CNBC. Another stock that he's done this with in the past is Pfizer. UBER, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, as always, Adara. You know what, guys? We're still in some IBIT, but we just got that big volume pump. So I'm going to look to take a little bit off the top here. We don't have too much left, which is totally fine, but we're just continuing to scalp out. And look at this. This is what we're going to have to record this, even though we do document our trades. But look at this. We grabbed the bottom really nicely on this IBIT recovery. I was just saying to Satea as well, guys, we dropped almost $1 and now we've recovered. So really strong. I told you kind of my intraday thesis on Bitcoin, the encrypted one, on what I was specifically looking for, just due to kind of this engulfing candle that we put in a couple of days ago. So we recovered. We held the support level at the $93,000 mark really well. Glad to see that this underlying asset is super strong, fantastic. And then we put in this kind of breath of a day, little indecision. It does close red, but now we can potentially put in that 3-bar play where we go and exceed that $102,000 price target there. Pedro Khan, $5 super chat, Satea. Yo, yes, got them out the money. It was $2.80 per contract, bang. Okay, now at $3.90 per contract, a total of 10 contracts. Okay, Pedro. So we need to know where Pedro is from because drinks are on him tonight, to say the very least. No, when you're putting up money like that, drinks are on you, my friend. What do you think about that?
Yeah, send them over. Send those drinks express. Come on, you got the money for it.
Well,
Let's go.
They have Venmo. We have e-transfer, so you can e-transfer me or Satea. And
Bitcoin, Ethereum, we take it all.
We'll take it all. We'll take it all. That's for sure. Thank you, Pedro, for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated. Candlestick Conrad. Yes, it did break the high a day. So let's go. Let's see if we can continue on that front. But what do you got going on for us there, Satea?
For sure. I'm looking at this Uber, and we were just talking about it. I really do want to get involved, but I want to make sure that I'm not getting faked out here. Are we going to get it? Are we not? I'm not too sure, but I'm looking at posting my order at 61.20 as well as 61.10 for those dip buys. I think that I like to get in as close to VWAP as possible. I did miss this initial move, but hopefully if it does pull back here, we can still hold above that level, and I can get that wick before we can continue forward. And if it doesn't play out exactly as I think it will, then I'm just going to put my stop loss just below this candle around 60.75. And so I think that that is a pretty decent risk level to have there, and we'll go from there. But I do want to get involved. I can't just look at this thing and see it blast off without me. I did think that it was going to be a downward trend, but as we see things, we can change our mind. And so I'm seeing also too, this is exactly very distinct as well. You're talking about those volume candles and exhaustion. And notice how all these small volume candles to the downside, and then we just have this strong green candle to the upside. So that is very distinct. Thank you for, bringing that to my attention. And so that looks very interesting as well. And I do want to see that continue forward for the long. And then someone's saying IBIT is flying, so you're still in that, right?
Of course.
Okay,
yeah,
he's still in.
We're in it. We're in it.
Yes. And then what else do we got here? SPY recovery inbound. Let's see what the SPY is doing. I did want to get involved with this SPY as well. I feel like this is not necessarily, in my playbook because I was looking for the low break of the day. But it looks like it's bouncing here around the 602.90 mark, and so I don't think I want to get involved for that short. But I'm flipping through things. I'm trying to see, where my playbook lies, but nothing too crazy yet. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, nothing too crazy going on. We are slowly starting to recover. I know you're just talking about SPY and potential double bottom here, but we did break the low a day, folks. But I want to mention something here. 620 votes when we average 1,000 and we only have 16 minutes left. Come on, guys. We don't give up. Look at our equity curve. We need to rebound. Look at this equity curve, Satea.
Yeah.
We need to rebound, and with that, we need to get the votes in because yesterday's poll, it was the closest it's ever been from a percentage standpoint from long and short, with the longs only winning by a staggering 10% when it's been an absolute blowout, the rest of them. So it's been 75%, 25% long to short, and yesterday was the closest. I thought the race would be a little closer than it is today, but again, it seems to be 65% to 35% in a definitive downtrend. I don't know about that one. I voted long. Did you vote?
I voted short.
You voted short, so
Yeah.
okay, all right. So we don't know where Kyle Burdett is either, because where is he at? Because he would usually be voting short. But guys, we're winners here, eh? And so this is what we need to do. We need to start to recover. Guys, get those votes in the poll, please and thank you, because we need to turn this equity curve completely around because it is pointed to the southeast. We do not want that whatsoever. We like northeast trajectories. So we need you guys to start voting and get those votes in so that we can continue on that path. Elon, Joe W., hi Joe. If there is a huge open interest on a call option, would it be possible the stock price is manipulated to make the calls worthless or expiration date, vice versa? Is there a huge open interest on a call option? Would it be possible the stock is manipulated to make the calls worthless or expiration date, vice versa? That's a really great question. But usually when you see high opens, high volume or high open interest around a specific contract, so like kind of that $1.5, would it be say 400, 405, 410, etc. Just using that as an example, those can be potential hedges, okay? Or some really high, an individual who is buying out the money, looking to gain some extrinsic value from those, from that move all the way up to those potential strike prices. Open interest can mean a bunch of possibilities, such as hedging, okay, potential price targets, and expected moves within the underlying. So there's no definitive way to depict what those are, but you can kind of insinuate, hey, what is going on with those strike prices and the overall sentiment of that stock. So yeah, that's the best answer that I can give you on that, Elon. So really great question. I vote for short. LBM, I know you've been in here too, so you voted short. I think the short may be coming in. Dan, did you vote? Dan, you better have voted, especially being one of my buddies there. But again, let's see if we can hold these low, Satea. What do you think? Do you think you voted short.
Yeah.
What do you think happens? Do you think maybe we bounce a little bit here or that we can continue and potentially make another leg down to the downside?
For me personally, a lot of the time in my playbook, like I'm looking for the low of day break. And so it did break around the 603.01. And so usually that kind of gives me a little bit more confirmation for the short. However, one thing that I'm a little bit worried about, especially on the SPY for this trade, is the fact that it already fell from, such a high point, 607, and then we're currently at 603. And so if we look at the ATR, if I go on FinViz here, finviz.com. And then I look on the SPY. Close. And I go down to the ATR. The ATR is around $4.40, so we are approaching, that ATR, and so I'm a little bit worried with this one. But I think that I would reasonably take a stab at it and then just risk to around the 604 mark because I don't want to see it get up there. But I do think because I feel like this gives it enough room to the point where if we do get up here, then I'm totally wrong. I'm out. But this is in my playbook to do those break of low trades.
Yeah. No, so it's not in your playbook. You said to play the break of the low a day.
No, I do like.
Okay,
I do like.
Oh, you do like them. Okay,
but
yeah.
I just didn't like the fact that it fell from such a high point at 607, and we're kind of near that ATR already of 440, and so I'm a little bit wary. Maybe I will take it, but just with smaller size.
Yeah, makes sense because you pointed out that high, so it kind of skewed your risk to reward on that front. Yeah, that's really good. So and that's really one thing that I liked about your lesson too, Satya, and I pointed this out was that just the exponential bet sizing. So kind of just categorizing your trades into a class A, class B, and a class C in order to kind of increase that risk, that share size on those higher ranking classes.
Exactly.
So I really
I would rank that more like a D trade for me.
Yeah, so there you go. So you're going to take a little less size on that one. Absolutely. It's kind of a little bit more of a slow burner and you take less size. Yeah, so guys, that's one really key point I think when it comes to trading is being able to identify the quality of your setups. And Satya had a really good lesson on that. So Joseph, have you heard of a singer named DeJounte? He's literally your twin. No, Marco Gonzalez. I have not heard of.
You have so many twins.
Yeah, DeJounte. Yeah. But yeah, guys, you know what time it is. We got to pay some bills. So, Trade the Pool ad. Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool has launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4% and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the profit split has been upgraded to a generous 70%, so you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. Most definitely bigger and better with Trade the Pool, guys. So scan the QR code in the corner right there, or just click the link in the description. Or do we have a link in the description? Usually we do. I know if you haven't subscribed, Fabian was working on the new subscription emoji there going on as well too. He never comes up to the mic with me and says, Joe, have I liked and subscribed? But yes, of course I have. So guys, check it out. Make sure you like and subscribe and see what Joe, check the whales options trade. Chow, is it open interest 45? Yeah, I'll take a look at that in a second. Love you, Josh, but I need to make some money. Okay, talking about Josh Brown. Okay, we love Josh, but hey, triplets blank. Okay, I don't know them. So there's a triplet. These triplets, this singing group they're referring to. It sounds maybe like they may be South American or something, but I don't know. I like reggaeton and listening to Spanish music. But
I do. I love me some reggaeton.
Yeah, you like some Spanish?
Yeah, I do.
Let's go. Nice. But yeah, what do you got going on for trade wise there?
For sure. I was actually trying to take a stab at the SPY here, and so I don't know. I just don't like it. I got in at 602.90s, and then it bounced a little bit at 98s. And so I feel like it is a little bit paper hands, but I like to see it go immediately. And the fact that I didn't see that, I kind of just punched out here. And I might regret it because it does look like it's going down, but it does look like it's fighting a little bit with that 90 mark. And so maybe I might get involved around 602.85. I feel like that gives me a little bit more confirmation, but this wick here is like not what I wanted to see at all. And so that's why I punched out as soon as I kind of punched in. I punched in 1 minute, punched out another minute, but I just didn't see what I wanted to see. And I feel like that I'm very disciplined in that way because I want to see it immediately. It needs to go immediately because that's what got me in. And if I don't see that, I just get out and wait for a better opportunity. And so I'm glad I did that because we are currently at 603.28. And so yikes, that doesn't look great. but I did get filled on that Uber trade here.
Let's go.
And so
you're
I
in
got
it now.
in
Let's
at
go.
61.19. I also have another dip buy at 61.10. And so I'm risking to this level, 60.77. I feel like if we get there, then this may have been a little bit of a fake out here, but I do want to see a hold of that VWAP level. And if I do see it, then I will stay in that trade. But it looks pretty decent as of yet, but I do want to see a hold of that level. If I look here on the hourly chart, see, it doesn't look great. What I don't like on the hourly is the fact that it had this wick here, but it's still kind of an uptrend here. So I'm just going to wait and see. I'm going to be patient with this one. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, I totally agree. Patience is really key. I think it's one of the fundamental aspects of trading. But I wanted to ask you this, Satya, because I know you're really into crypto. So if you had the chance, you're familiar with Michael Saylor, right? MicroStrategy, he has all the Bitcoin, like hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So would you rather be an individual like Michael Saylor who just buys Bitcoin on the outright market? Or would you rather be kind of like a miner, like the Maras and the Riots of the space?
That is a good question. I feel like I'd rather buy the asset outright. Yeah. Just because I'm just when I first got into crypto, I did a lot of research about like decentralized finance and things like that, and I feel like the miner like connected to the stock and the equity. I feel like it doesn't give me like the decentralization that I'm looking for.
That you're looking for, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a totally different play, I think, from just going with the underlying asset. As proven before from like the charts from a daily perspective, like Mara and Riot. So they haven't nearly appreciated as much as Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy has and Bitcoin. So definitely, I definitely agree with you on that front. There's no doubt about that. Guys, but we only have 6 minutes left until we dock our 6th trade as a collective unit. We're pushing up to that 1,000 mark, but we're just a little shy of it, around 771 votes, guys. So continue to get those votes in. LBM, I know you had a solid point in the chat. Sorry, I forgot it. MSTR not going to step by step, and that's why I asked Satya that. So MSTR not going step to step with Bitcoin. I totally agreed, and I want to point this out as well too. Kind of since we were talking about volume price analysis on the session, and I want to bring this up from a daily perspective because I'm going to show an identical setup on Palantir. Okay, so guys, as you can see, if I were to eliminate the ticker name there, you would think, it's kind of an identical setup. So this run that MicroStrategy went on, absolutely fantastic. Michael Saylor just continuing to buy more Bitcoin. The company's starting to appreciate with that underlying asset as well too. But one thing I want to point out, and I will always point out, is this massive engulfing signal right here, Satya, with that engulfing volume signature as well too. I love to correlate price with volume. Beautiful. You see this price action pattern here that I'm referring to, and then I'm going to pull up PLTR. And if you can see the similarities in that, that is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I think you're headed in the right direction. So I like that. So you can see the price isn't obviously the same, Satya, but you notice that we have this massive down engulfing candle with that isolated volume signature, maybe indicating that PLTR is about to pull back a little bit there. So I like to point out those patterns because they do correlate a lot, and you can see these similarities in different and through different tickers. I know I did some other patterns with you guys with Tesla and Google, and sure enough, we got those breakouts that we were talking about. So these are the things that I like to keep an eye out for. I love the correlation between volume and price. It's really key, and I know a lot of people in the chat have been reading the volume price analysis book. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that because I have absolutely. But what do you got going on right now?
No, for sure. I was looking at that Palantir. I know you're looking on the higher time frame, but this looks like a good setup for me as in terms of the day trade, just because it's rejecting off of that VWAP level. We do see like all of these wicks here. This one was from the morning around 9:35, around 10:10. We see all those wicks. It gets to that level and then it just cannot hold those levels. And so we can see here just crazy downtrend here. And so we're seeing that we might have a little bit of a hold up here around this 73.57 mark, but I do think that if it breaks a little bit of this consolidation here, because what I'm seeing, if we kind of zoom in here, is I'm looking at this kind of area. And so I do want to see a break of this level around 73.54 for this short here, risking just above VWAP around 74.28. Those are usually my type of plays here, and I like the fact that it's kind of close to this downwards trend line that I've drawn. Had that wick here, and then we're going down, and I think that this is kind of the second leg that I'm looking for. So I think I'm going to hop in that trade here. I'm going to get in around, I'm going to do around 73.54. It is looking like it's wicking a little bit around that 73.60, but I think 73.54 is what I'm going to put my level at. And then my Uber trade is printing, so that is good. So I'm going to hit the bang. Yes, thank you for the bang. And so that is looking good as well. I did get a little bit nervous with that one. I'm just going to go back over to Uber here. And this is what I want to see, that hold of that VWAP level. Did I get my dip buy? Yes, I did get my dip buy at 61.10, and so that looks really good. I typically don't split up my entries like that, but I just felt like it's close to VWAP. This is the trade. This is the trade, and so I need to get in a big bulk of it at VWAP. And so what I like about it, even though I was sad that I kind of missed this move, I feel like this second pullback gives me more confirmation because anyone could have got faked out here, right? But I feel like this hold here really stays true to that it will hold and make the next leg up. So someone's saying, Sixto, is it too late to buy Bitcoin long term? I mean, it really depends. Like, are you just new to crypto? Are you just getting into it? I feel like getting in at these $100,000 marks are a little bit, too high. But we're going to Adair and we'll be back with that.
Hey, we have some news here on Nikola. NKLA down about 8% here. Electrek reporting that the production shutdown at the company might be more permanent, saying that apparently a salesperson at a Nikola dealership told the Electrek reporters there that they were instructed not to accept purchase orders on the hydrogen fuel cell trucks for the foreseeable future. So seems like there could be some production issues there. This also follows here a former TSLA complaint claiming that the fuel cell in the truck shuts down unpredictably. So following these complaints, we now have some reports that there is some potentially permanent or long-term shutdown for production at the oft-embattled NKLA. Back to you guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Awesome.
Beautiful,
So yeah,
beautiful.
just answering that question here. I feel like it really depends. Like, are you just getting in freshly now? If you do have some skin in the game before, then I would say, adding here at this $100,000 mark doesn't look like a bad look. But I'd say getting in a bulk of your position at this 100,000. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like it's just a little bit. It's just a little bit too high for me. I would wait for a pullback if you really are itching to get in. I would say 90,000 is something reasonable that I would rather get into rather than at market price as of right now. Let me look on the weekly chart here. Yeah, like a lot of the time with Bitcoin, it reverts the move that it made. So I can see reasonably a dip buy at that 90,000. I think that it's still going to be an uptrend, but I feel like you just have a lower expected value from this $100,000 mark. So give yourself a little bit more room, 10,000 at 90,000. And so I would say that would be a little bit of a better look. If you are feeling a little bit late to the party, I would say just getting into those altcoins. Like something that I'm looking at is actually Solana. At a point of time, I had 70 Solana, sold it all. I'm very sad about that. Yeah, but this, I do want to get, I do want to get back in that one.
Is right.
Yes, and so.
If you still had those, you'd be in the tropics. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you'd be out there. Yeah, you'd be out there.
But I had paper hands with that one. But I would say that this, because I kind of missed the Bitcoin kind of boom there, this would be something that I'm looking at for the next boom for next year. And so I'm looking for a little bit of dip buy. I'm looking at around that $200 mark. I think it can revert to that psychological level, and I think that I would be loading up there. So yeah, rather than getting into Bitcoin, I think that altcoins would be a little bit better because if Bitcoin's moving, the altcoins are going to move. And I feel like you have, a better percentage move going into those altcoins rather than just Bitcoin.
Yeah, beautiful take there. I think I agree with you, but I mean, I'm a Bitcoin bull. I'm going to be a big Bitcoin bull for the foreseeable future. I mean, when you have these large entities kind of just hoarding this product, then I think just from a supply and demand constraint aspect, we have limited supply, right? So the demand of that is apparently through the roof. So we're going to see if we can continue in that northeast trajectory on Bitcoin. But guys, it's that time. It's 1 o'clock. We're going to document our 6th trade here, and it's looking pretty good. So as of right now, it's 102. We're going to be entering, you guys, what we know, we have a $1 stop loss with a $2 price target. So guys, we're going to be entering in at 603.01 perfectly with a target price of 605, quick math, and then 2-to-1 there, and then with a stop loss of 602.01, sorry folks. And then we're gonna document this. Let's see if we can get the ball rolling again as a collective unit. I have a lot of confidence in this one. I do think that we bounce, so I'm glad that we're documenting this stuff. This is what you kind of want to do. If you're not doing this at home, make sure you document your trades kind of in this type of aspect, and then you can build your own cumulative P&L and then go back and check that data as well too, guys. But you know, at 155, we are going to step out of this trade. So I'm looking forward to this one. I have a lot of confidence in it. But guys, the second poll is up. The afternoon rundown. Put your votes in the chat. Let me know what you guys are voting for. Satya may have the hottest pick of the session so far with Tesla because, let's see, it's already a landslide. It's already a landslide with that one. So good pick there, Satya and Jameson. ETHU, I was out talking to Satya about that not too long ago, so maybe we'll touch on that a little bit in a little bit. But first, we are going to go off to Adara. Yes, Adara.
What we're going to do here is take a look at crypto, as we always do, around 1 p.m. during the midday. Make sure that you took a chance here to vote for your ticker of choice in the poll as part of our audience engagement segment, as always. I found this pretty fun graphic earlier today on X, posted by Carbon Finance, and basically shows Dogecoin's 60 billion market cap in context with a lot of other major companies. Dogecoin now has a higher market cap than Block, then GM, Snowflake, Monster, Lululemon, EA, DraftKings, Robinhood, Reddit, and Snapchat. So great milestone here for DOGE. There's actually a post here on our research Twitter account, TTV Research on X, if you have not followed it, showing all of the market caps of a lot of these major crypto-related names. So definitely check that out. I have the Dogecoin chart up here in the daily chart for fun with that in mind. Nice little bull flag on this. And we've generally had higher highs, higher lows, but we broke from that trend pretty viciously on Monday with this bearish engulfing candle taking about roughly 5 days worth of price action. So let's see if we're able to solidify, firm up a little bit here on Doge. I just want to take a look at Bitcoin because, of course, Bitcoin here, as I mentioned earlier, near a really key level of potential resistance that it needs to break through, and it's around that 101 halves. So we are, as of right now, above it. The next wick above there would be the wick we had yesterday, that 102 threes, and then if we can clear that, we can make new all-time highs potentially near that 104 area. I want to look at the weekly chart of Bitcoin as well because we tend to mostly look at the daily, the hourly, but the weekly is also great. We've had it looks like we've had only one red candle here since the election, and on the weekly chart, and even then that was pretty bullish. We have this bottoming tail candle here basing out just above that 91,000 level, and we continue to push to the upside. So pretty bullish look here for the weekly, nice rounded bottom, continuing to push to the upside. We'll have to see how these crypto names fare heading into the actual turning of administration here on January 20th, but lots to be excited about in the crypto space. I'll have to wait and see what new SEC chair, at least nominee, Paul Atkins does for the space, guys. Back to you.
Interesting stuff, as always. I was looking at the market capitalizations of the largest ones not too long ago, with gold being the highest with trillions and trillions. But climbing the ranks slowly is Bitcoin and the crypto space, sitting up there around that 7th spot, I believe 7 or 8. It's in the top 10 of largest market capitalizations in the States. So that's interesting. The space is without a doubt growing and continuing to grow. As I mentioned time and time again, with these new spot ETFs coming in, you get these record inflows. And sure enough, this gives investors that kind of a blanket of security to say, hey, we don't have to go on these brokers, not saying like FTX, but CoinSquare and Coinbase, space. But using these ETFs, it also gives us the ability to protect our downside by hedging with options, because IBIT now has the ability to be optionable, and I was looking forward to that, and I really, really like that, Satya. So
do you have like the underlying asset and then you just hedge it with options? That's what you do?
So what I do is, so I have a little bit of the actual asset itself, so Bitcoin, but the majority of my holdings are in IBIT.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So now it gives me the ability. So as soon as the inauguration of IBIT, as soon as it came out, I just like funneled right to it. Yeah, I funneled right to it. I'm like, let me get involved in this. So I got involved in that, but now a couple months later, it is now optional. So that can give me the ability to hedge my positions just in case I see some foreseeable like some downside.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, for sure.
So why hedge with options rather than, let's say, leverage trading and then going short on, let's say, Bitcoin or something?
So the thing about that's actually a fantastic question. So why options is because it gives you a kind of a flexibility. So what you just mentioned is using a leverage product to leverage. So going short some say I think it's BitX, BITX, or IBITX, something along those lines. It's a leverage product, so the decay is vast. But with options, it gives you the ability to be flexible and create combination kind of styles of trades. Okay. So instead of me just buying outright shares, I can create kind of like a bull call spread, let's say in this instance, where it's a short-term bearish trade where I can go, okay, maybe a week or two, I'm looking for some short-term pullback. I can construct this trade and then create some passive income from that aspect. But that's actually a fantastic question, really. But yeah, that's why I would choose options over kind of using a leverage derivative.
Okay, but I'm not even talking about like equities. Like you can use like perpetual futures to short like Bitcoin itself, like Bitcoin USDT, like that currency pair rather than have you done that?
No, I've never done that. This is new to me. No, totally. So that the reason why I got it, well, I didn't know at the time, but if the exchanges are going to put a product online that has a lot of inflows and extremely popular, the chances of it being optionable are extremely high. Okay, so that's why I was kind of anticipating that IBIT was going to be optionable in the future, so that way you can leverage kind of the up and down side as well too. So
okay, great. Yeah, no, there's always something that you could trade, because me personally, I just used the perpetual futures. I find that like that is easiest for me. But yeah,
so you would just sell the futures for some potential downside. Is what you're playing. Yeah, exactly. That's beautiful. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. See, you learn something new every day, I guess, and I didn't know that. So that's a great perspective, but that is why I decided that I would like to trade the ETFs, is for that flexibility in the options trading.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, how's our Uber working out here?
Uber is looking pretty poor, to be honest. I was looking to take profits when it got up to around 61.25, but I'm just like, you know what? I'm in this for a reason. Let me, let it ride. But I think that I don't like the fact that it's broken below VWAP again. I wanted to really see it hold above that VWAP like it was doing here, but the fact that we just had this one green 5-minute candle and then sell off straight from there, and then we're kind of at this halfway mark, or a little bit more than halfway of 50% of this candle, I don't like the fact that it's kind of reverted that move. So I think I'm actually just going to punch out of this one. It may recover, but I do want to get in if it gets above 61.20. Yes, it's me, getting in above my initial entry price, but it just gives me more of the confirmation that I need. And then Kyle Burdett, he's back in the chat saying, nice to see Sharif let his hair grow. I know, right? It looks good. But
savage.
He's super savage. I'm telling Sharif when he comes back.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Uber trade's not looking too good right now. So I think I'm gonna punch out. How about you, Joe?
I'm looking at this Uber too, Satya. I might have to punch out of this one shortly. But Kyle, thank you for the $2 super chat. Much appreciated, my friend. As always, glad to see you in the chat. And need I say less, Kyle? How was your day? Yeah, I already know how your day most likely went. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that, Kyle. I'm sure you're gonna inform us on how those puts are absolutely printing up a absolute money storm. But Satya, yeah, you're right. We're gonna have to pop out of this. This Uber trade here. Yeah, it's not working there. It didn't want to hold the volume weighted average price, so that's totally fine, guys. That happens from time to time. But someone in the chat asked me to talk about AMD. AMD is the winner on the afternoon rundown. So we are definitely going to talk about AMD after this show here with me and the boys over there to my right. But keep in mind, guys, we have our other poll up as well, too. And let's take a look at the current standings. And it's an absolute landslide with Tesla with 48% of the votes there, all right? I like my steaks bloody, like my markets. I'm a medium rare guy. I don't mind a blue steak, though, once in a while, Kyle. So do you like blue or do you like medium rare? I'm more of a medium rare. How about you? Do you eat steak?
You're going to laugh. Everyone's going to laugh. I like mine well done.
No,
I am so sorry.
no, that's it.
That is, yeah, the crunchier the better. I am so sorry.
It can still be crispy on the outside and then nice and medium rare on the inside.
No, I can't do that.
Oh,
but
no.
That, it is what it is.
Well, I sorry, one more time. Rinse the well done. No way.
Yeah, no love with that one.
No love. No love with the well done. And with ketchup. Bilbo bag holder, well done, and with ketchup.
Yes.
Way to ruin the steak, Bilbo bag holder.
No, I'm with him on that one.
Oh my days.
With the potatoes?
With the potatoes, that's absolute blue steak sounds like food poisoning, escape planet. Oh yeah, so guys, let us know in the chat whether you like either medium rare or well done, which we don't really like around here. I like it burnt, baby, super done. Oh my days,
Yes.
Forex, hey you. Forex, how are you gonna do me dirty like that, my friend? I thought you would have been on the same party as me. Hi, Joe. From the short-term trade, INTC, a better chance with the upcoming new CEO announcement. Yeah, let's see on INTC. I don't really talk about that stock too much because if you're not trending in the northeast direction, Satya, I essentially want nothing to do with you. And INTC has been doing exactly that. It's been trading ever since this earnings report, has the inability to fill this gap here and just kind of hovering around this $20 mark, $20 to $25. INTC is not going to be getting any of my attention because there are so many other things Satya, that we can be trading, like Amazon, that's been on an absolute tear, continuing to hover around those highs around $227. Then we have Apple also making all-time highs not too long ago as well too. We like Apple, so why am I looking at INTC? I'm a bull. I don't want to deal with INTC. I want to deal with these guys here. And then also we have not NVDA, that's a chip stock as well too. What else made all-time highs? The darling himself, Elon Musk. And Tesla pushing those all-time highs potentially. I don't know if we're going to make some more all-time highs today, but we're headed in that direction. Satya, what do you think?
I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that you wanted to wait until like this gap fills. So what would you do from here? Would
for
you
INTC?
Yeah,
I would look to play the gap fill. I wouldn't participate in INTC until the company starts to turn around. I want to start seeing some positive quarters and some more positive sentiment around this stock in order for me to kind of start getting involved from that aspect.
So you would rather it kind of go above that gap?
I would like to see it fill that gap with momentum and some strength, right? Like a news catalyst coming out, like INTC changes CEO, looking to restructure the company, something along those lines, and then maybe I would look to participate. And then you have those solid, like kind of those earnings announcements coming out and with some solid quarters. Like we get maybe a less loss than expected and a little bit more revenue than expected, and then I would start to look at INTC. But
so the catalyst has to kind of follow suit,
yeah,
not just the price action.
Exactly,
Okay,
absolutely. Like we want to get that fundamental support kind of behind it as well too. Yeah, absolutely.
That makes sense. So right now I'm looking at SoFi. I jumped out of it before, but I got back in because I saw that VWAP hold.
Oh, nice.
And so I got out around, I think it was around 1630. That was my initial entry. I see this hold the VWAP here, and this is my second time to shine, to get back in, to get in the real size that I wanted to, because even though I could have just held it from my entry price to this VWAP level, because a lot of the time I think of VWAP like a net, it should hold, but I just don't want to incur that downwards risk. And so once I see it that second time, I'm like, hey, this looks great, let me get back in, and with even more size than I did before. And so this looks decent as well, but I am still looking at this level here around 1623, 1624, because again, this was a previous rejection level in the morning around 936. And so this, even though it broke through here and it's getting up here again, I still want to see a very strong volume coming in there. And I'm going to look on the tape to see what's happening here. And so we're seeing a lot of red flushing on the tape, but we're not seeing the price action necessarily go down. Even though there's lots of red on the tape, it's not necessarily breaking that 1620 mark. And so I think that that's something to keep note of. So looking pretty decent as well. I don't want to see it break around the 1614. If it does break that, I would be a little bit worried. Maybe might take a piece off. But I think I'm going to let this ride because the second time's a charm for me. And so that is what I'm looking at. And then the R-vol is also kind of increasing as well. If we look on the R-vol here, it is ascending, upwards. It's not descending, it's ascending. And so I think that's something to take note of as well. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, someone in the chat, Jam Lossie, asked me about Worksport. I don't have too much of an opinion on this, but one thing that you do want to keep in mind here, and I really like that, is I'm always going to correlate volume and price. So sure enough, if the fundamentals are going to support it, you're going to see it reflected in the price action. But guys, what I really like about this here, Worksport, is that volume is starting to increase. That volatility is starting to increase. You're getting those larger days. Putting in a potential bottom there with the low of about 35 cents, but now recovering and then putting it in an engulfing candle here, which I really like as well too. So let's see if this thing can start to recover on Worksport. All right, guys. So technically, slowly starting to recover. So let's see if the fundamentals can start to support that. Joe, Apple is curling. Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at AAPL, as Sharif would like to refer to as the dead one. Is very much alive. Not today, but it has been in the past. So let's break this down to a 5-minute time frame. My favorite. Yeah. And beautiful, guys. And our SPY trade is working out. We caught the lows on the SPY trade, guys. So congratulations to that. So I think we're going to be back on the positive side of things very shortly. So because, we do close that trade at 155 exactly. Kind of like an algorithmic trade, all right? So it's like if we had the ability to use PineScript or Python, I know the boys do here, but it's just a time-based trade, and we're going to log it, say, as systematic as we can. So we're going to continue to monitor that. But Apple, it is starting to slowly curl over. A nice potential bottoming signal here with a doji at a low. It's not quite isolated, and you don't have that volume signature supporting it, but it is slowly starting to curl back over. So if these mega caps start to recover, I think the market can definitely start to recover with it as well, too, guys. Bitcoin is recovering now, pulling back, rejecting that high, well, not past the high a day, but rejecting 5810s on IBIT. Let's pull up the actual encrypted one, the underlying asset itself, and see what's going on. We do have some really key resistance levels. Robbie V pointed this out in the chat. So good point out there, Rob, about that 102 resistance level. We had these marked out before, so I'm expecting a little bit more momentum to step in order for us to break these levels. We need a lot of conviction, Rob, and I agree with you on that front, in order to break these levels. But I think when we do, I think 110, 115 are those next potential price targets. Even north of that, 120, 130 would be ideal. I will have no issues with Bitcoin hitting $130,000. Tateya, how about you?
For sure. I'm looking at NVIDIA, and I'm also looking at SoFi. NVIDIA, I typically don't like to get in below VWAP, especially for the long. But I'm seeing a little bit of life here. I'm seeing a little bit of a curl action. And if I'm looking at the SPY here, it's kind of doing the same type of action. Let me just pull it up here. And so it looks pretty similar. So if we look here, we have this bottom. This was around 1109. Let me look on the 15-minute or the 30-minute. So I think this is a little bit more distinct here. It's just really struggling to break below this level around 132.56. And then with the SPY as well, if we go here on the 15-minute or even the 30-minute, we can also see it's just one big candle here. And I do want to see, when does the next candle form? It's going to form in the next 9 minutes. So I'm going to see at 1:30 where that candle closes. And if it can close at least above this 603.50 mark, then I'm looking looking for the long there. So that looks pretty decent as well. But I think for NVIDIA, I think I might take a stab at it just because the risk level isn't too crazy here. I'm thinking that I may want to catch a little bit of a dip buy around 133.50 and then just risk to these lows here, 132.62. Because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm right, at least I'm going to take profits around that VWAP level. And if it does want to continue this downward trend, then I think it may reject from that VWAP level. How about you, John?
Yeah, for sure. I want to take a look actually at Costco. Unfortunately, we didn't. I think Derek can fact check me on this. We didn't hear anything about a split. Neil was talking about this as well too. I think a lot of investors, we do know that we have about $7 trillion on this side in cash. I'm not saying it's all going to go into Costco, but in the money markets. So there's a lot of money on the sidelines. So I want to know if Costco is going to split because a lot of people want to participate in this stock today. I really like Costco, and Sean and I were talking about it yesterday, and he brought up a really good point. There's not very many grocery stores that you have to pay a membership in order to get into, so they will always have that consistent revenue stream, which is really like, and that's why I like Costco. So I think it's like Walmart and Costco are America's darlings almost.
Yeah.
So, do you shop at Costco?
I don't have a Costco.
No, I don't have a Costco card either. So if you did have a Costco card, would you choose Walmart or Costco, even though I'm saying if you had a Costco card? Which one do you think you'd like?
Honestly, I feel like you get more bang for your buck with Costco. Everyone that I know that has a Costco card, they get everything by the boatload, and they're like, hey, I'm stocked up for the next 3 months, right? And they're like, I paid $30. And it's just like, damn, for like 2 to 3 pounds of steak, like goddamn.
Yeah. For me, Costco was a little overwhelming. It's like, okay, I like Fruitopia, but I don't need 8 cartons of Fruitopia. You know what I mean? I don't need that. So
I feel like it's more beneficial if you have a family.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's aiming towards, right? If you have that larger family, then you definitely want to take. I like Costco gas. Okay, I'm one person, but okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I don't. So hold on, no, Ram, you wait in line for the Costco gas. There's no line, okay, because I know those lines can get absolutely hectic with the Costco gas. At that point, you go at closing, okay, so you got it figured out. She's beat the system. She beat the system itself. She goes to a Costco where no one else really goes to, and then waits until everybody's about to go to sleep, and then heads in to the Costco to get her gas. So that's absolutely perfect. What do you think about extending wedge on AVGO? Right down an alleyway. Let's pull up some AVGO on that front and see what's going on. Satya, what do you think? Are we going to call this an ascending wedge on AVGO, or do we think maybe? I mean, I see what you're getting at here. Absolutely, I like this. So as you can see, we got those higher lows forming with that flat top here, with that form of resistance. What do you think from an ascending wedge, Satya? Do you think that Broadcom still has enough juice left in the tank in order for it to break this 218 level?
218. I mean, I don't know. Like, it looks, I feel like because it's holding this VWAP level, there is a possibility that it can break this level. And I think that we do want to see that steam happening right at that level, around 218.50. I do want to see like a strong candle, like a 3-minute or a 5-minute candle breaking above. I do want to see it at least get to 218.80s within one candle. I feel like that's the volume that I want to see. If I'm seeing kind of one 3-minute candle or three 3-minute candles kind of trekking into it, I won't really like that. I do want to see a little bit more volume to give me more confirmation, just because it's still in this kind of range between 213.12 and then around this high 221, let's call it 60s. But what I do think is very distinct is the fact that I'm looking at this pre-market level around 216.60, and so I think that that is a level that we need to keep into account as well, because this may just be a little bit of a pullback before the actual move happens. But I think that volume is just an issue. I don't necessarily think it's the price action. I do think that it's going forward. Like, if we look at the trend is bullish. And we had earnings, yesterday after the bell. But I think that today specifically, I think that it's a little bit lacking there. And so I don't think we'll necessarily get it today. But who knows? Who knows what will happen at Power Hour? I think that 3 p.m. is definitely where we'd want to see that if it doesn't happen yet within the next hour and a half.
I totally agree with you on that front, and I like how you kind of pointed out the volume standpoint from a breakout. We need that volume to step in order for us to continue to push higher. So if you're looking for that big breakout trade and you're like, why aren't we breaking out? Well, take a look at the volume by time profile, all right? And just see what volume is telling you. Is that tape starting to pick up in speed? Is that volume stepping in? Are you getting those aggressive sellers smashing the ask? So let's see what goes on with that. But again, you need that volume to step in. And yes, Tony, next Wednesday is the FOMC meeting. I'm pretty sure, Adara, you could probably fact check me on that as well too, but I am pretty sure it is at 2 p.m. next Wednesday with our guy, Jerome Powell, speaking at 2:30 as well too, guys. So Nike earnings, Seth, Nike earnings next week. Is this a dip buy? It's so tough. And we talk a little bit about kind of this retail space with Nike and just the competition in this athleisure. It's so vast and it's getting tougher. I know me personally, I wear like Gymshark. It's so easy. They deliver quick and it's relatively cheap, kind of where Nike's swayed into that luxury athleisure brand and then opened up all those storefronts, not using Foot Locker and Champs kind of as their gateway to the consumers, now kind of going on their own way on that front. So again, Nike, I don't love Nike. I'm going to be frank with you. I'm going to avoid this from a speculative standpoint. You need this this company to start putting up some quality quarters first before you look to get involved. Anything can happen, but you want to see that consecutive, like maybe a quarter or two where they start beating, the inventory start stepping down as well too. So keep that in mind with Nike. Again, there's just so many other ways to reach the consumer via social media and other aspects as well too as the internet too. So guys, keep that in mind. I think it's going to be a tough ride for Nike moving forward. Just because I mentioned there's so many different like off brands now. Like you have Aloe, you're familiar with Aloe, and Gymshark and all those kind of like athleisure brands. So I think that's why Nike might be in a little bit of trouble. What do you think, Satya?
That's fair. There is like so many other brands that are a lot cheaper, have the same type of quality. And I feel like once people started to realize that like you can buy from warehouses that Nike and stuff buy from, I feel like that's kind of been a cheat code that people have been using. Because at this point, Nike's not really leading with quality. It's kind of just a stapled name that, you know, they do have first advantage moving. But I just feel like there's just so many other companies that can take that crown with the same type of quality.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned before, they started opening up the storefronts and everything. But then again, you go to Nike and it's an established brand. It's kind of that name that everybody liked a while ago. But then you look at the price tags of some of their sweaters and their sweatpants, and it's like, for Nike, like this was nothing what it used to be paid back in the day. So again, yeah, they kind of dropped the ball on that one a little bit. But someone in the chat asked me, Joe, can you have a look at Amazon? It looks like it wants to go green. For sure, let's take a look at Amazon Web Services. Okay. Yeah, so guys, it is starting to curl around a little bit. It has breached VWAP. Oh, wow. Our SPY trade is absolutely buzzing. So congratulations to us so far. We got 25 minutes before we document this trade. So let's see if we can hold this because this might be a record day as a collective unit. So let's see if we can continue in that northeast trajectory. But back to Amazon, folks. Let's see what's going on with this. Yeah, again, the breach of 227, 228. Holding really strong. I like that. Oh, I'm getting everybody fired up about the Jordans and everything going on in that. But yeah, guys, let's see what happens with Amazon. This is a nice move, but don't forget it's Friday. The volume does tend to dwindle off a little bit in that afternoon session. So don't expect any, as Sharif would like to say, extreme buyer exuberance stepping in and leading this to a higher day. But I do think we can slowly start to recover as the market has shown it is right now. Let's really see how the SPY and the Qs test around VWAP. Satya, what do you got going on?
Awesome. So I was looking at NVIDIA, and so I think that I might post an order here. I want to see a break of this 134.67, and I think that I would want to get involved here just because I'm seeing this trail of the 9 EMA. I like the fact that it made these distinct bottoms here, and so I think that reasonably I can get in there. So I think I'm going to weasel my way in on that one there. And then also too, I did get back in at SoFi. I did pop get out just because it got to 1622, and I'm like, I don't know. But just because I was seeing this rejection here at 1624, which was the previous rejection from the morning. But once I saw it break above it again, I'm like, you know what? This is the time, big size, and we're going up to the upside. It's not in the money yet. I did get in at 1629, so we are 1 penny out of the money. But I do think that that second touch above 1624 is what I wanted to see, and I think that I'm just going to let that one ride there. And then as for NVIDIA, I'm going to get in here. So I'm going to put in that order at 134.67, or let's do 60s and then give it a 7 penny spread. So that is what I'm going to do here. And then hopefully we do get filled on that one, because it does look like it's looking to reverse here. So that looks pretty decent as well. And I'm just going to take it to VWAP. I don't necessarily think that it will break VWAP with a vengeance.
Hi, Adara.
Oh, there she is.
There she is.
But I don't think that it's really going to have a lot of volume to really break through. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think that it's just a little bit of a scalp trade there. And then if it does hold above VWAP, then I'll just load up more. And even though I'm getting in at a higher price, at least I do have confirmation that VWAP potentially does hold this up. So that looks pretty decent as well. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, that looks fantastic. I'm talking with top VIOP in the chat. All I can say is this: hey, thanks for the love, my friend. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. Those words go a long way, without a doubt, on that front. And Electric Passions, congratulations on those SPY puts. I'm glad you had a stellar day on that front as well, too. Keep smashing it. My good buddy, Forex AU, you're a little quiet in the chat today. Are you still in the chat, Forex AU? Let me know. And then we're going to come back and talk some more stock with Darren and I right after we get back from Adara. Or Satea and I. Did I say Adara?
Weekly chart. We had a beautiful little doji candle last week, a little bit of a topping tail candle. And it's interestingly enough, this support kind of forming off of previous resistance around mid to late June 2024. So certainly keep an eye on that level for the DXY. Right now, though, nice push up this week. Right now, poised to close the week on 107, but there's still some clear resistance around that 107.5 level going back to mid to late November 2024. So this big move down here on that Thanksgiving week is certainly still an area we have yet to eclipse. That was a bearish engulfing candle taking about a week and a half's worth of upside action. So this is certainly a level to be aware of. Now, we had a lot of economic data this week to go over ahead of that FOMC meeting. As Joe mentioned, we're going to get comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell himself at 2:30 p.m. on December 18th. Half an hour before that, at 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll be getting the FOMC rate decision. It is highly expected we're going to be getting a cut of about 25 basis points. So we're going to have to wait and see if that's actually what we get. But that has been the expectation. And as we talked about earlier, the bets are ramping up that is actually going to be the case. Now, to go over some of that inflation number, we did get exactly in line CPI here. So 2.7% increase here on a year-over-year basis. 0.3% increase on a month-over-month basis. The core numbers were also in line, so CPI was exactly in line, but PPI told a slightly different story. So PPI actually increased by 0.4% for the month of November as we got those numbers yesterday at 8:30 a.m. That was higher than the expected increase of 0.2%, so PPI a little bit harder than expected, though core PPI actually was exactly in line with forecast, increasing by 0.2%. And I think it's really important we watch the core numbers. We know we had comments from Fed member, FOMC member, Michelle Bowman last week. Michelle Bowman, if you do not recall, was actually the lone holdout with regards to that 50 basis point rate cut. So Michelle Bowman said that core inflation, if that gets uncomfortably high, that could be a cause for concern. So that, I would say, is certainly something to be aware of, that high core inflation. But the fact that core PPI was in line with estimates, maybe not a bad look here. We're going to have to, of course, wait and see what these Fed members give us going back, I guess, about a week from now. Let us know in the chat what you think is going to happen. Do you think we'll get that 25 basis point cut as expected? Do you think we'll get a hold, or do you think we'll get a larger than expected cut? Because we do still have about 3 days. No major data that could probably change this. We have PMI on Monday, retail sales on Tuesday. But either way, anything can change. So let us know what expectations you're looking for. In the meantime, we would like to thank eSignal for sponsoring this portion of the show. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Receive profitable opportunities with a platform that meets your needs. Infinite data leads to instant trading, so you can know where the market's moving before others because you'll have access to lightning fast data as well as charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster in your way with better backtesting and scanning. That can help you predict the future by understanding the past. You'll also have reliable real-time data, up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets and everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
There, so Taya, what do you got going on trade-wise? Are you still in SoFi? How's that working out?
Yeah, it's fighting, but I'm feeling confident about it because just the fact that we are above this 1625, which was that previous resistance level in the morning, I feel like it's holding up there, and so if it rejected off of that level and then broke down, which is where I got out, then I would be a little bit worried. But the fact that we are trending above that, with these two 5-minute candles, I'm really convicted in this. So that looks really decent as well. So I'm going to let that ride. I think I'm going to take a piece off a little bit before the highs, around 1633, and then let the rest ride as it breaks possibly above the 1635. So that looks pretty decent as well. I was eyeing this AVGO because I did think that it does look like it is a range trade, but I'm still kind of enticed about it. It's not giving me the volume that I want to see, but a lot of the time it does that consolidation before the true breakout. So I think I'm going to keep my eye out on that. I'm not necessarily going to post an order, but I think I'm going to do an alert at 218.52 and then see what we do from there because I am enticed with this level. Before when we were talking about it, I was just like, I don't know, but I think it's brewing for something. I feel like the pot is getting hot, and so I feel like it's
stirring it up.
Yeah, right. So I think it's waiting for that breakout, but let's see what it does from there. Not necessarily jumping in too early, prematurely, but I do have my eye out on that one. And then NVIDIA, I'm waiting to get filled here, 134.60 to 67s. This looks really decent as well. If we look here on the 30-minute, this is really distinct for me. I feel like it's kind of forming, or at least trying to form, the right side of the V. What stands out to me, and what you mentioned this morning about the volume, it looks exhausted here, and then it is kind of dwindling in terms of volume, but I feel like this red candle, and then this red candle, and then this volume candle, I feel like it is getting exhausted, and then we just have this bottom here on the 30-minute, 132.60 as well as 132.90, and we're trekking up to VWAP as well as the 9 EMA, and so I think that is looking pretty decent as well. Not necessarily in my playbook too long below VWAP, but when I see opportunities like that, I'm like, I have to take it, and so that looks really decent as well. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And I'm telling you, go back, and that's where I started. So I read this book, and then I just kind of went back in history, and I just looked at specific days where you would see that correlation between the volume and price, and you're like, it happens so often. So I eventually, I was like, hey, how do I take advantage of that? So I started trading those, and they're really good. They work out really nice. I think it's one of my favorite. So those are really my two primary plays, is kind of that VPA signal play, and then the VWAP strategy is my benefit in the opening drive.
No,
so,
I was watching the show and I noticed that like all of your trades look so similar, and I'm like, how are you getting it down like the same every time?
It's a time, it's the reps systematically. So I try to keep everything the same, and kind of like how we're doing with our SPY trade, Satya, it's just so fundamentally the same. It's like, okay, you're in at this time, you're out at that time, and I'm not saying like necessarily do that with trading, but I try to keep my execution kind of in that realm as well too.
So like, you have like a time stop, is what you're saying?
Not a time stop, and I'm saying not from a time space, but in the mornings I like to trade the opening drive. So if I see my like A1 setup, your class A setup, it's usually within that hour time frame, and it's very identical to the same setup coming over and over again, the same price action pattern. So that's what I just keep an eye out for, and then I try to take advantage of when they're kind of formulating and coming into play. So yeah, that's just what I try to do, is try to say the same thing, rinse and repeat over and over again, and I think that can help with trading as well too, because it helped me absolutely is just sticking fundamentally to just a handful of things instead of kind of switching up your strategy multiple times a day or a month, or say, hey, 1 week this doesn't work, it's garbage, it's no good.
Right.
Well, it happens. Sometimes you go on bad streaks, right? Sometimes
100%.
markets aren't breaking up or anything along those lines. So for me, it's like, okay, just stick to it, and that's when it goes back to your lesson of the day. When things aren't A1, you kind of decrease that size a little bit, and then when things start to work is when you start boom, 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 you start pouncing again and taking advantage of those. So yeah, for sure.
So when you're looking for that setup, how do you identify the tickers that are best for your setup?
Yeah, I love this question as well too. So that's fantastic. So in the morning on the train in, what I do is I run the exact same scanner every day as well too.
Okay.
So I just run a basic high volume scanner. I want to see over a million shares traded in the session. With the potential catalyst, if there's a catalyst, then that's fantastic.
Right.
But also a stock that's over, say, like $15 to $20. Those are the simple criterion that I use to identify my stocks. And then you can say you grab a basket of stocks, say like 5 or 6, and then you break it down, and then you say, hey, what are out of these 5 or 6 stocks? What are the best ones that have my potential setup? So you break that down to 1 or 2. Neil's showing love, and then you break that down to about like 2 or 3 stocks on the session. Yeah.
No, that's great.
Yeah. So it's like a machine, right? You're working as an algo yourself. You get in that routine and you kind of just like rinse and repeat every day, looking for the same thing. How about yourself? What is your criteria, and what are you looking for in stocks in order for your, say, A1 to A2 setups showing up?
For sure, yeah. A lot of the time, I'll look for news catalysts. I feel like my best plays have been earnings. So I usually look for those as well. But a lot of the time, I'm doing morning drive trades from 9:30 to 10:30, or maybe as far as 11. 11 typically is my cutoff time. But usually I'm looking for the same setup. A lot of the time, I'm just looking for the break of the pre-market high or the break of the pre-market low, and I usually just get in huge size there. Like NVIDIA is something that I find typically has the volume that I'm looking for, so that is something that's always on watch in the background there. But typically, I'm just looking, if we just get rid of this, and we look on the 1 minute, because typically that's what I'm looking at when I'm getting involved in the trade, because I'm usually getting in around like 9:32, 9:33. And so I'm literally just waiting for the break of this level here and waiting for this scalp, and then anything that gets to VWAP. But if we just go on to something random, let's just say AVGO, for example. If we go back here. So with this one as well, I'm just looking for the break of the high of the pre-market, and so I'm just looking here. And so this didn't necessarily come in until around 9:40, but I'm just looking for those levels, and I find that depending on the break of the high or the low, it will a lot of the time stay within that trend. And it's not a very long trade. I'm not staying in for hours on end. I'm staying in for maybe like 10, 20 minutes max. But typically I find that that's just the bulk of my trades, and then I'm usually done for the day during that time. I find that when I start trading around 11:30, that's when I start to give back a lot of the profits. My trade is morning drive. I'm just really good at that. I've just honed in on that one thing, and I'm just looking at that setup on different tickers that have volume. So
yeah, I agree. So is that where you kind of run a high volume scan in the morning?
I actually don't use a scanner. I just use trending tickers, earnings usually, and if I don't see anything on earnings or the trending ticker list or any type of news catalyst, then I usually just won't trade. But I will look at those scanners. I find, I don't know, the scanners that I'm using, it doesn't fall into the criteria of the price that I want, around like $50 and above. Usually I find the scanners that I'm looking at least on YouTube, they're like a couple of cents or a couple of dollars. What type of scanner do you use?
Yeah. So on my platform, I use a DAS at home. So it's just a basic scanner. It's literally, as I mentioned before, you just type in like a minimum volume and then a maximum volume. So I would go minimum volume, 1 million shares, and then if it anything over 100 million, it doesn't matter, right? So minimum share volume is 1 million, and then price target anything above $20 usually.
And what is it called?
Dash Trader Pro.
Dash Trader Pro?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
But we
look that
don't. We like P Pro 8.
Okay. No,
We like P Pro.
No.
But no, it's just a scanner and platform as well too. So yeah, it's basic. It's the most simplistic one. I know you can get into scanners where like you get the gap up and the gap down, etc. Like as Sharif likes to run his gapper scanner as well too. So he has lower criteria. He has a little bit more criteria. He likes to see a percentage gap up with stocks under say X amount, like $1 or something along those lines. A little bit more finite, a little more descriptive than my basic, just anything over 1 million shares and anything over $20. So
I feel like one thing I forgot about too is that I usually use Market Chameleon for the pre-market movers. I feel like that has led me for most of my trades. So usually I'll just use that. So if we go here, marketchameleon.com.
Yeah.
And then we just go to stocks, pre-market trading.
Beautiful.
Because I'm doing morning drive trades, I do want to see what's moving in the pre-market, right?
Yep.
That's kind of the preface that I'm looking for. And so I'll just scan through there. And my criteria is just anything over $50. And that's usually what I'm looking at. And a lot of the time, or I'll also look at something that I was looking at before was something that I was developing before was ex-dividend calendar trades. And so I usually do that. I'll look at the ex-dividend date or the pay date, and I'll also look at that for potential plays as well. So like today, for example, if we just look at the ex-dividend day, we have Walmart, and that was part of the reason why I was looking at Walmart again today. And so it didn't necessarily do a lot, intraday, but it was kind of more of a slow burn there, but I could have taken it off of VWAP in these instances, but that's just something that I look at.
Nice. Sorry, Satya, but this is AVGO is breaking out. Yeah, so we're getting that breakout, and sure enough, once we zoom in a little bit here, we're going to see that volume stepping in as well too, Satya. So we were talking about breakout, and we needed that volume to step in. So relative to about half the session here, that volume is starting to kick in on that 5-minute time frame. We had this resistance level marked out before. We have now broke it on volume. So this is exactly what you want to see. Someone said ascending wedge. I said I don't know, but it seems you are right. That volume is stepping in. So good look on that front. Tesla is also starting to recover. I want to participate in some TSLA, Satya, so I'm going to touch a little bit here, see if we can get the high day break. We're going to be a little bit late to the dance on this one, but let's see if we can participate, get that high day break, and continue on that all-time high push. But as of right now, AVGO breaking out on some volume. We really like this, guys. And this is why I love the chat, is because they're shouting out things that we only have 2 sets of eyes here.
Absolutely.
We can only watch so much at one time.
Absolutely.
But then we have thousands of people watching, so that's double the amount of eyes on a bunch of things. So that's
why I felt like something was brewing. I was just like, I don't know, let's leave it to the side, but it was brewing.
And it was brewing, and sure enough, it's brewed. We got a whole black, an Americano coming up here on Broadcom there. So a really large coffee, nice breakout here on AVGO, folks. If anybody's in that, let me know in the chat. That's fantastic. We're super late for Tesla Dance. Exactly, Milred. We are really late to the dance on that one. Are we fashionably late though? I don't know. We'll see. But guys, wow, our SPY trade is absolutely killing it. I'm extremely excited about that one. Let's see if we can continue on this all-time high push with Tesla. And then now we have Broadcom, folks, stepping in on volume. As you can see, it's stepping up here drastically on this 5-minute time frame. So let's go prepare the hot dogs and the buns. Tesla, we are blasting. I don't have the hot dog cannon. Katina Man's not here. I don't have it. I don't have the Dollar Club, even though we're partying. We've been partying on iBit. Hit the hot dog cannon if you can for us, Neil. No, we don't got that. Hit the hot dog cannon. It's another face slapper. He doesn't. Obi might not be tied into the thing. That's okay. Paco OR, I know this is your favorite one. Paco, you're always asking for the money storm, and I love it. Don't think that goes unnoticed. I love that one. But guys, absolutely, to steal it from Katina, man, what a face slapper here on Broadcom and on Tesla. Fire off the hot dog cannon, even though none of us are in it. So, Taylor, what do you got going on? I have to take a breath there. That was actually.
That was insane. No, I'm happy that you're happy getting it.
Yeah.
Are you in that AVGO?
No, I'm not in it. I'm in nothing.
Oh, man.
It's buzzing. Yeah, I'm buzzing. Yeah, we're buzzing. I'm curious of what you're doing after this. What are you doing after the show, after the session today? What do you think? Bro, that's exactly what are you doing? I'm doing what you're doing. All right, that's it. All I need to hear. Bang!
Let's go.
That's it. That's all I need to hear from the boys. We got Jose in the back as well, too. Brankles is hanging around. He promised some things. Don't think that goes forgotten, Brankles. So we'll be chilling out with the boys after Satya. What are you cooking up?
No, for sure. My SoFi trade is not going as intended, to be honest. I should have just got in that AVGO trade just because I was like, something's brewing. But I just didn't want to get faked out, and I ended up choosing the loser, so that sucks there. I think I'm gonna hop out of this SoFi trade. Today is just not my day, but you know what? I'm happy for you guys in that AVGO trade. Shout out to you guys for bringing it to our attention. That is going crazy here. I was thinking about weaseling my way in, but I think at this point, it's just me getting FOMO, and that really isn't part of my trade. I should have got in where I put my alert, and we don't actually have like an alert chiming, so I didn't actually see it when it crossed, but that was a crazy trade. So shout out to you guys for that one. What else here? SoFi, I was looking at NVIDIA too. I think I canceled my order with that one just because I wasn't seeing the volume that I wanted to see here. And so it is trekking to the upside, but just I should have just gotten AVGO. That was a bad look there. But someone is saying Palantir and Apple. Let's take a look at that. Palantir. This Palantir is looking really good as well. Excuse me. I like the fact that it broke out of this downwards trend here, which I usually really like, and it just held that VWAP really cleanly. And so I'm looking for the break around the 74.47 mark. Hopefully we can get there. I really like the fact that it hit this 9 EMA, kind of went below it, but then we are trekking to the upside. If I look here on the 30-minute, this looks really strong as well. I like the fact that it broke above this level, 74.31. And I think reasonably that we can get up to the 74.90. That is a profit target that I would be looking at in terms of that. And then you also mentioned Apple, so we are going to get into that as well. Let's see here. Apple, let me look on the 3-minute here. Okay, I do like this. I like the fact that it's at that VWAP level. I do want to see it hold. Just that rounded bottom is very distinct.
Whoa,
like, look at that crazy.
Yeah, Obi would love that one there. That is insane on Apple.
No, right? So I think that looks pretty decent as well. I'm going to do small size with this one because it is part of my play
Look
here.
at that candle right in the middle of it too. Wow, that indecision. Yeah, that's insane.
It's insane. And so I'm thinking small size, but I'm thinking 24/780. I'm looking for the break of that for the potential long. How about you, Joe?
Yeah. So guys, we're gonna send it off. SPY rejecting VWAP there, guys, pretty heavily, but we're gonna send it off to ADRs.
Keep an eye here on Broadcom. It's worth noting here, the volume spike on the 15-minute and the 30 was not as significant. So we're within the same kind of volume here on AVGO as we try to break those days highs. The 30-minute, same kind of idea. There's no really significant volume spike. So just be aware that in the smaller picture, we might have had a volume increase. In the larger picture, we're seeing the same kind of volume in Broadcom. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context in the longer term or larger term on that volume increase and relatively not as significant as it might seem, guys. Back to you.
Back to us. Yeah, I know. I said someone in the chat said we might be a little late to that dance on mentioned fashionably late. Okay, so that we showed up just on time. So that one's working out for us on TSLA, folks. Creating all-time highs on Tesla, trading around $432.53 right now on the session. So continue to move higher. Elon and crew, SpaceX and the Neuralink team moving higher. The cyber one, as ADRs likes to call it. But yeah. I mean, let's continue to trade higher. I like Tesla moving higher. That's beneficial to us. Bitcoin is trading around that 101,000 and change mark. Let's see if we can break that 102 with some conviction. We need that volume to step in, just like Broadcom, Satea, because in order for Bitcoin to continue higher, we need that volume to step in, just like this Broadcom breakout. So let's see if that happens in the near future, if the next session is going to get that ball rolling for us. But again, that break on Broadcom, that's a nice break. What do you think of it? That's really nice. What do you think?
We missed out on that move.
Did you post there?
No, this is Apple
okay,
that I'm weaseling my way into. Honestly, I should have. I don't know. I just felt like it wasn't part of my playbook. It does look like a great, trade, and I still think it's a great trade. So I don't know. I think that was just a bad look on my part, to be honest. I feel like because I missed
on that.
Yeah, we did, because we were eyeing it. We were talking about it like 30 minutes before, and so I don't know if it's just the fact that I missed the move, and I was just like, you know what, forget it. But this is looking
on to the next.
Yeah, right. Right. And so I'm sad about that. But my Apple trade is printing right now, and so I think that I'm gonna hop out of this trade because I made what I need.
Oh, let's
so
go.
I'm gonna hop out of that one there.
Money storm on that one. Nice trade there, Satea, on Apple. Quality scalp there. Yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you are looking at. Let's see what NVDA and Jensen are up to here. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? This is an on to the next one for me too, Satea. We got other things that are trending, like Broadcom and Tesla still continuing to crawl higher, making new all-time highs with every minute that we are speaking here. So that is really nice. I was not expecting this from Tesla. So we're up about 3% on the session, I believe, with Tesla. Let's take a look. Yeah, about 3.7% on the session, continuing to trade higher. Are we going to go hit that 435 mark? I think that is totally in reach. There's no doubt about that. Bitcoin slowly pulling in as well too. Breaking my heart, gutted about that. I want to see this break and then go for that 130 price target, because I know Tom Lee and a lot of analysts have that high mid six figure. Even some have before the next halving cycle by the end of 26, Satea, $250,000 per Bitcoin. So I'm really looking forward if that is going to be the case, because we are going to, no doubt about that, be participating in that absolute monster run if it does decide that it wants to continue on that type of path. Now, IWM, Sharif's World, the small cap, the iShares, Sharif's World, but we're pulling in here. So guys, we had that nice, we had that nice candle up here, that inverted hammer, that shooting star, whatever you would like to call it. And then since we broke that low of that day, we have to now continue to the downside with some potential gaps that we can be filling on the way as well too. So keep a lookout for that on IWM. And if Jerome and company decide that they want to cut tomorrow, that can be another bullish signal for small caps as well too, because it is a little sensitive to those rate hikes and cuts. So keep a lookout for that, folks. What do you got going on, Satea?
Awesome. So I'm looking at this Palantir, and this looks really interesting as well. A level that I was looking at before was 74.32, and it broke above that level. So that looks really great as well. And then Apple, I think I may hop back in this trade. I did just do a little bit of a scalp here, but I do think that it's holding pretty decently above this VWAP level. So that looks really good as well. And so I think that I'm going to hop back in there. And so let's see here, Apple. Let's get in again at 24.80. Don't go without me, please, please, please. Okay, we're gonna hop back in. I got in at 24.82. Paid 2 cents over what I wanted to, but I want to make sure that I do get that fill, because I do think that this is going to blast off, and I don't want it to blast off without me. So I'm going to stick with that. What else are you guys looking at? Let's see here before we end off. Well, we only have one more minute to go.
Time flew. I didn't even realize that at all. Sorry to interrupt you there, Satea, but Bear vs. Bulls reminded me in the chat, don't forget to log this trade, because this is our best one yet, folks. We are out at 604.11. Congratulations to us. That's over $1 move on our trade. So we're going to lock in that W. Fantastic stuff. Leave them with some final words.
Yes. Apple's looking great. Palantir's looking great. And yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So we're going to bring it over to the big kahunas over there and see you guys later.
See you again. See you guys on Monday. Have a good weekend, everybody.
You guys just missed an opportunity to see Ramin fixing my mic because I'm not competent enough to get this mic right on the lapel or whatever the heck you call it. It's pretty cool. Like it has a little magnet underneath it. So
I like them. You like the clips or the magnet? I love the magnet.
Oh, the magnet's so much more convenient.
Yes.
But I thought I had it fine. She's like, it looks terrible, Neil. Let me fix it for you. I'm like, okay.
Oh boy.
Tesla is a rocket ship, and it is absolutely rocketing without me. I'm the guy who played 25 to 28 and didn't get back into 28. So the only position I'm in, I guess I have to take a fill, and you'll see I'm still short AMD, which, spoiler alert, AMD stinks. So it's actually still a weak stock. What's interesting about today is you just did, here, let's start with the futures maybe. Tesla's a rocket ship. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about Tesla, I do feel like. The NASDAQ does a reversion. It was weak pretty much the entirety of the day. And then we get this nice break back out into VWAP. We break the trend. It's been all strong since, led by things like Tesla, as Satay was mentioning, Apple looking very strong, Amazon getting a little bit of a bid. But you know what? That doesn't include NVIDIA. NVIDIA's still down 2%, channeling at the bottom of the range. AMD always stinks. It's just chilling at the low. Hey, today we're short AMD. So I rectified the mistake of yesterday by saying, if this thing actually gives us a short, we're going to take it today. Silly not to have done it yesterday, but it is what it is. So not everything is, let's just say, kosher today. Broadcom's an absolute beast up at $22. So I just realized we're still on the old position board. They're not really showing ours just yet, but this market is green. That said, it's a very recent trend break that has led us there. I want to shout out to Satay, was looking at Palantir, which I think looks distinctly different from all the other times we've traded at this 75 range. You know, it's been an easy, like all week long, gets to 75, fails a break at 75, you can short it, but the difference here, you got a higher low, and we're retesting the high at the end of the day. We could still get this breakout trade just over 75.5. We still have a couple of hours to go here, so there's a heck of a lot to watch this afternoon. I know it's a Friday, and we're rallying into VWAP up here. Maybe there's not a continuation. The caveat being, I know Tesla's going nuts, and there should be some opportunities there. You never want to overtrade, especially going into the end of the week. Be specific about the opportunities that you take. You don't have all day long for them to be able to work out for you. You know, that said, make sure you're in things that are actually going. This is my afternoon on Tesla. It's like, yeah, okay, that was flat because lost, then won, and then did not get back in. But look at it. It's really going. Maybe a mean reversion going to happen on Tesla, although my first look would be to try to buy it if it dips into the 430 level, which it could be doing right now here, Roby. Crazy move. Did
I just hear mean reversion?
You did.
Okay, all right. I'll keep my eyes open for that. Yeah, no, it's trending quite nicely. We see that we held some of this opening range high pretty well on the pullback in. And what does that happen to be? It happened to be, sure, it's not the cleanest of VWAP, but eventually you do reclaim VWAP and break out of this bit of a shelf here at that 428 for that continuation up into 434. So yeah, we're printing some fresh highs going into the end of the week. Once again, I'm curious to know. Well, yeah, it's already showing it there. It was distinctly different off of the open. While the whole market tanked, this thing continued to run up into the morning session and now during the midday session. And let's see if it does more of the same going into the closing session as well. But let's see what you guys voted for with the rundown. Joe, what's up?
Hey.
Tesla's.
Hey guys, it's your boy Joey Options. Sharif has the day off, so it's me today talking about the afternoon rundown, the stocks that you guys picked. Today, first on the docket is AMD, down a whopping 25% from that earnings report. Let's see what the big kahunas have to say about that.
I don't know how you expect me to focus on talking about this. What are you doing with the shoe game here, Joe?
Is it the socks?
No, it's just you're stepping up the game fashion-wise, and Obi does this at times too. And we have to deal with Raheem coming in every other week. Where I just feel like I need to be dressing up a little bit better.
Yeah. Hey, we're fashionistas around here.
It's winter.
Wintertime. Yeah, those, like how do you run those with like 2 inches of snow, bro?
It's not winter shoes.
They're not. We got to get the Chelsea boots out soon.
Some Timbs, man. I don't. Okay. Anyways, what are we talking about? AMD.
AMD.
So AMD, like if Joe, okay, so if Joe's gear and his Riz is up here, like AMD's is somewhere down there. AMD stinks. Everyone's been calling it advanced. What are we calling it? Advanced money destroyer. Okay, that's what we're calling it. And this channel, like I've been talking about this channel for a while, and I could, like I said, I could draw it more clean, but I'm lazy, and you get the idea. It's channel down, it's continuing to make lows, and I'm favoring short until either it breaks one of these consolidations, or closes above the channel and breaks out above the channel, or it just tries to bounce off the bottom, which is another $5 from here. As a day trade, it's not going to go $5 down this afternoon. Or won't it? No, it won't. It's not going to. But like, you got to VWAP and just gave you the VWAP trade. So I didn't trade it early because I thought we were going to go pop and fade today, but it did trend into VWAP and then broke trend and it's now rolling over. I'm looking at a 125 target. I haven't added to this one. If it gets to VWAP, I don't know if I'm going to like it as much, especially with this market starting to power up. But I think the bigger story is, like we said for the lesson of the day, you don't have to be, like, it'd be nice for AMD to catch a bid. And I understand that the moment that it does, it's probably going to be a lot of fun if AMD catches a bid again. But until that happens, forget about this channel. Even if you zoom out further, since it made the high back in March, what part of this isn't a downward trending stock? You know, it's just the whole time it's been one pretty much for the majority of the year since it broke that original trend up on the AI boom. It needs to show you that it's something different than what it obviously is in the chart. Now, if you have good reasons for investing it in the long term and you don't think it's overpriced and you want to be, that's fine. That's a different story. But for a trading vehicle, it's a short till it's not. And I feel like every single day that I like the short and I don't get it, then I'm mad at myself. And it's like, why didn't I get AMD when it's set up again? Or why didn't I get Intel when it's set up again? And you never want to be in that mode. When it's an obvious trend, you want to be able to take advantage of it. And that just means when it reverts, that last day, maybe you lose a day or two on the back end of it, and then it turns into a long. But that'll be fine because you would have banked all the time before.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely one to keep an eye on. Like today, I didn't even notice this thing is actually doing some decent relative volume. Again, we speak on some of the large caps when they do above 1.5 to 3 times relative volume. That is pretty. That's pretty significant there. And all of today, well, coming into around, I'd say 10, 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, you can see that relative volume has sustained a level of roughly 2 times here on the 5 period as we aggressively kind of sell off in the morning session, and no real reversion. Well, you do get a reversion to VWAP, which was pretty beautiful there. Definitely a missed opportunity on my part, but then can't really get above that VWAP. And yeah, taking a look at a higher time frame, just taking a look at an hourly chart, we can see that today we rejected on that VWAP bounce. We rejected some of these prior levels just underneath that 126. So yeah, this thing is. I think it was Sean that coined that term there. Advanced money destroyer, indeed, all the way from all-time highs at 227s. We've been in a pretty much a downtrend here now, coming into some of these lows from prior, not the most recent earnings there in November, but earnings from July there. The lows that we made off of those earnings down here at 120s, we're only about roughly 5 points away from them. What is going on here? Okay.
Well, before we go back, Mark, a member of our team, just came by with this is caramel popcorn and shortbread, which I'm going to share with my daughter. I'm just going to be honest about you with that because she will lose her mind over that.
It's from
who's it from? This is from Trade Logic. We got these.
Nice.
So I can tell my daughter there's some trade logic. We'll leave this here so that everybody can get hungry. But there was a good point by, was having this conversation with Darwin, I do believe. So Rivian Millionaire was just asking, where do you see a bottom on AMD? I feel like sort of covered the things that I'm looking for with that channel. But then here, Darwin, tax loss selling on AMD, I suspect it will go up in 2025. And you're also talking technical. And I love this point. And before we move on to Tesla, which Tesla is, Tesla's Tesla. Starting to pull back a little bit, but still a strong name. You got to consider the types of names where not everybody would be down. Okay, not everybody would be down on AMD on the year. But a lot of the buyers that would have bought this year on AMD would be down. It's exactly the kind of name where you could be harvesting losses at the end of the year. And then on top of that, when it's got this channel going into a potential support level, like you have the opportunity. It's exactly the kind of thing that could get bought back up. Like people go back into that position and then buy it back into the new year. This would be the type of name that you'd prefer to do it on. Intel as well. Like why would anybody? And I know I'm jumping around here, but I think it's a great point by Darwin. Everybody that, if you're long at some point this year on Intel, this is Intel in January, right? Like, and then look at the trend downside. Okay, so the vast majority of people that have been buying this stock are probably underwater on it, right? Unless you could have weaseled your way into a winning trade. But like tax loss selling is going to keep it under pressure, I do think. And then if you're looking for a technical bottom or reversion, probably a better look at the end of, at the beginning of next year, I should say. Now we can go and talk about the bell of the ball.
Yes.
Yes, great stuff. As always, guys, as mentioned before, AMD is lagging its peers. Broadcom putting in an absolute amazing day today, and AMD a little bit laggard. But on to Tesla now, folks. Up 76% post-Trump rally. Absolutely continuing to trade higher, making all-time highs again today. Trading absolutely fantastic. Robo-taxi coming out in late 25. Looking forward to that. Let's see what the big boys have to say about Tesla.
Funny enough, you know what Brankles and I saw just outside, just across the road?
Cybertruck.
A Cybertruck. Yeah. It was pretty cool, pretty cool. It's pretty much we were like, yeah, it's a tank rolling down the road. And Tesla itself, you can see this price action. It is definitely a tank. Look at how it tanked the selling in the morning. It basically tanked all of that. It took absorbed. I don't know about absorbed, but the market was flushing aggressively to the downside. And take a look at this, right off of the open there. A little bit of a flush here, but we pivot off of 415s, which happens to be roughly prior day lows. That's where the bid kind of comes in yesterday at the end of the day there. Comes in right in and around that 415. So 415 was a low day yesterday. Today, 415.71. So about 70 pennies off of that one. And take a look at the bid we've been catching. Again, off of VWAP, reclaiming VWAP, and slowly trending back up. Look at this volume that comes in through the break into the prior high a day. And now we're trading and consolidating above that 434.35. This thing is definitely a tank and continues to push higher and higher. And yeah, I see that you have the daily chart.
It's a monster.
It's holding the trend on the daily very, very well for the past couple of weeks. So absolute monster.
Yeah, like the trend on this, it's just explosive. It's explosive since the election. It's explosive since earnings. And if we're really, you know what, like this really started for Tesla. It was when it reclaimed 200, like that August bottom. And I feel like this, like if you didn't get that, it was an absolute gift to get the 220s. Like when it regained the 50-period moving average here at the 220, like that's the last time I bought it. So I'm like, how could you not? But it was a complete gift when it retested that level again. And I tend to think there's going to be some profit taking in the new year on Tesla. People are going to wait until the new year, and they're likely going to do it. For the trade this afternoon, like it just did a little bit of a pullback into the prior high, which is 431.5. I mean, I'd go over my Tesla trade, but it's like, okay, short win, short lose, lose long, win long, lose long, win long. It's a whole, again, I probably should have held this trade and probably should have got back in here, but that's because that's the best move right in there. That was the best one. But now that you've got this prior high, 431, I think I'm looking for it to trend maybe back down into this 430 to 431 area. Try to catch a bid off of that. That'd be the look, at least for me right now in the afternoon on Tesla. It's been a rocket ship. Obviously, when it catches a bid, it's just program buying at this point, and you want to get out of the way. The other name, which has been incredibly strong, it's like, how am we calling Tesla the belle of the ball when Broadcom's up 23%?
Yeah, good stuff as always, guys. Broadcom, we're going to talk a little bit about Broadcom, up over 20% on the session as well, too. A miss on revenue, but that's okay. A beat on EPS. Hitting, as Brando likes to refer, the T Club, $1 trillion market cap on Broadcom. So continuing to trade higher and making new highs on the session as well, too, guys. What's going on with Broadcom?
We're making fresh highs right now, Neil.
Yeah, first thing, there was a question in the chat about W key. So it's halted down, and the tap is I see 575. I see it halted at 580 with the theoretical auction price at 575, which is very slightly down. So a halt down, as it seems to have double topped here just underneath $7, and then gone to a down halt. This is like the 4th or 5th halt that it's had today. So it should open. Okay, it just opened back up for everybody that's in it, or anyone that's looking at it. Opened just underneath that 575 that it was indicating, and trying to get back above VWAP. So from that to Broadcom, which, you know, quite frankly, I never got the open trade that I was looking for. That's obviously it's a big miss. I think I got it right here. Like, as it was coming back in, I was going long off 215 and elected that's not the right spot. It was still weak, and I don't think it had made a confirmation bottom. I was kind of just getting it on the bid, so I just got out. I'm like, oh, it's not the right entry point. But then that same price there, that 215, kind of set up a little bit later. I wasn't at my desk when it happened, but it is what it is. Like, that's the spot. Like, after I did the lesson of the day, like, it's confirmed up. I'm looking for that higher low or that VWAP low. Now it's just blowing it out. It's a blue sky setup on Broadcom because it's making all-time highs. And then you have to consider the type of breakout that it is on the daily. It held up here for a while. And you could go back to the pre-split. It's not a double top. It's like a quadruple top when you pull out that daily chart when it's split adjusted. So it's definitely on one. The fact that it did this kind of a pullback while still making it back into the high is nuts. And like Tesla, I think you want to look for a continuation play if you can. Like, I wouldn't want to be fighting this this afternoon. You know, there's some stocks you probably just don't want to be shorting. This would be one of them. At least for now.
Definitely. For now. I mean, the thing is, like, we talk about some of the key levels here. Off of the open, holds that VWAP, holds that 211 level. So almost this consolidation here, breaks out of it, pulls back all the way down. Oh boy, and then bounces right off of another key level here at 213s. For the push up, and that's the bid that takes us. Not only is that the bid that takes us back into high of day, it's the bid that breaks the trend, has us consolidating and holding higher levels on top of this 250 and 216 on top of VWAP, so a VWAP hold as well. Opening range high break as well in the later on in the day as it consolidates. So this consolidation breakout with expanding volume going into that flag that's built up on top of VWAP, and then that takes us into high a day there. So yeah, definitely a lot of missed trades on my part. I definitely was had decent entries in the morning for that opening drive for the push back up, and then took nothing, and then I pretty much tilted a little bit on the way back down. Caught the bid that did come in off of that 213, but pretty much sold it all for reversion into VWAP, but it continues here through those highs, printing 223s as of right now. Where will it stop? I wanted to take it to 225 in the morning session. I was like, oh boy, this thing looks like it can go, but here's the thing. The market has a mind of its own. It doesn't care what I want or what I think, and it's going to kind of do whatever it wants. And it came into some of those morning levels there, and then now it's kind of going for that 225. I don't know if it'll get there or not, like I said, but we definitely have a little bit of market tailwind as the market is also starting to turn with this lift back up into AVGO. So 223 is trading right now, pretty choppy. 5-minute bars are holding. Let's see how far this momentum can take us going into the close.
Broadcom is running like gout.
Gout?
Flying. You seen this video of this kid?
Gout?
Okay, he's like
gout as in like
No, it's his name. He's a sprinter.
Oh, okay.
From Australia, I want to believe, and he's like the.
Actually, you know
it's
what?
all
I've
over.
seen a clip.
It's all over
Yeah,
social
yeah, yeah.
media.
Might have
He's like the next Usain Bolt. Everyone's
Yeah, that's he does like a 100-meter dash or something like that.
Yeah,
or?
he ran he's 16 years old. He ran like 10:04, although it was wind assisted, but it worked out to like a 10:2. And I was trying to explain to my physio guy, like, because he was all impressed about it. Pull up a video. If you know anything about track and field, this dude is absolutely. He doesn't even have good technique yet. He was overstriding and doing everything wrong in the second half of his race, and he's still dominant.
on
He's
top,
going to be
yeah.
a freak. But you know what else is freakish and amazing? Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool's just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Get a profit target of just 4% and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the best part, the profit split has been upgraded to a generous 70%, so you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. Scan that QR code, click the link in the description, check them out, give them a shot, and then go trade some SOUN, maybe? It's not like
yeah, fantastic look on Broadcom. Guys, SoundHound, SOUN has been on an absolute monster tear for the past little while here. Now putting in new highs as well today, up a whopping 22% and still climbing higher, guys. Let's see what SoundHound can do for the rest of the session.
Yeah, so I'm not taking breakouts on SoundHound because that's just not the entry strategy that I want. And I did have the double top break earlier today. Like, it broke it out, it tried to go, it then kind of like instantly pulled right back underneath, so I jumped out, looked for another re-entry trade. Obviously, like, why you think it's going to get back to 15, Neil? That's complete nonsense. What I should have been doing, and let's be real, pull back into this area here. Like, there's your lower high spot, I think. Like, if you were going wide stop on that break, I think you'd be giving it to here anyway, so that should have been the dip spot. It pulls right back into 16 and is going. So now that it's through the high of the day, I'll probably just look for something in the 16.5 range for a dip. Like, maybe we fail. If we fail to get to 17, I'd look for a 16.5 dip. If we break 17, I'd probably look for a pullback into the prior high. It's going. It's a Friday. The market's going. But this is breaking out highs, and it's got a great look on it. And on the daily chart, remember, it also should have started with the daily chart, sorry. But it's breaking out on the daily, that double top. So I'm not going to chase it by I'm not taking a 17 break. I didn't just take the last break, but I'll look to try to join it when people are starting to come out of it and then look to buy the dip. That way you can get yourself hopefully a tighter stop and get a nice, more nuanced entry. But a great look for SoundHound. This has been absolutely flying, squeeze-ish type name. I think at some point it's due for a bit of a correction. But the last time it did this, it kind of sustained the move, gapped up, held, and then kind of did an orderly pullback. It's had a decent run on the most parabolic of days of finding a way to close near the close or close near the high. Like, you don't see too many of these ugly-looking big green candles. It's got not a great one in here, but a lot of the times this has done a pretty decent job of holding its momentum when it has a big day like this.
Yeah, so what you're telling me, Neil, is that buying and chasing the highs is not a very sound decision. Maybe. I mean, it is kind of pushing up through those highs there, kind of doing a little bit of a breakout. But again,
I'll take it.
The hold above VWAP, the 15.5 holds, and then the pullbacks that sustain there, I guess were decent places. But this thing's been running since the open. Didn't even get a full-on a pullback all the way into VWAP. You can see how it just hovers, and the bid is there so much so that it can't even get all the way back down into VWAP. It's kind of hovering above and trending to the upside here on SoundHound. So let's take a look back and look for any sort of support and resistance level. So right there, right off the bat, 1603 shows up as a prior high from prior week right there. So let's see what 16 kind of shows up as on the intraday right here. You can see that, all right, a little bit of a wash, but reclaim, but this pullback right here holding the 16. So I don't know how much that's really worth, but off of the initial push, we did get a nice little extension of about a 50 pennies off of that prior resistance that we're breaking out of now, and continuation happening here on SoundHound. Now, don't forget, we also have that market tailwind kind of pushing us into the later half, the closing session of the day as well. So we had that aggressive selling on the market in the morning session, coming into the midday, and then now we're getting that. We've gone about a 50% reversion here on the NASDAQ, about, I guess, a little bit less than that on the ES. But some of these tickers that have been holding strong throughout the day are starting to catch a little bit more of a bid off that tailwind. Let's see if 17 comes in here on SoundHound AI. Don't forget, this is one of the subsidiaries of NVIDIA.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, guys. Now it's up to, I think, the current market darling Palantir. Danny Ives, Wedbush, says this is the Messi of AI, up over 300% year to date, putting up 20% this month. I called some exhausting volume here on Palantir, but still continuing to climb higher. Let's see what the big boys have to think about Palantir.
It can't be the Messi of AI. Because, and this is, and I know it's not your quote. I know it's not yours, but it's like Messi is at the tail end of his career, right? Like, make it Killian. I have no issues with that. But it's just like, okay, like Palantir's like the newer kid on the block to the NVIDIA move. So, in the AI play, it's distinctly different. We're short this morning on Palantir for the simple reason that every time it's gotten to $75 this week, it's been a fade. Right, so it gets to 75, fade. Gets to 75, fade. Gets to 75, fade. The obvious difference between each of these instances and today is, well, this time you're not holding off on the lows and holding on to the downward trend. This time you made a bottom and you are clearly uptrending back into this top. I don't know if it's going to break the 75, 60 top here. Like, that's the obvious long. But it's a very steady and orderly move up that I don't think I want to fight unless it shows the perfect setup. The perfect setup would be another break of 75 that tails the top, puts in a lower high, and just gives you a clean mean reversion back through the 75 level like before. Daryl Flinch, yeah, I meant Kylian Mbappe. I just said Kylian. You know what? Killian's also the name of It's also the name of a villain in Commando, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I haven't seen. Is it Killian?
I've seen that one in the longest time.
No, it might be another guy. It doesn't matter. Mbappe is the best player in the world now, in my estimation. But yeah, Palantir very strong going into the 75. It's a very different story. Obviously, there's not that much time for it to be able to run through the actual high today, but as long as it's on trend, I think you got to be careful looking for the short there. I know we're about to go to Obi, talk about Palantir. I think you've broken trend here on NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA is now breaking trend. You're now making higher highs and higher lows. And good luck stopping this market. Yeah, good luck stopping this market, especially the NASDAQ, if all of a sudden NVIDIA wants to participate in this move. Like, the NASDAQ just broke through VWAP, is clearly flying here. What's crazy is somehow AMD doesn't even seem to want to. Yeah, AMD's starting to come back in here. I think my trail is already here at the 126.5, so I'll let it get back in, and if it breaks that half, great. I might even look for like an opportunity. I could always just add. If it loses right here in front of 126.5, I might just jump back in, keep the same stop, and then play it back into the low. Like, distinctly different, but everything's catching a pretty big bid here, Obi.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm looking at some of these chip names and some of the names in play today. A lot of things catching a little bit of a bid, but Palantir kind of stuck in its range from yesterday. Yes, of course, it is catching a little bit of a bid, but you can see we talked about this one in the morning about how it's been acting on the week. We got that aggressive selling coming in on Monday. We hold a little bit of this 71. 61. We dropped down into 68s, reclaim on a V-shape off of the morning action there on Wednesday, and then we've been holding that level on Thursday as well. So today we're catching a little bit of a bid back into the top of the range. So I kind of see this as a little bit of a range here, 70 to 75, 75 and some change right here. You can see that every time it does got up into 75 and a half roughly, we have been getting some selling every time. We got some of that this morning as well. But going into the Friday, I'm curious to know whether or not we finally break through some of these resistance levels here. But let's see how far the market will take us. We're trading right back above 21,800, and oh boy, this AVGO, man, still going. I have. I wouldn't say no regrets, but definitely a little bit of reflections on some of this morning trading here. As the idea definitely is working out, my execution absolutely disgusting. But you know what? That's something that I definitely have to work on, improve on it. And I talked to Neil about this during the midday session as well, and a little bit with Brankles. I got to go do my Brankles yelling at me session after the close today. Yeah, that's one I definitely am looking forward to. But you know what? I did spend a little too much risk on this, but the trade is still on. The trade is going pretty strong here. Now, something I do want to mention is this is what I was talking about in the morning. How much of a powerful tool the anchored VWAP can really be, depending on how you use it, depending on if you're being patient for it. You can see right here, I'm going to take off the VWAP from the intraday, and this is the anchored that's pinned to the earnings reaction, right? I was looking for a pullback all the way down into 210s off of the open, because that's where the anchored was sitting. But guess what? It doesn't give you that. It gives you a pullback into the current VWAP, onto today's VWAP, and it bids up. So it gives you a little bit of the move there. But guess where it finds a bid? On the way back down. Look how perfect that is. It comes down to, I wouldn't say to the penny, but almost beautifully. That's where it catches a strong bid. The bid is strong such that it bounces, breaks this downtrend that we're doing, reclaims the VWAP, expanding volume once again, and pushes through the day highs. Absolutely crazy there. Again, getting better at putting in reps for using this indicator effectively. Now, shout out to Brian Shannon once again. He is definitely one of the experts, or the expert of the anchored VWAP here, and you can see real time how powerful of a tool it can be if you have the right execution structure and patience for some of those levels to come in. Now, it's not always going to work perfectly. Again, it's just a line on the chart at the end of the day, but it can give you a little bit of a sign, an indication, or maybe a nuance to direction or a turn or a pivot. Like if I see like a tape turn there, you can see I also took the long aggressively. I actually stopped out going into it, which was, I think it was ridiculous for me to hold into the anchored and then get right back in as I find the bid there. But again, I was a little compromised in terms of decision making, so I was just like, all right, punch out, reassess, get back in, and I kind of bid it all the way back up into that VWAP there, getting stopped out maybe one more time before it does consolidate and hold that VWAP for a push a little bit higher. Took a little bit of the opening range high, not the opening range high, a day break through those 221s there. We're trading 224s, and it seems like you're saying MSTR is breaking. We got some super chats.
Yeah, we got a couple super chats, and obviously, it's not a guarantee that the announcement will come through that MSTR and Palantir will end up in the S&P 100, but that's a speculation. It absolutely could. MSTR, and shout out to AP, thank you for the super chat, and Robbie V, same thing, right? Like trackers are going to obviously be buying. You're seeing a lot of front running going into this. Now the market's up anyways. Bitcoin got back above 100,000, but obviously I think this has a lot more to do with that possible inclusion. This morning, like if you're watching MSTR, there is absolutely zero doubt that you can see what was happening in the opening range. MSTR was bullish, it was trending higher, it was consolidating higher, and someone just kept dumping it at $405. And when I say dumping it, like clearly you're just running into a wall of selling, and it's been running into a wall of selling in front of that price, and it still is. I think it's a little bit optimistic to be buying this one at the tops. Like either it can clear out some fresh highs, and by the way, this started yesterday at roughly this time at this same price. So this is, if this gets out and about above 405, maybe like a 406 break back into the prior low, yeah, this could easily at least squeeze it to 1213 this afternoon. I think it's worth keeping an eye on MSTR particularly. This Palantir, of course, being the other one, everybody. I don't know if Palantir, again, same story. It's just that it gets up to 75 and the sellers start coming in. Okay, granted, you know, I thought it was a short too, but that's because there were sellers at this price. It's like if people selling it at 75 as a trader, like why wouldn't you join them? So I think both of these are kind of the same thing. 405 there on MSTR, 75 here on Palantir. Thank you, Mikhail, for the super chat. We appreciate you very much. Filming off. No message, just spreading the love. So thank you. We appreciate everybody in our community. Let us know what else you guys are watching. AK Wide asking about Intel and Macy's. Those are two very different names. Very different names. You go from Intel and Macy's. Yeah. So Macy's actually, okay, good news on Macy's. I don't necessarily love the stock. There's your daily chart on Macy's. The good news is it's trying to make a rounded bottom. I think this actually has a decent chance to break out. But it's kind of in that consolidative stage where it's not doing much. Inside day, there's your liquidity grab bottom. There's your higher low, rehold of the $16 level. There's your consolidative top. Your breakout is non-existent. So that's my look on Macy's. If it loses 16, it's in like a world of trouble. And then Intel, bit of a dog. And I know when I talked about Intel and tax loss harvesting, like if you're long in the underneath $20 and you're holding it, great. My whole point was I just feel like you got more upside next year. Like if you're in the money here and you bought it off these 18 lows, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Looking for it to finally make a bit of a bottom. I just feel as if like this last move, like there's some people taking their losses on Intel, and it probably does better in January, February than any chance of a bounce that it does, you know, in the last couple of weeks of this trading year. That's all. I have nothing terribly against them. I just feel as if it's going to be a tough go for them. But yeah, I think the big moves are likely to be things like SOUN this afternoon. That's starting to, it broke 17. Now it's trying to do the mean reversion, which I'm looking for it to pull back into prior highs. That'd be a good spot to try to jump in here. It's doing the revert now. I didn't want any part of the 17 break. I didn't feel like chasing it up at that top. And then keep an eye on MSTR and that 405, Palantir, and 75. Those are big levels on both.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of just watching for key levels here. AVGO, I guess Tesla also kind of pulling back here, but yeah, AVGO is going for that 225. Current high is 224.85. So we just continue to pick it up and push higher. You can see that the trend is very, very aggressive here. You can see that nice little trend acceleration. So hold, consolidation, flag, breakout, acceleration, trending to the upside there. So a lot of decent price action there. I can definitely do a little bit better with the executions on those. But let us know in the chat, what are you guys trading? Or have you guys been trading AVGO today? I am looking for the next trade. What is moving around? What is that's what I'm curious about. I'm doing some scans here as well. We have Bitcoin pulling a little bit back. We got to a high on the day of was it 101.959? So almost just shy of 102,000 on Bitcoin there. Let's see what some of these crypto names are up to as well. Again, as AVGO comes into that 225 mark right here. So let's, we'll take a quick look. About 500 lots on the ask there, sitting at 225s. Probably going to run through it. As you can see, we're holding this trend with what seems to be a little bit of programmatic buying. Every little drop down 20 to 30 pennies keeps on getting bought up here incrementally on AVGO. So it continues to get bought up, and I'm sure people have been short off of the reversion in the morning, which was pretty decent because it gave you a false break of those highs, a bit of a double top here for the flush back in. Absolutely beautiful reversion, but look at the reversion of the reversion as well. So that reverts, and we get that bottom coming in and around 12 o'clock, and that breaks trend, holds VWAP, and continues. Now you're getting an even more accelerated trend to the upside. Here comes 225s. I'm sure that it will be likely to print a 225 225s right now. I think, did we get a high print of 225s yet? Yeah, okay, we're printing 99s as of right now. 99 is the high print. Nothing getting taken out on those 225s. I don't see a single order that went through on 225 just yet, but we've gone through more significant size, even lower, and we've been holding. You can see that right here through the high a day there. We did a significant amount of volume, and we're continuing to trend up. So for a continuation, that's definitely something you want to be looking for, going with the trend. So let's see what tickers have been the volume gainers on the day, and take a look at if there are any potential opportunities on those names. We can see that NVIDIA right here, top of the list as of right now. Yeah, we're catching a bit of a reversion, Neil, but look at this. The NASDAQ has reverted about 50% of its flush, and NVIDIA, you can tell just by looking at it, it has not recovered anywhere near 50% of its flush to the lows there. Again, morning highs, pre-market highs, 139.98, so pretty much 140, and we came all the way back down into a low of 132.50. So I'm not really seeing anything too crazy here. It's not reverting. I mean, it's already kind of reverted. I think the entry is if we do a little bit of a pullback, I don't know, and hold a higher low, maybe potentially, but the fact that it's relatively weak and continues to be as the market runs up is kind of holding me a little bit on the sidelines to initiate that move. But SoundHound, there we go, number 2 on the list. 1711s continuing to push highs, with 1718 being the high a day. Now again, this is one of the constituents of NVIDIA. NVIDIA actually holds SoundHound on some of SoundHound on their books there, and you can see that the SoundHound is definitely sounding off there to the upside. RGTI, Rigetti, but not forgetty. This one came out earlier this week with some aggressive action coming into the week here. You can see that Friday was a strong bid up there, pre-market action, and a continuation this week. But we've been making highs in and around that $8 level, base around 6, so a bit of a range action going on Rigetti. So have that one on watch, but nothing too crazy. I don't really see anything off of it right now. Oh my God, there is AVGO. So yeah, that thing is continuing to go to the upside there. A bit of a trend action here as well, interestingly enough. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so that's continuing off of VWAP as of right now, anchored VWAP, you can see, and Tesla, once again, taking a little bit of a pullback off of those highs at 434s, and we'll continue after we get back from Madeira. What's up?
Keep an eye here on some of these semiconductor-related names. I have NVIDIA up right now. Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. is preparing a new AI chip limits here, basically new iChip limits to China's backdoor access. So they're basically, to put that in layman's terms, Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. is continuing to limit China's backdoor access to these AI chips. So we know it's been a while here for the last just over a year. We've had the U.S. trying to limit China's access to these AI chips. Now, apparently, those restrictions are going to be tightening up here. There's going to be another, I guess, level of limit. So keep an eye here on NVDA, Broadcom, AMD, all of these chip names with that catalyst in mind, guys. Back to you.
Right, so chips with a bit of a catalyst there, but yeah,
they've needed it.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of need it, but like the reversion came in much earlier, right? I think the reversion on the Nasdaq here comes in around 1 o'clock, or 11:30, maybe. Was it? No, this is, you got to do plus 1 hour, because this is, I think, what, Chicago time, right? So
yes.
If it's 12, it's about 1 here, 1 market time as well. So around 1 o'clock, we started getting a bit of that bid coming right back into the markets here. So both on the ES and the NASDAQ. So going down further on this list, ACHR, I guess Archer Aviation taking some flight today, but nothing too crazy, pulling back up into, I guess I have no idea what happened yesterday on this ticker, but we're reclaiming some of those levels here. QBTS, a quantum name, getting a little bit of a pull up here, all the way from 371 lows, trading at 460. So decent push there. Palantir, we've been talking about, that thing is still kind of within that range. Clean Spark, again, we talk about Bitcoin pulling back off of its day highs, current day highs being at 102s, and we're trading at 101.300. 300s right now. So Clean Spark with a little bit of a pullback, trading back down. I guess this is looking like back down below VWAP as of right now. Here, VWAP sitting at 1208 on Clean Spark. WiseKey, I was talking to Neil about this one here. This one, interesting.
It's the key to success.
I have no idea, Neil, but I remember I'm still kind of along this ticker from a long time ago when what was it? NFTs were still kind of doing some things, and I was like, yeah, WiseKey, I like this, but I don't know what I was thinking back then. I guess it's working out. Yeah.
Anytime someone says like a long time ago, I'm reminded of it's a Bernie Mac quote from a movie that. Yeah, I can't quote it.
Okay. Why? Is it inappropriate to quote, or what do you mean?
It's kind of inappropriate. Like you could probably just Bernie Mac and long time ago.
Okay.
And that's all I can really do. I'm trying to think of a way that I could clean it up, but off the top of my head, and I'm not Bernie Mac, absolute legend, obviously, but just the guy was super fun. I love Bernie Mac. Okay, so we're in MSTR. It's got the bull flag. I didn't want to take a breakout. That's what it comes down to. It's a frog in the throat. Sorry, but you guys, if you've been watching all week, you know I got a frog in my throat. So we're trying to break out this top. It's like 405.40 or 37 is the local high. So it's putting in this consolidation. So my thought is get in the 4s, give it to 3s, and then if we sustain the breakout, I can try to add off 5. If it fails the break, I'm only risking the buck instead of 2.5. And if we get the push into 410, 415, then I can try to add above 405, have a good price, and then be able to stop it over 404. That said, it's not really holding this breakout. So right now, you're trying to hold above this 405.5 level. If it can do that, I'm going to look for a continuation here and give it back to the 04s. It's still kind of in that decision point. So it's trying to go. The whole idea is that it's running into a potential announcement that it would be included into the NASDAQ 100. But the way I see it, you could scalp the trade, but look at this. Like if it's going to break away from here, I'm kind of thinking, I want it to do this into here. So I'd look for a place to add, risk the buck, risk it for the biscuit. And then the other thing I wanted to go to is it's at SOUN. Like this is the only other name that I was looking for the long end. It's now holding this 17 consolidation very, very well. Like there's no dip in a 16.5. The longer it holds this 17, the more I want to take a shot off of the $17 level on SOUN. So I didn't take the breakout thinking it was going to maybe break trend for a bit on a failed break, which it could still do. I didn't want to take out that top, but it is looking pretty good on SoundHound. And what is W key? Did that halt down only to immediately claim VWAP and break out the highs? So yeah, I can't believe it. You were just talking about this, and it was. Yeah, I think about to. Now it is breaking.
It's definitely a repeat offender on that.
That's so sick.
On that ticker. You got to go back and see how it was acting during I guess COVID euphoria, if you want to call it, the last kind of run on a lot of these tickers, and definitely a halter, and definitely one to watch for there. And I honestly have no idea why it's running. I'm sure there might be some sort of catalyst there, but I guess it held up pretty decently over the past couple of years. Here come 226s. On AVGO, it's starting to get a little aggressive to the upside here. I'm looking at these 15-minute bars, man. These 15-minute bars, there is no relief.
There is a story.
What's the catalyst? Who's got the catalyst for us?
Hold on a second. Let me just full face it. Look, they announced. Satellite launch with SpaceX in the new year on the 14th.
Okay.
So that was the catalyst.
Getting into.
So there's a launch early next year for WiseKey with SpaceX, and that's on January 14th. So they're getting a bump on that. Obviously, that means check it, on the 14th. Maybe you want to go back and look at this. We didn't get a chance to add on MSTR. Why? Because MicroStrategy fails the 405 break. I thought they needed to hold above the top. There's still too many sellers up here. And the way I'm framing it is I want to be in the long. Obviously, if you have it down here, great, you're holding on. Maybe you can trail it out. But in order to participate up here, I didn't want to have to pay up to 405.5, where it was trying to break the early high. It was trying to weasel in and only risk $1 and then be able to add up here. But we're not getting what we're looking for. I still think it has a good potential run, but It's just not doing exactly what we need here. So AMD's frustrating in that, like, it's not giving you the reloads that I want to the short trade, but it's holding the bottom of this channel, 102, 125 and a half to 126 change. I'm just short at VWAP from earlier, that's all. And you're not really getting either the flush down to break down and make some new lows, or just get to the low of the day, and it's not giving me the short entries that I'm looking for to jump back into it. And Rivian Millionaire, actually this wasn't your comment, Rivian Millionaire. It was L87P. Mara is the next MSTR. Mara doesn't have the Sailor guy. They can try to do the same model, but there's a couple of things going on here for MSTR. Like, there is still that hedge trade which is going against MSTR, which is the short MicroStrategy long Bitcoin. And they've been doing what they've been doing for a much longer time period and accumulating Bitcoin at much better prices, which makes it difficult for anyone to just try to copy their model. And I get it. All the miners do have to pivot to something and adjust their plans somehow. I just don't know how it's the same thing. It's hard to try to make that comparison joining late. Just very quickly, for anybody, there is no absolute guarantee that MSTR or Palantir will end up in the NASDAQ 100, or that it will be announced. I just want to make that clear. It is not some mortal lock, despite what anybody might tell you. Could it happen? Could it be announced? It's possible. It doesn't mean it's happening for sure. Clearly there's some buying going into it, but it doesn't mean that it has to happen. I know there's a lot of exuberance. It's having an up day. It hasn't had too many of those recently. But yeah, it's just something that could happen here. I fully expect like this could lose bid, and then I get out, and then maybe look for a dip buy somewhere else. But it isn't that crazy. And you're right, John T. Microsoft denied Sailor. I don't think anybody was surprised that Microsoft shareholders, they declined to add Bitcoin to their balance sheet. You know, they're a large company, and for them to adapt that kind of a measure is just going to take a heck of a lot more, and probably going to be a little bit slower to that type of a move, right? Like, it's a lot different when you have leadership. Like it was a lot easier for like a Tesla, let's just say, and someone that has the leadership like an Elon Musk than it would over at Microsoft. It's not going to happen very quickly, I don't think, for them. Such a disappointment NVIDIA is, Obi.
Yeah, man.
It was trying.
That's what I said. It's like it's relatively weak, and it's like is it really going to bounce? Because if the market starts to turn, it's already so weak it can just kind of come back in and consolidate. So it's like we talked about a lot of these tickers. They keep getting these aggressive pushes in the morning session, whether it's to the upside or to the downside. If it's to the downside, what I'm realizing more often than not, a bit of a dead cat bounce. If it doesn't really revert within a certain period, and then same thing with the move to the upside, no real pullback, and I don't know what the opposite of a dead cat bounce would be when it just consolidates near the highs. But a little bit of a, I mean, yeah, I don't know, a live cat jump.
No, there isn't any.
I don't think so.
Sometimes there's just no pun.
No, there is.
Sometimes there's just nothing.
There's nothing there.
It's okay.
But yeah, no, I guess that's NVIDIA's kind of doing a little bit of that dance right now.
I so didn't want to chase this
but the market's, like I said before, giving us a little bit more of a reversion there, 50% on the Nasdaq, and some of these other tickers looking somewhat similar as well. Again, we talk about some of these chip names. Again, if you look at TSM, if you look at SMH, SMH obviously going to be a little bit more reflective of the Nasdaq, just based off of what they are made up of. But yeah, no, if you look at TSM did have a strong pull, and then off of the open, and then a nice strong pullback as well, but recovered almost well over 50% of the move on TSM there. So some of these chips are bouncing, some of them are not. AMD, bit of a dead cat. Intel as well, bit of a dead cat. SMCI, dead cat bounce as well on that one there. ARM was a little distinctly different, but the trading pretty much sideways. All things said and done as of right now. Bitcoin kind of curling back up to the highs there. That I don't know. I got eyes on Tesla to see if we can hit that 435 mark on Tesla, but we're still kind of consolidating, trading sideways, just orbiting a point above, a point below. You can see this right here, 434s, 432s, a little bit of a chop happening here on Tesla. So I don't really got anything else on watch. We did have some earnings names today. We can go, I guess we can go through some of those. Again, we're talking about Broadcom. We're a little involved in Broadcom today as well, but some earnings names from this week as well. I think RH was interesting off of the open here. RH, what are these guys called again? What did you say?
The buying was really heavy on that.
What's the what are these guys called? What's the RH stand for?
No, it's actually okay. So it stands for Restoration Hardware.
Okay.
But you're not supposed to call them that anymore.
Okay.
They changed the name to RH.
Okay.
Which it's basically like Square going to block. Like everybody knows who you are, but you're not supposed to say it. It's a very strange thing. Okay. So I'm the jinx on SOUN. I mean, MSTR is starting to go back up, but I'm the jinx on SUN. It came back in. The prior high, 16.75. I don't think at this point, if it gets to 16.5, I probably wouldn't like it anyways. But I got in front of 17, creatively enough. I actually thought I was getting 05s. I ended up getting 04s. If we don't hold on to the prior high, I'm out. If we bounce off of this and come out the other end at 17, it could be a good place to add, or I could get stopped out and try to get back in. But it's around here, giving it to the quarter that we wanted to play. For sure. And let's see what happens. MSTR is still doing the exact same thing that it was before, so that's a bit of a nothing burger. Tesla's making a kind of lower highs in here. I don't love it as much as I did if it had maybe given you the 30 level. I think we'll just stick with, at least for now, MSTR, SOUN, and I don't necessarily think Palantir doesn't seem to have the juice to make the breakout. Like it's no longer running into the 75 level, like it's failing in front of 75 instead. Like if anything, Palantir is kind of looking weak. Like it can't get past the 75 zone. I don't want to be shorted again, but it doesn't seem to have the juice that I had earlier. So we just kind of stick with these ones. I guess I would probably got on a bit early, but let's see it make a rounded bottom. Maybe I can add to it and then play it out. Like it's one of those where it doesn't really have any levels up here to contend with. So you just sort of play it by ear. If it gets to the high, takes them out in front of the high. If it gets to the next quartile, then that'll be the 50 level, takes them out in front of the 50s, and see if it can get to $18. So SOUN certainly making a decent rally this afternoon. Like unless you're short a chip name like NVIDIA or an AMD, already long Tesla, I think you want to look for the strength. SOUN's got some. Finally, MSTR's got some. I'd love for MSTR to break out this top, though.
Yeah.
We're just hanging around this top. It just did another wick into the bottom, like, oh, yeah, maybe I'll add to some here at 04s again. And again, still with the same stop. If it loses 403, I got to jump out of this thing and then play it into that high. This time, if it breaks the high a second time, I'll look to maybe cover some on an initial push. Let's just see. It's still holding a bull flag, and I'd like it to break out. Not doing much. There's still that W key as well that's also moving around OB.
Yeah, you got out of that one, or
no? I never got into. I never took this one.
There, okay.
No, just SOUN. I got into SOUN. I'm in MSTR, but I never I wouldn't trade SOUN and Wise Key.
Yeah, I think
they're very similar type of plays.
You would say that wouldn't be too wise, or
that wouldn't be too wise. That's not a bad pun.
Yeah,
that's fine. It's also wise to go to ADR when asked to.
We do have Lamb Weston here popping up from round 73 halves to at highs almost 79s in this 1 15-minute candle. Basically here, we do have Lamb Weston up about 4%. We have a report from Reuters that Post Holdings is exploring a possible deal with Lamb Weston. So keep an eye on LW and POST with that report here. It's been moving for the last, 5 minutes. So watch out for Lamb Weston here, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Merger Friday. Aren't you supposed to do deals on Mondays, people? No, it's already starting to pull back. But sometimes when you have combination speculation, you do get an artificial floor in the stock. So you try to look back to what are some of the key prices, like something like the 75 area here, or the 76.20, something along those lines is what I might be looking at for Lamb Weston. I never really want to play the tops on any combination news. It's always a bad place to be a buyer. You'll just get rinsed. And then it's a trickier thing, too, as a day trader. because, and this happened live for me on this show, there was deal speculation on Spirit Airlines, and it did a similar move. Like it gapped up Spirit Airlines. It was trending in the afternoon. Like the scalp longs were killing it, all that good fun. I was holding on to some. And then at like 3:45, they halted the stock, news pending. And as you can guess, it didn't open back up. I ended up holding it overnight. And when there was no confirmation of a potential deal, it gapped back down. And I got, for the amount that I had left, I kind of took the hit. As a day trader, you don't want to get caught in a halt. So it's a little bit dangerous buying the top on like a buyout news if they don't end up confirming anything. Really, you're already running out of steam here in the teens, SOUN? Seriously, that's lame. I didn't see. So this will be an example of trade which is working, entry which was terrible. Why is it a bad? Okay, so yes, it's going up, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is, what was the execution strategy? There's your prior high, there's where it consolidated, dip back into the prior high, and then be long. Like, it'd be fine. You could have the same price on the other side of the trade, and it's better. Or you could have a price in the 90s if you actually wait for it to come and give you that rounded bottom there on SOUN. So it's just like a distinction that ends up mattering a heck of a lot more when you start playing out, hey, well, what happens if I do this 10 times out of 10 or take that trade 100 times? It's just a very different story on SUN. But I got to watch out for MSTR because this consolidation is once again testing the lows. Man, somebody just doesn't care. Someone's selling the crap out of this at 405 and they're not letting it go. So if you're in this stock from the bottom, profit taking, not the worst idea. I mean, I'm in here at the 04. It doesn't seem like it wants to make that breakout here in SOUN. Not SUN, I mean MSTR. MSOUN's looking okay. No, but sound looking okay, but MSTR, like I'm not holding it past that 03. We'll jump out of the trade. I guess you could have just been in there scalping it for a little bit, but that's not what I was looking to capture. Like I was looking for the big move. Like the run into the close, the run right up into the end of the day. But the way this is getting sold off at 405, somebody's not letting it go. And that's just, you're accepting it at this point. Like I'd love for it to consolidate and hold again, maybe take another crack at it. But I'm always going to play that with a stop because I don't need to get rinsed $10 on SOUN. Just not my cup of tea. And to each their own. Like I get it. If you want to hold this down into 400, maybe you're willing to hold into the aftermarket too. I absolutely am not. So that's going to be the name of the game. SOUN, go back to this. It just got back into the high of the day. So now it needs to break the high of the day and get back up into the top on sound. So yeah, it's gone back into the highs. Now we need to break those highs. Bitcoin Trader TV. I like this one. What did you say there? Sailor selling. Yeah, probably not. But somebody is. It could be new shorts, although that seems insane to me. But it could be a short seller. It could be somebody taking some short-term profits on it. 405, I mean, there's a decent chance that that's a pretty popular strike today. Like, there's a lot of things that could be going on at that level, but they all amount to the same thing. Regardless of whatever the speculation is on what's happening at 405 on MSTR, it just works out to the same thing. There's just an abundance of sellers, and the buyers can't win up here. They gave it a shot. They gave it a shot. I gave it a shot. It's just not working. Maybe there's a playoff VWAP, and you move on to the next. But again, like I like the long. I want it to go, but I'm not holding it all the way back into VWAP. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So you give it a shot. If it holds, great. If it doesn't, then you got to be able to jump out of the trade and then move on to the next opportunity, right? So you don't want to get rinsed on something like that. I think you take a reasonable risk, and if it works out, great. If it doesn't, you've got to be able to not be stubborn about it.
Yeah, definitely learned some lessons on being a little too stubborn this morning. But some crazy action happening here on AVGO. A bit of a grab of the highs, grab of the lows here. 225's doing a little bit of a churn.
Anything for you.
We broke a little bit of a trend as well, and 225s are just holding right now. So you can see we held that prior bar pretty well as of right now. Let's see. I don't know. We're are in power hour right now, and we've trended up since about the midday on AVGO. This market seems to be consolidating near on top of that 21,800 as of right now. So I'm going to be a little bit patient here, see if that break of trend leads to any sort of a reversion as of right now. But again, got to stay nimble, got to keep it tight, and see what the next trade is, Neil.
Yes, sir. And Obi and others introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. And what's interesting, we actually got a question about Worksport. I love the green in that. Not so much the winter that you see at the end of that, because it's like ridiculously cold outside. It's like minus 15 Celsius with the wind chill. But Worksport on volume, and we had a question about this in the dollar level, and I don't know why actually I wasn't paying more attention to this, because it genuinely is making a test on volume of the $1 level, which is always an important one for a penny stock. It's a good psychological level. It's actually held a couple of times in the afternoon. I think it's, from a technical standpoint, it's the kind of one where at 305, I'm probably waiting for like confirmation on Monday on volume that you can hold above $1 and not chasing the move. That would be my approach there. It actually does look good technically. We got a question about it. I'm like, yeah, no, we've been talking about them all week, but it actually looks good off that dollar level. So you didn't break the high of the day on SOUN. Still okay. It's holding the higher low. That's why you scalp out half of it, but it's right now holding a higher low, but it needs to continue to do so. If we lose the bid here, again, just jump out. I do not want to be stubborn about this whatsoever. And I was just asked, there was a question about WiseKey for levels, and then Elon had a question about spec names. And I'll maybe do WiseKey first. When it comes to levels for this, I mean, you guys tell me. Because when you've got a stock doing this, I don't have any. You can always pull a weekly chart up, and I guess what I'm getting at is when it comes to levels, you can pull up a weekly chart and go back a couple of years and try to find these bad boys out here. Like, I think if you zoom in, there we go. If I zoom out on a weekly chart, okay, there's like $10.50, and then you have what seems like some resistance here just underneath $9. How much does that matter 2 years? Oh, well, this one's a year out, year and a half out. It's hard to say, but yeah, you are coming into like the first, I guess, level just underneath $9, and then 10.5 is a big one on the weekly chart. When you have a blue sky set up, I think I'd be much more inclined to look at the trend and the tape than those levels. You're still far enough away from it that I don't know if they matter yet, but you are running into some ones from like a year and a half ago. And then the other question was from Elon in the chat. And it was directed to both of us, actually, Obi, if you have thoughts on this.
Sure.
Looks like traders recently favor trading the spec names like SOUN, ALAB, Rigetti, not as much the larger caps. And it's more of a comment than a question, I guess. I don't disagree with you. And
What do
I
you think that might be, Neil?
Well, one, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, bell of the ball, split, bell of the ball. Now look at it. Like, what are you doing with this thing? You could short it. That's an option. You could be short this name every opportunity that you get that sets up in a consolidation. But oftentimes, you just get into a market, and especially true in the afternoon. Like, since that last push up in the NASDAQ, this is what the NASDAQ's doing. So what do you think the continuation looks like on some of the bigger cap tech names? Not that great. But if you find something like an SOUN, like, what's good about it? I'm just saying it because I happen to be in it. There's other. I could look at Rigetti, but I'm not in it. Like, if this breaks away from the 17, unlike NVIDIA, this could make a 4 to 10% move. This local high is another 4 points. I mean, it goes another $1.70. Like, it breaks 18, goes to 18.5. You've got a double-digit gain on you. Like, you have the opportunity where you can take this consolidation, scalp some out, and then breaks out the high, and you're risking 20, 25 pennies on it, and it could go $1. and it's been trending up all day. It's harder to find the same kind of setups, especially in the afternoon on a Friday in things like NVIDIA. Like as much as I can tell you, hey, AMD's a great short, but like what am I doing with it since? Like it gave a setup into VWAP where you're playing off a prior high, and since then, it's completely sideways all afternoon. So I think it's true that a lot of times you'll get into these environments where those free money breakout trades on the Teslas and the NVIDIAs of the world aren't as plentiful, and the runners on the small caps tend to be really good. But everyone has to stay in their own lane. Like, don't just jump over to them if you have no trading strategy or execution strategy, or you've never even looked at them, you don't know how to read the tape, you've never watched the level 2, you don't understand the spread, what the slippage might be. You can't just jump on over to them if you don't really have a strategy for it. But if they're remotely in your playbook, certainly there are times that you should be jumping to them. Heck, there are days that we're looking at meme stocks. There's days that we're looking at only tech. There's days that we're looking only at the Chinese ADRs. I think obviously, every market is going to have different leadership. And as a trader, you want to be able to make sure that you try to dabble in enough trading strategies that you can follow along in whatever happens to be working to a point. Because I don't think you want to get too far out of your lane when it comes to executing. You want to make sure that you're at least still following a solid trade plan. It's not enough to say, Palantir is going crazy, I'm going to long Palantir today. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. It just has to align with your playbook, right? I'm sure that you might have a perception that a lot of traders are trading a certain types of names, but I think the fact of the matter is like all different kinds of traders trade all different kinds of things, depending on what their playbook, what their personality kind of aligns with. And yeah, no, it's like I like things that are potentially in play, and you can have your own definition for things that are potentially in play as well. Wow, this thing keeps on stopping me out and then just flushing back in. It's just a straight chop here on AVGO.
Oh, Broadcom.
As it kind of pops up and down here. So you know what? I'm kind of done with this one as of right now. I think the market looking like it's taking a little bit of a pullback, but again, we have only about 50 minutes left, and we've been kind of trending to the upside. I was looking for that for a prior bar break on a 15, and it came to the penny to the prior bar low, and then just held, and I'm like, all right, well, it's not really looking that good for me, and it just slaps up to the upside, breaks those highs, and then comes right back in. So absolutely crazy there. Insanity is correct if you were to describe some of this price action here as of right now. But yeah, I think lesson learned for me. I got to be a lot more patient for certain key levels to come in. VWAP holds, consolidations, to get involved with the ideas. Just having the idea is not.
Can I remind you of something that you told me 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
And that was sometimes when you're looking at a parabolic runner and you're looking for that mean reversion, put a preference on the one that is not breaking out the high. Like if it's giving you the setup into a place where there's already been sellers that won, then look there. And because it was just a question about a double top on Archer, ACHR, and look at the mean reversion here. Like to me, this, in theory, anything can happen in the next few minutes. This breaking trend, it gives you a trend break and it gives you the high of the day as a resistance spot. So it can play into the high, fail the high of the day break where there already were sellers on the stock. You already know there were people selling on the stock. It worked this morning. And then you get the trend reversal on this as opposed to, say, like a Broadcom. I think that's sort of it. And yeah, SoundHound, like really? Not even a green candle since it retested the high of the day. It's kind of lame. It's still holding 17-ish, but it's not great. Like it's not, the continuation's not there. The volume is kind of okay, but it's already starting to dwindle back down in. It's not really giving me the feels that they should be like, hey, let's get back in what we got out. Nah, I'm not really seeing it. But that Archer, like that at least, like that's giving you something. Like I think Archer, and this is Archer Aviation, by the way, like that actually, because there is like ARCH, which it's easy to mix up. There's ARCH, which is a different stock. It's like a $150 stock, and there's ACHR. Archer Aviation is the one I'm talking about. That has this nice trend up, into the high of the day. As a matter of fact, do we even have locates on this? Let's double check. Yep, we do. Like, this looks like a good reversion, but I didn't look at the daily chart. Hey, the daily chart looks just as good up here. There were sellers back on December 6th as well, at the same price level, and the day before. Right up here around the 8.5. So you know there's resistance at $8.50. It's got a big trend up. If it reverts that trend and is underneath $8.50, then I want short on this thing. And it's free locates, which doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean, the action on this thing is absolutely wild. We came right back down, Neil. As the 15-minute bar is about to close, we slam right back into consolidation lows after weakening the highs by another 20 pennies. So it is getting maybe a little crowded here, but a bit of a held bid on those 224.95s. You can see I'm getting a little too excited on the break of this trend right here. But then again, the break of trend doesn't necessarily always mean it's going to do a little bit of a reversion. It could just mean that it might just slow down some of that buying for a little bit. But that buying, look at this hold on this bid on top of this 225. So this 225 is holding so well as of right now. So let's see if we count it from this candle right here, from when we first broke out of that 225 for about almost 30 minutes now, Neil. We've been holding above this 225 mark on the break of trend, but not really the break of the bid, as it clearly the bid is showing up over and over again on top of that 225. So I am clearly, I guess, again, I think I was a little compromised a little earlier, but I think I'm gonna just piece off of this one and just maybe look elsewhere, because AVGO and I not having the best of times as of today. But I think it's another great one to reflect on. I still don't I guess take back what I said earlier. I was telling Joe as well. I was like, this ticker today and the type of price action it's doing and the type of opportunity that it's presented us with is definitely worth kind of looking at, studying, and getting a little bit better at. I am clearly not ready to kind of exercise the best practices on this ticker. And you know what? It's a great learning lesson today. Sure, I spent a little bit of a risk, but market tuition is what we like to call it here in the trading world. But
you know what it comes down to?
What is it?
There's only so many days you will have a stock like Broadcom up 25% on earnings, breaking an all-time high, and then trading on extra volume.
Yeah.
Like if you trade Broadcom every single day, let's just say you had traded Broadcom every single day for the last couple of weeks. Today, you probably would have gained the amount of experience in a single day worth of watching it and tape reading it that you did cumulatively for that entire couple of weeks, because today was special. Yep. It's just more valuable, and it's no different from anything that's in play.
I've been slowing this thing down all day. You already know.
And I think that's why sometimes, and I know like Tishy in the chat and a lot of other traders, they like looking at a certain subset of small caps. Like I actually just saw in the chat someone saying, it might have been Tisha Perkins, that SOUN has a float that's too big for them because they only like to trade small cap runners with a smaller float that are a little more explosive. Some people like the liquidity better. It's whatever works for you. But if you trade a bunch of ones that are in that cohort, then suddenly when there's a new gap runner that day, you're already experienced trading something of its style. But some of the bigger cap techniques are so unique in their own ilk, it's not as if you're gaining the same experience. Like, it's not so simple to transfer from NVIDIA to Broadcom. They're very different stocks. They're not going to trade the same. So if you're trying to trade Broadcom, there are not a lot of other symbols that give you that same experience. Every now and then you will get some comparables in bigger cap names. I think the best examples would be like something like some of the recent IPOs. Like I think things like Reddit and Kava, if you traded those, it probably helped you trying to trade whatever the one was yesterday. What the heck was that thing called again?
TTAN.
Yeah. Titan, whatever. Titan, whatever.
I saw that, and I did. Well, I was in the bathroom for a little bit of it, but I was like, yeah, this looks nothing like those IPOs. I was like, I did not want to touch it, even though like borrowed shares for it.
It was more like
ready for it. It was slightly more like.
It was kind of like
I don't, the thing is, I didn't really
lower
see
liquidity.
I didn't see the open of it, so I can't really speak much on it. I came back to it a little bit later, but some of those other IPOs, you had size kind of following it. You had more distinct kind of action that kind of told you a little bit of a story, gave you places to risk off of. But I think that 101 to 105 kind of consolidation was pretty straightforward. It held that pretty well. Funny enough, I saw that like last night. On the 15-minute chart, the 745 candle breaks that, drops down to 95s, wicks back up, and guess where we're trading coming in the next day? Back above 100.
Yeah.
So it's like whoever bought it up in the last 15 minutes before the aftermarket close at 8 p.m. Definitely, and there was a lot of there was like I was only looking at the BATS data, but there was about 850 lots that went through at those prices below 100, all the way down to 95s, and then it got picked right back up. I don't know how much volume actually went through on it, but there's definitely opportunities. But yesterday's IPO distinctly different from some of the better ones that we've had this year.
And that's sort of the thing. Like you've got to, again, you always find your lane. I see a lot of people talking about NVIDIA. Just one thing. So Archer did break 850. So no mean you can't take a mean reversion trade if it's just continuing to go up or go down and it's continuing to go up. So it's now got a new trend. Like forget about the trend from VWAP. It's now got a new 820. There's your run here. Break into the high of the day. There's your lower high. It's got a new trend that it's setting in. So it would now need to break this trend line and be under 850. Otherwise, there is no setup. And NVIDIA, because it is moving and you guys are interested in it, every time I look over at SOUN, it's like it's right back to 17 again. NVIDIA doing nothing. Why is everyone saying NVIDIA? Not doing anything. Going sideways. And why? Like AMD is so frustrating.
What's AMD up to?
It keeps trying to break 125.5. So this time, here's the thing. If it doesn't break the 125.5 here and play to the low of the day, then I'm trailing out of it this time. So it's bounced off this a couple times. It's a VWAP trade. I'm just trying to hold it for the low of the day. That was the plan. It was after yesterday, I was sort of thinking if it just sells off this level again, we're at the lows, sells off, and look for the continuation. Missed that trade. I'm like, we get VWAP. If we break here, why not wait for it to get back to the low? And if we break back above this prior high that'll be Wednesday, then I can just get out. But now all of a sudden, if it cannot hold under this 125.5 underneath, then I should trail out of it and maybe just sort of cover it. It's doing it again. Like if it dips, I'm just going to adjust my
market's
trail.
pulling back off of 21.8.
It should, if it doesn't work now, if it doesn't follow through to the low of the day, then it's not going to, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if it doesn't happen off of this market breakdown, then maybe poised for a little bit longer there. ARM, beautiful downtrend on ARM I'm noticing as of right now. So
you know what's crazy? That Broadcom.
It's still going, man. This thing's gonna probably squeeze into the close, to be honest. Like I've been fighting I wasn't really fighting the trend here. Might have been trying to do some top picking, but again, not best practice. I got to wait for that shelf on 225 to break to actually look for that breakdown right there. But again, I kind of pointed out what I started the position with, and I was like, all right, break of this trend, maybe dabble in a little bit, look for that follow through to get a lot more. But it didn't really give it to me, anticipating the pull down as it comes down below 225s and then rips right back up. So it's like, all right, well, maybe the technical trading might not be the best when it's doing some of this chop action and just kind of like, if you're taking longs on top of 25s, that's been holding really well. If you're taking shorts on top of some of these wicks, it just keeps on coming in, printing a little bit higher, pulling back in, printing a little bit higher, pulling back in. You can see multiple times I get stopped out, boom, right here, prior high break, boom, again, prior high break, slamming right back in. And market's coming right back in. So again, I'm clearly a little compromised, and I think it's good practice. What I've learned over again, my couple years here at the firm is like, all right, well, when you realize that you've been compromised in your decision making, you're clearly not trading like you normally do. Again, this is right here. This kind of chart not really what a lot of my trades tend to look like. Not really what a lot of my best trades look like, right? And I think that goes again to I guess what Sean was talking about just a couple of days ago about like different kinds of sizing and really playbooking some of your best trades and figuring out where you need to be putting on more of your risk over time. And yeah, I definitely know, looking at this chart right here, that some of my best trades definitely do not look anything like this, as these are way too many decisions, way too many chops, way too many stop outs right there. A lot of the best trades, yeah, sure, even if they don't go right away for me, a lot of the time I'm not making too many decisions on them. Here comes the high a day on Broadcom once again, and
of course it is.
Guess what's pulling back down, Neil? Tesla to the downside, breaking that 332s, pulling back into 432s, pulling back into 430 as of right now.
What do you think AMD did
on Tesla? AMD probably just came right back.
Right back to one. It goes to 122. It goes right there to 125 and a half, and once again it catches a bid at 125 and a half. So I trailed out to steal one from Obi. This prior bar open and this prior bar close, which ended up being the same price. I'm like, that's a pretty convenient place to put a stop, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it, or trail, I should say, because a stop would be up here, and then a trail would be down there. We try to be a little more precise with the terms that we use.
Yes.
I got into Archer, which is Archer Aviation, not the other one. So there's the trend. It closed under trend. I got in, and the stop will be at the high of the day. First bid at 8:30, and then 8:20 as well. So we were looking for that mean reversion. But the other thing that this had going for it, as a reminder, is a little bit of a lower high resistance on the daily. When you look at it on the 15-minute, this is what happened this morning at that same price level. Like what's been happening at 850 on this stock is just rejection. Like it had one time it was able to close up here, and it's kind of telling what happened the next day. Like, right, it closes up here, trying to tight to the 850, immediately dumps. This morning it tried to break through. But like again, like if you're looking for that setup, it's the mean reversion setup where I have it breaking a trend line, but I also have it at a resistance level. So once it gets to 830, probably need to tighten this one back up to an 850 stop instead of the high of the day. Like it's just a matter of like trying to get it at the right price area. Oh, now I know why I had this pen in front of me. I've had this pen in front of my desk so I could keep marking off the oh boy counter.
Oh boy.
Would you believe it? That's like the second time you've said it. We're an hour and a half into the afternoon show.
I think I've said it a couple
and you've completely slowed down using it. Like if the counter is half of what I was expecting.
Sometimes the momentum slows down. Oh boy.
Why would you say it as I was putting an order in? It's just incredibly inconsiderate.
Priorities, Neil. Priorities.
All right, now I can mark it off. I didn't miss that one. I got that one. Trust me, it's half of what I anticipated it would be.
Yeah.
You say it all the time.
I think I said it more than a couple of times.
No, that's
2
the
p.m.
third one. I have 3 this afternoon.
I think I saw you miss a couple as well. So.
What was it? You saw me miss a couple?
Yeah.
So why didn't you say something?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not like, hey, Neil, get on the counter. Why would I say something like that? That's, not cool.
You gotta hold me accountable. No, to be honest, like one of the...
Right now, Neil, I'm just trying to hold myself accountable.
No, but you know what? Actually, I say this all the time. There was, before we came to, either right when we came to YouTube or just before it. It might have been before we came to YouTube. We were doing it was early after we came to YouTube in 2020. And I remember when we first started trading NEO, right? And pretty much everybody on the show kept saying NIO.
Yes, I remember that.
Everybody
I used to watch.
Everybody was saying that.
Everyone was saying NIO.
And would you believe it, how long it took for someone to say, hey, you guys are saying that company name wrong. You're mispronouncing.
You guys actually thought it was NIO?
I didn't know how to pronounce it.
You know how I
properly.
say Google? No, I thought you guys were just NIOing.
No, after the fact, when we found out, then it was a joke. But at the beginning, we were legitimately getting it wrong, and nobody was telling us. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I guess grammatically, what's it like? What is it like? I before E. I don't know. I'm not a
I before E except after C.
Yes, that's the one. And then this is an I before an O, so it makes sense. I mean,
no. Well, look, it's just it basically comes down to. It just comes down to I just like. If you know someone's making a mistake,
if it's like
why
Neo,
wouldn't you just say something?
If it's Neo, then it's why is it not NEO, right? Neo is NEO.
Look, obviously I get it.
One.
Obviously I get it
No,
now,
I
and
know.
it seems ridiculous. But we were all of us were saying it incorrectly. That's all.
I remember
I don't
when I used to
mind.
watch the show, I would call it Nio as well because I'm like, that's hilarious. You know, we can have some fun with the names. And
I don't take myself too seriously to be offended when someone corrects me. I'd rather be corrected, man. Like it's just.
I mean, that's something as a trader, right? The market corrects us all the time.
If you can't handle it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
A couple of things here. So yes, I tightened up my stop on Archer.
Wow.
There's a trend reverse. It's trying to get back to 820.
Broadcom
and-
just slapped up a whole point.
Yeah, so I've moved my trail into the prior bar high. What the Broadcom again?
22750s. This thing is squeezing into the close.
That is
Palantir's
absurd.
going to?
Palantir is now Palantir wants to get to 75.
Frankles, what do I do?
Oh, MSTR. If you're now no, MSTR is not going. So Palantir is going. That's for sure. It's now up to the 75 level. I just got to fill an SOU, and I'm taking a little bit more out back at that high. But wow, look at it go on Palantir. It would be nice if you had MSTR going as well. Did you say it again?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it'd be nice if MSTR was going, but I think we got it right to jump out of MSTR. There's no juice here. Now it's a lower high. Took our shot there. You know, you're not going to win every single trade. That'll be our loser for the afternoon. Was taking a shot on MSTR 404 and then losing into 403. But Archer's starting to go. SOUN's back up to that high that it can't seem to break. Nvidia's doing nothing. We trailed out of AMD, but much like for most of the day, it is Broadcom's world, and we're all just living in it. But you know what the best thing is? I have never owned a single share of Broadcom, yet it's a pretty decent chunk of my portfolio. Why?
Why is that?
Because the two biggest holdings in my portfolio, any guesses?
Qs?
And
SPY? Boom.
that's what I'm talking about.
Let's go. That's all you need.
And so I do own
all you
Broadcom.
really need.
And that's whatever. That's not a brag, because technically, if my entire portfolio was Tesla or Nvidia, I'd be up more. But just diversify your bonds.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no, ETFs again, time and time again. You can take a
huge
look
volume
back at it. We talk about these tickers are almost poised to do really well over time because of how they're structured as well. But yeah, no. I think it's definitely solid. That again, I don't think I have any. No, I don't have any SPY or Qs. I think my biggest holding is Apple and some Canadian companies as well.
Yeah, there's, you know, what basically how it happened for me. Like, there's two ways to play it. Like, some people, if you're aggressive, which is probably what you should do when you're young, is like you pick the individual names that you like, and then as you get older, you take some of those gains and then you work into the indexes and ETFs. Now, I'm more conservative. I did it the other way around. Like, I sort of built a portfolio around some Canadian names and mutual funds, that kind of stuff, and then built a position in the indexes. And then once I was like, hey, I feel comfortable, then I got into the individual stocks, which is, I would argue, is not the way to go when you're young, but everyone has different life circumstances under which I won't get into it. It's way too long-winded. It's better for a podcast form. But I would argue that I didn't do it the right way, and I can get into the reasons why, but it ultimately doesn't matter. I think when you're younger, if you pick a few quality winning stocks and then work your way into the ETFs later, I think you'll find yourself in a good spot. There's no bad way to do it, buying quality. That said,
how would you define that?
Before, just one thing here, SOUN failed again at the high of the day. So this time, I took some more out there, so it just doesn't seem to want to go. I feel like if it closes underneath 17, this 3-minute bar, I'm going to punch out and not even wait for that stop. So unfortunately, this one doesn't want to break out the high, but it's like MSTR. I was just looking for the long and the consolidation for a break of the high. The difference is I was scalping for some profit on this. I just heard a halt. What was that?
It's something halted? Here.
No, it's this AUMN. I'm completely unfamiliar with this stock. It's a penny stock. Who cares? Sorry. No.
Huh. The last one I have here halted INAQU. That's units. That's a SPAC units. Interesting. SPACs are moving again? INAQ. What?
Market top.
IN.
You know we got a problem when the SPACs are going. I'm just saying.
I mean, it's not really like if you want to call this a halt, like what is it really doing? Yeah, it's doing nothing on 20K volume. Yeah, no, it's absolutely nothing. Pretty much garbage. MHH was another. Oh, on the Amex here. Yeah, no, another nothing. Yeah, 9,000 shares traded on the day. Yeah, maybe not the best here in terms of a halters. But let's see what Adara has to say.
Take a look at this S&P 500 here and talk about the larger moves to the upside and the downside as we, I guess, are halfway through the final power hour of this trading week. I always like to have a theme for this sector, so we're actually going to be talking about some larger upside and downside movers, specifically in the technology services sector. And we have to start with Adobe. This is Adobe. Adobe here below, continuously rejecting that 460 level, down about 3%. This is a day 2 earnings move for ADBE. In case you missed it, they did report okay numbers for the current quarter, but their guidance for the forward quarter was not as high as expected. Then we had ServiceNow here, NOW, down about 2.5%. They're trying to find a bit of a rounded bottom. They got a downgrade from KeyBank despite a price target increase from Mizuho. It looks like investors reacted more to the downgrade than that price target increase, and we had a sell-off for NOW. Last but not least, actually an upside name in this sector, it's going to be MTC8. This is Match Group. In case if you recall, they actually had their investor day earlier this week. Evercore ISI lowering their price target of the stock, but MTCH still climbing higher here, up around 2 1/3%, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. And thank you very much, Nick Dubs. Nick W. in the chat here. Dropping the super chat. Hey, we appreciate all the views. We appreciate the super chats. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and share with your friends. That'll make us all very happy. And then spread the love. You know, keep it positive in the chat. Keep it positive, helping each other out there. But you're asking specifically, Nick, about thoughts for Joby on a swing, bull flag setup, seems to be moving off the bottom of the flag. Okay, so yes, bull flag setup, I get it. There's your hold of the bottom, consolidation, already broke once, goes into prior high, breaks that, then holds the prior high, so there's your consolidation. Now, the only thing I would say is, seems to be moving off the bottom of the flag. Okay, it's up 2% and distinctly holding the bottom of that flag. That's the only difference that I would make. I'll tell you straight out, I don't swing trade very often, but I'll tell you 10 times out of 10 or 9 times out of 10, I'm looking for this or that. Like if I don't get it breaking the consolidation, like if I'm buying the dip into the prior high, ideally I want something like that or something into here, which it never gave you. This is just a breakout trade. But this one here, back into this prior level, that's the dip that I like. I hate the ones out and about because I feel like it's so easy for you to just get rinsed and then have it go. So I understand what you're getting at here. These are not my favorite. These guys are Joby's, what are those eVTOL? What do we call them? Those flying. There's a name for it that's slipping my mind because it's like it's late on a Friday.
Drone sector.
Yeah, you guys, you can look it up. But I see what you're getting at with the setup there, Nick Dubs. I just tend to not prefer those ones. It's a good short flow, 17%. It's really not that bad, but for me, it's a bit of a pass technically. But let's go handle some business.
Yeah. So eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description below. So, yeah, definitely some historical data can definitely be a little bit of an edge sometimes. I think
oftentimes.
Yeah, that's what I'm realizing as well. I guess a little bit today as well. Back testing for certain types of things can provide you with a little bit of confidence or confluence for the trade ideas that you may already have. And oh boy. Here it comes, 226 is coming right back in after a flush of 228s, going into the second half hour of Power Hour right now on AVGO as the market takes to the upside. So a little distinctly different, maybe finally some profit taking. But am I going to try to revert this with 30 minutes? Absolutely not. Why?
25.
Because, Neil, my data tells me for mean reversions, for things, especially for things that are all-time highs trending up into the end of the day, but things that are trending up into the end of the day, more often than not, probably not the best time. Not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily mean you shouldn't.
You know what?
Trade.
To me,
it's
it has
the best
to.
Time
to me, it has to happen before the final half an hour. That said, Archer, we just trailed out of the last of it. It did a bottoming tail candle. We moved our stop to break even, which I said I was going to do anyways. But you got to be able to take the profit. And it got to first support, held, bottoming tail, held again. Then it got to second support. We sat there. It could not break second support. You can't get stubborn about these things. Ultimately, it would be nice if it had pulled all the way back into VWAP. That'd be great. But you got to accept it. Sometimes you just got to get out. You know, like take the win that's there and not try to force it. You hit a ball into the gap. Sometimes it's a triple. Sometimes it's a double. And you got to understand if you get thrown out at third base, then you have zero chance of scoring. But we'll end up getting out of it. I keep seeing AMD in the chat, so I want to make sure we got to the Archer trade. I'm not in anything now. Maybe something sets up at the end of the day. AMD was a good trail out. I'm not going to complain about it. Maybe you can get back into VWAP. Not so boring just says AMD is a buy at 100, right?
What?
At 100?
What do you mean?
If AMD gets to $100? Yeah, I'll put the... Yes. I mean, not often that you look at the chart and be like, this stock is in a downward trend. I'd probably be a buyer down there. Yeah, I feel like I'd probably buy it at $100. I think I'd buy it down. Support's underneath 100 on the daily chart. I'm just going to throw that out there. But I generally prefer to buy things, things that are trending down. I like to buy after they've bounced. And I also believe in taking profit when they do so. So like when we were just talking about the swing trade, like the only recent swing trade I have was Snowflake, where there's your rounded bottom, there's your higher low holding VWAP, there's it breaking the trend here in this consolidation, so that's your long, and then there's your move into 180 where you take some profit. Now this can't be a loser on Snowflake at this point. If it loses the 200 period, I'd definitely be out of the rest of it. Let's go to Adara.
Couple tickers to watch here on the ahead of this potential NASDAQ inclusion announcement. So from this list here, I am seeing it again. This does not mean any of these will or will not be included in the NASDAQ, but these are the ones that are being speculated to potentially be announced as included. These are Palantir, PLTR, Equinix, EQIX, Sanofi, SNY, MicroStrategy, MSTR, Axon Enterprise, AXON, United Airlines, UAL, NetEase, NTES, JD.com, which is JD, TCOM. We also have Arginex here, ARGX, and Alnylam, ALNY. Of these, the two that I've seen floated around the most as potential NASDAQ inclusions are Palantir, MicroStrategy, and Axon. All three of those are actually specifically highlighted by Bloomberg Intelligence as very likely inclusions. So keep an eye on AXOM, MSTR, and PLTR for a potential NASDAQ inclusion announcement tonight. Though, as I mentioned earlier, that does not mean any of these necessarily will be included, only that they're definitely on watch. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And the reason Palantir is at the top of the list, not just because of the run that it's been on, it is, I believe, it's the biggest name listed on the NASDAQ not in it. So I feel like it would make sense that it's at the top of the list. I feel if there isn't an inclusion, if there isn't an inclusion, the two names that I think are under the most pressure, one, MSTR, there's way too many people hoping that one does it. And then, of course, Palantir as well. Like, if it doesn't happen, I mean, what are you going to do? Why? I'm assuming Broadcom probably just...
Yeah, it just tanked.
Pull back.
It just tanked. 30-minute prior bar finally broke after we got that bid from Anchored VWAP. So that flush comes in. Classic. But yeah, no, what I was saying earlier is like, yeah, no, my data just shows me that it's maybe not the best time to revert. Doesn't necessarily mean the reversion may will or will not be there. You could still have a great reversion at the end of the day. but it might not be the best over time over a different set of samples. There is what I mean there. But yeah, we're pulling back right into 225s, and guess where we catch a bid? We do break that 225 a little bit, but reclaiming that going into the close. VWAPs all the way down here at 218. Let's see how some of these imbalances come out in the next 8 minutes. Market's kind of just chip chopping here since about, what is this? Since about 2:30 here. So just over an hour, we've just been trading sideways here on the Nasdaq, just hovering above and below this 21,800. So nothing doing here on the Nasdaq, but there are other tickers that have a little bit of a trend. Again, Bitcoin kind of back up near its day highs right here, trading at 101,885, and the high of day was 101,859. So that ticker is picking right back up as well. And yeah, I guess some of the crypto names may be doing some moves as well, but there is, wow, look at that. There is a earnings name that is ripping up into the close right now as I'm watching it. So aggressive bid coming in on RH. So look at that. It kind of breaking through this intraday high at, what is this, 444.41s, and then high a day coming in at 457.23s. We're trading at 449.70s right now, so only about 7 points away from day highs, opening range highs as well. But yeah, that's an aggressive pull up again in the last half hour with expanding volume, doing relative volume into the close here. So yeah. Again, don't forget this is an earnings day one name, and I don't think I put an anchored on this this ticker last night. So let's see what we did in and around anchored. Yeah, so I guess it's relatively similar to where anchored or the regular VWAP is, but you can see it's held as a bit of resistance, and coming into the end of the day, no longer resistance, getting a little bit of a pull up, pushing past some of these prior levels here, trading at 450 now on RH. How much volume did this thing do on the day here? 2.5 million, which is pretty decent, seeing that it only averages about a 700K on the daily, on the 30-day average volume on RH. So a nice little move on that ticker. Again, earnings day one. As that comes in, let's see what, I guess we were looking for a continuation on Lovesac. Didn't really come in. It gave you a little bit off of the open there, a little bit of continuation, but that trend breaks down quite nicely, and then reverts right back up to what may seem like maybe an anchored from earnings. Yeah, see, this is where you can see that it kind of resets the regular anchored resets, so that 2-day anchored or 2-day VWAP or an anchored VWAP may be a better indicator of where average volume might be sitting at. Again, with reference to that earnings reaction as well, right? So still trading well below some of those levels here, and yeah, look at that. We're still holding this 225 on Play. Sorry, not on Play, on Broadcom, but Play was the next one I was looking at here, just to do a little bit of some cleanup in terms of looking at names that we were looking at in the morning session, and see what they've done on the day here with only about 15 minutes left into the close. Play is actually about to break out to the upside.
No way.
As of right now, so it did kind of it did break that downtrend right off of the open with that aggressive bid. Nice little flush down to 26 halves, and then printing close to high of day as of right now. But other than that, I don't really see anything too crazy. Tesla,
the imbalance locators doesn't have much of anything.
Yeah,
either.
Imbalance. The early looks probably.
It's a little. Had there been something big on the early looks for the imbalances, we would have let you know. Like YMM, which I don't know, it's like some $11, probably like a SPAC or something. That's nothing. BAC's is a buy imbalance of 2.4 million, but that always pairs off. SU's a buy imbalance of 1.5 million. WFC's in there, but there's no big names. I mean, Archer is there for a small buy, but that's actually this morning. Yeah, there's actually literally nothing. Maybe we'll see something at 350 that comes out of nowhere, but look at Palantir go. So it's still going. And see, this is the fun part about it is, and you can check, trust me, you can check my note on Twitter this morning. Like I was going to take this breakout. That was part of the trading plan for Palantir. It was, hey, just trend up, take the double top breakout, with everything going on, I thought that was going to be the play. And then it turned into the other side of the trade, which was it's just been rejecting 75. If it doesn't make the break, just short it when it fails 75. Fails 75 like almost to a T, and then held 75 on a dime. So the trade ended up being a short, where really what I wanted was to play that long breakout that just hasn't happened here on Palantir. And this is an easy answer here for you travel trader. Are you looking to short Palantir again? Nope. And as I was saying before, this trade short this morning it wasn't about the high of the day. If anything, I was going to take the breakout. It was simply the manner in which it was failing above 75, like fail above 75, short 75. Fail above 75, short under 75. There doesn't even get back up to it. It was more about if it did the same thing, which is present me with a chance to short after it's failed 75, then I would go ahead and do it. So that was, and it's too late in the day. I'm not taking a breakout trade at this price. I think ultimately, if you're looking for an announcement to come after market that they're being added, well, then a lot of the alpha in that trade is going to be the aftermarket. So as somebody who A, is going to be getting up to go to the desk in 5 minutes, or just over 5 minutes, and B, I'm not holding it and trading in the aftermarket, then buying it here doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. I think if you've got execution and you are executing the aftermarket and you have a solid risk plan and you've got all the gateways and all that kind of good stuff, I think obviously that's a different story. But I'm not going to take this top end break, and it looks like it is going to go. Just want to zoom it out a little bit further. You have yesterday's high and today's high, which line up here for the high of the day break. But the high back from Tuesday is 75.60. So you've got the local high, then 20 cents higher, you've got this 60 high, which is also something, I guess, to be respected. Yeah, so worth watching here. Palantir into the close. I'll probably keep my eyes on this in case there's an imbalance. What else are you going to watch? And Palantir is moving. I'll have MSTR up as well on the off chance it does something. Not that I'm expecting any fireworks in those two names, but imbalances in about 30 seconds, Obi.
Yeah, so got to keep an eye on these imbalances, but yeah, not really expecting too much here. I hear Brinkles in the back talking about Palantir. Wow, yeah, breaking high of day right now, currently going into these imbalances. So I got to take a look at these imbalances, Neil, just to see if there's anything interesting or spicy that may or may not show up. But like we said, expect nothing, but be prepared for everything, maybe. Let's see what these imbalances have in store for us today. TLT with a 5.5 million sell. Oh boy.
That's kind of big for TLT.
Let's go over to Neil's screen.
Yeah, we got TLT leading the way. That's not what anybody expected. 5.5 million sell on TLT. IQ, which is a $2 stock that has a sell imbalance of 4 million. So that's it. Sabre in there for a couple of million sell. PAA is a sell for 2 million. Over 1 million shares on a bigger name. You've got Intel for 1 million to the buy side. That's it. You got the SPY as a sell for 900,000. WBA's got a buy of 800,000. Alphabet, there you go, 750 to the sell side. Broadcom, 740 to the sell side. So nothing big, nothing. Wow, wow, Palantir.
Yep. So that thing's blasting. So that it's like squeezing.
We haven't seen no
looks like a bit of a squeeze.
Can't short that. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. And don't worry, we're going to have this up in the aftermarket show. Adair and I are going to have, we'll be watching Palantir, obviously MSTR, any of those names, all of these. Certainly they're going to be in play. Whether or not, look, don't at me if they don't get included. They just could be. There could be an announcement that you get included to the NASDAQ 100. I think Palantir is the most likely of the group of names that's being speculated, but nothing is a guarantee. It's just all probabilities here. I think it's the highest probability. That's just my opinion. And I just saw in the chat from Robbie V, now MSTR goes. We took our shot on MSTR in the consolidation. It didn't work, and now it wants to break out with 7 minutes to go. So MSTR starting to run higher. Squeeze them. You can short stocks as a day trader, but at the end of the day, most people root for stocks to go up. I tend to be in that camp. I'll trade just about anything in any direction, but ultimately you want stocks to go up. So I'm not one of those I'm not a hater. And MSTR, man, if you can, this has got a nice looking wedge, man. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, you've got a steep wedge down and a nice shallow wedge up. You break something like that, like if it breaks the downside, you're like, yeah, you might get down to here. But if you break the upside, squeeze them. I have no issues.
Definitely.
I'm not short the stock. My problem.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, what's a short float on that you said?
Oh, MSTR. Let me double check.
No, not on MSTR, on PLTR.
I thought we're on Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir.
MSTR is about 12.5%. Palantir, I actually have no idea. Let me look it up. Is that right? No, it can't be right. Let me check another source. Is it 3.6? Seems.
What's happening there?
Yeah, that seems like it's a little bit low. Let me double check another source.
Wow, look at Adobe. People, somebody in the chat pointing out Adobe. Jameson.
It is only 3.7.
In the chat pointing out Adobe. Look at this squeeze. There's this turn happening on Adobe off of what is this? Off of imbalances right here. Yeah, I guess. Well, going into the imbalances, strong volume coming in through that 460 and then ripping right back up. Tesla through its almost through its day highs as of right now as well. And yeah, we did get a nice little pullback here on AVGO down, and we finally broke that 225s coming into 223s going into the close. So yeah, I guess if you took that the break of that shelf there, it was a little choppy there, but it came in, gave you a little bit of a drip drop going into the close. Nowhere near view up as of right now, but then again, we have about 7 minutes left. But yeah, wow, look at this. Adobe is still going, man. What's going on with this Adobe? We just printed up another point there. 465 and running right here. So prior highs right there. And Fabian's saying it's because he bought yesterday. Fair enough. I guess they saw that Fabian bought, whoever they is, but and it's sticking up on that. Google is breaking its day low going into the close as of right now, so that's a little distinctly different. And Nvidia still sideways. Tesla just broke fresh highs just now.
All-time highs. Let's put some respect on it.
Fresh highs.
All-time highs. ATH, baby, we're at an all-time high. So we'll take it. And Palantir, like these names that are potentially, let me just keep saying potentially included in the NASDAQ, Palantir just tagged $76 and continues to go higher. It's blowing it out. With only about 5 minutes to go, there were no big imbalances for them to pair off, but we'll keep it up at 355 just to see what does happen here. So when it does get to 55, maybe something pops up. MSCR is also moving, of course. That's another one that could potentially get included. I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, TLT paired off a little bit there. IQ paired off a little bit. NVIDIA is now a buy of 1 million, so that's the only thing that popped up out of nowhere. So NVIDIA wasn't on the bounce. Look at it. MSTR continues its breakout. Tesla continues to go to all-time highs. Palantir continues to go to fresh highs as well. These are not all-time highs for Palantir. Could go back into the 80 level, but it is breaking out and continuing a pretty impressive run there. So we'll have it covered for you guys. You know, we'll see what happens. And no guarantees that everybody gets what they want when it comes to the inclusion, but Adair and I are going to be on the desk to make sure we can walk you through any announcements that happen after the close. So the speculation, the buyers are in. They're buying up Palantir. I mean, they're buying up MSTR. Tesla was kind of already strong anyways, and they're in the indexes. Doesn't really matter, but it's going to be a wild aftermarket show. I got to go.
Currently buying Adobe as well.
Adobe as well. Finally a bottom there, Fabian.
Yeah.
Good luck. I'm going to mosey on up to the desk. Thank you for filling in for Sean. We'll catch you guys at the desk in a couple of minutes with a market recap.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We have about 4 minutes left until the close here. Let me. I gotta get this. The Stream Deck going for the countdown timer. Can't forget that. I always do a little bit of delay on that, but not happening today. But 224s coming in on AVGO, 436s here on Tesla, and the market's pretty much been consolidating where it has been over the past hour there, just still hovering around 21.8 as of right now. So nothing too crazy. Hopefully you guys had a solid trading day, a solid trading week as well. Definitely a lot of lessons to be learned on my part for sure. How to trade, how not to trade as well. A little bit of a tilt action going on there on my part. I think if again, I was sizing a little too aggressively below VWAP there when the trend was kind of coming down. I missed the reversion here when we double top, failed to follow through, and then pulled back in. Again, I think again, I need to be selling a little bit here. I need to be selling most, if not everything here, for a reversion to that VWAP here on AVGO. When we do break back down below that 220 and then pull back in, we saw that anchored VWAP. So it's like, all right, why are you buying anywhere other than anchored or in and around VWAP after it's reclaimed, after it's shown you that the bid is coming in off of that VWAP, off of some of these earlier prices during the day as well. So definitely strong lessons to be learned on my part as well. I did have that anchored VWAP hold and the bounce that we had, break of trend as well, a bunch of entries, but again, didn't have enough, didn't hold well enough here. What is going on over there on the screen? So we kind of consolidated underneath 218. Okay, we got some interesting things going on there with the screen. Maybe we're testing out some things there.
In the game.
Yeah, no. Don't forget, earnings season's not over. We still got a bunch of earnings next week as well. So hopefully you guys are prepping for that over the weekend.
Sometimes it be like that.
And solid earnings season this week as well, or in the middle of earnings this week as well. So we had some pretty decent names there. Of course, AVGO, one of the big ones there. We had some strong news events as well. We had Google earlier on this week. We have Tesla that's been kind of pushing towards its highs. This market is hot, guys. And apparently Fartcoin also with a market cap of 700 million. So, some interesting times that we live in. I wonder when the backside is going to come in on that one. But I'm definitely going to be, sniffing that one out on that ticker there. So we'll see how that one comes in. But again, we only have a minute to go. And I know I usually ask what you guys have traded going into the close here, but with a minute left, I guess you guys can throw it in, and I'll take a look at it a little bit later there. But again, thank you all for joining us. And as I said before, don't go anywhere, guys. We have Neil and Adara at the desk giving you your market recap for the day. Now, I don't know how we're stacked for earnings for tonight. I don't think there's anything too significant. There's none, Adara says. Thank you. So yeah, we'll talk about how this week kind of went and what happened in the market today. Absolutely crazy, wild moves there. I see the chat going out. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna be sniffing out for where's the next trade? It could be the next trade, right? So only about 10 seconds left here. I'm gonna start this timer down a little bit there. So with Dara at the bell, don't forget, brought to you by Worksport WKSP 4, 3, 2, and 1. There you go. There is the bell, guys. So thank you all for spending your time with us today. Hopefully you guys were entertained. Are you not entertained? Leave it in the chat there. But hopefully you learned a thing. You learned a thing or two. I know I definitely did. The market is always humbling me and always teaching me. Oh boy, some strong lessons every day, right? So that's what we're here for. Trying to get a little bit better every day. Just about that 1%, right? Just 1% a little bit better every day, and that is the journey that we are on as not necessarily just traders, just day traders, but traders in general. So I think they are ready for us at the desk there. So I will be sending you guys over. I'll see you guys next week. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. Have a great weekend. See ya.
Thank you very much, Obi. Welcome to the market recap today. Joined by Adara. Thank you very much. And it's been a wild one, and what a close. Especially if you're Palantir, especially if you're Tesla, especially if you're Adobe, MSTR as well. So the speculation, of course, that you will potentially get an announcement for some NASDAQ 100 editions, Palantir being, I think, front and center, MSTR being the one I think there's the most hope for, if for lack of a better term. But just to start off, at the end of the day, it was very clear, very, very clear. Palantir trending up into the close in anticipation of that. You also had MSTR doing a very similar thing going into the close, where it finally broke out the 405, where somebody was Somebody was holding it down, and they couldn't hold it down forever. Whoa, wait a minute. SMCI just tanked after market here, so I don't know if you have
Not
anything.
seeing anything yet.
I'm not seeing anything yet on MSCI. Sorry, not SMCI. MSCI. SMCI just dropped 36 to 33, trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. I haven't seen, maybe, would they have dropped their earnings? Could that be what's happening here?
I'm not seeing anything yet.
I'm not seeing anything on
The second
SMCI
I see
either.
anything, I will let you guys know.
That's
I have
not looking
seen
good.
Anything yet? Monolithic Power announced a fourth quarter dividend. I highly doubt that's what's moving SMCI, but they're both in that like semi-related space. So, je ne sais pas. I will be keeping my eye out. The second I hear anything, I will interrupt and I will let you all know. I will put it in the chat as well. But as of right now,
So look, I'm seeing a few things circulating on X.
I found it.
They're said to. Okay, go ahead.
I think I'm seeing the same thing as you. I'm seeing something circulating on X here, and then I have officially found it on Bloomberg as well, so that adds a lot of credulity to this. SMCI is said to tap Evercore to raise capital, and they're considering raising equity and debt, as reported by Bloomberg.
And there you go. And again, when you see it on X, I like to have it confirmed by another source before we're trying to say it to you guys, but certainly that is the truth. The other thing, and this is another good point here, Bbot. What could happen? Could SMCI be the quickest to jump into an index and then jump out? That's another pressure that could get put on it for sure. So SMCI, little bounce back into 35. Just to go over, if you're not familiar with the chart or what it's looked like, yes, it has not been good since they got the extension. It's bounced off the bottoms. Complete rejection of the $50 level. It's now lost the 50-period moving average again underneath $36. So. And once again, the chart does not look very good for SMCI. Palantir's still making fresh highs and still going. I have heard anything. I have not heard anything official on Palantir. I've heard nothing on MSTR as well. They are still looking pretty strong. Palantir looking very, very strong into the close. Now 4.5%. MicroStrategies, not as strong, but it's up at 410. It's also at its highs of the day in the aftermarket. So there's nothing specific that has come out yet. Palantir is flying. I think between the two, this is the one to watch there, Adara. When you look at what happened with the overall market, for Palantir to have 4.5 day, you know what the catalyst is, and it's certainly not that we got a bunch of market exuberance or anything like that today, because the Qs ended up pulling back at the end of the day. And once again, you zoom it in here a little bit, we have a little bit of a topping tail candle. The Qs just stalled out at the highs. The Qs themselves, not a lot of market action to the upside today. It obviously had some individual names, and that's what you had to do today. You had to trade or at least look at what was strong. That's why you're focused on a Palantir. That's why if you weren't trading Broadcom, huge on earnings, we'll get to that in a second. Tesla with another fresh all-time high. And it just keeps going and going and going. It's officially almost a double up there on Tesla from the earnings lows. So another big, strong day for them. But what really took the cake was Broadcom. Understandably, it sold off a little bit at the end of the day, but the uptrend was unabated. A little bit of a mean reversion and a pullback. But when you pull up the daily chart, it broke out in a big way off the daily, and now 24% we ended up with for Broadcom. So just to recap, you see what's strong. It's terrible about SMCI. It did feel like maybe they were getting on the comeback trail a little bit. But yeah, capital raise, sending it back into the downside. It's now down 8%. It's holding 35, at least temporarily.
Yeah. And I also want to put out here, too, thank you to some people in the chat mentioning this. I've confirmed this. So the NASDAQ is set, so that doesn't mean that's necessarily going to, but they're set to announce their changes, if there are any changes, at 8 p.m. Eastern. So we're not going to get that announcement until 8 p.m. Eastern. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for letting us know about that, because I was not quite sure. I know the S&P 500, I think, is a little bit slightly earlier. I know in the past we've gotten them around 5 or 6, but yes. NASDAQ apparently 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. So by Monday, I'm sure the watch list will be full of whatever fun goodies we have. And I think one thing is worth noting, too. I want to shout out Rivian Millionaire in the chat who mentioned Axon Enterprises, which is one of the ones that's been floated around as a potential NASDAQ inclusion, selling off a little bit at close. You can kind of see here this push to the downside with volume. I actually, what I said in the chat, what I stand by is I don't think that necessarily is a sign people know it's not going to get included. Because look what happened to Workday. Workday was included in the S&P 500, and it sold off. So people involved in Axon could just be worried that regardless of what happens, you could sell off because AppLovin wasn't included in this buy. They sold off. Workday was included in this buy. They sold off. So my theory is if you're involved in Axon, you might worry that it's a little bit of a sell the news event, especially if you've seen what this thing has done since the election. Sharif talked about this on his, I know when you guys do that weekend segment, and this is a really strong look. So if, especially with it like hovering around support like this, around that 633, I can totally understand someone wanting to sell in case of a sell the news. That's my take. Again, I have no knowledge, but I just wanted to put that out there because that's my analysis of that. Put it in the chat. I want to say it out here as well.
It is a good point because if you start thinking about names that have, get added to the indexes, like Uber joined the S&P 500, and a lot of times when you think about like a sell the news type of event, well, okay, well, where do you think, just looking at this chart, where do you think Uber joined the S&P 500? It ended up being the top. And sometimes it's about like how far something runs into the news. That would be the concern with Palantir. Okay, well, if you think that this is a new story that Palantir would get included, it was for the longest time, it took a year longer than everyone around here thought they would be added to the S&P. Then they made the shift to the NASDAQ specifically to be added to the NASDAQ, and it's been a couple of weeks since then. So this has been anticipated, and it's already gone 25 points up to the highs and sold at the 80 level. So it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it were to get to 80 in the aftermarket on exuberance and then just pull back off that level. That wouldn't shock me for sure there. And that's sort of the thing. And I see in the chat there, beer producer, shout out to you and shout out to everybody in our chat. I mean, I got the feeling the NQ100 inclusion is already priced into Palantir. Oftentimes, these things do get priced in. The stock, what do you want from the stock? Since August, it's a quadruple when it got to 80. From the $40 level, we're just talking about the beginning of November, it's a double. So is it priced in? There's at least a reasonable expectation that it's priced in. I don't think that's anything crazy for sure. And anything can happen in the aftermarket. I mean, this is one of the reasons we bring Jeff on from OTC. Like, it gets exciting to have multiple venues to be able to trade later on in the session. The ability to be able to trade 8, 9, 10 o'clock when you have news on some of these names is going to be exciting. That's why OTC Moon is around and Blue Ocean is around. Those give you some opportunities. Sanity's Eclipse. I like that one. But you know why I'm not? Neil Jenkins. I'm not. Because I stick to the plan. Don't be a Leroy Jenkins. Not every time do I stick to my plan. I'm a human being like everybody else. But yeah, when you're a trader, don't be a Leroy Jenkins. Stick to your trading plan for sure. And a couple of things going on here. I know we're sort of tracking these names. We're not expecting an announcement, as Adara said, but we don't mind looking at what the money is telling you going into it. So MSCR is still breaking out a little bit. Palantir still looking a little bit strong here, holding on to some of those highs. I'm not expecting that you'll get crazy action. I think the local story on SMCI probably will give it a little bit more movement and a little bit more juice. But just, it's a market recap, so I want to make sure we go over a few other things here. We didn't really talk too much about the Chinese ADRs and the down move that they had today. And I think it's a disappointment for anybody that took or is holding on to the stimulus trade. Because all that happened is you got a breakout, a pullback, and then another failed break on FXI. And I'm looking at you, Alibaba, for trying to break trend and doing absolutely nothing with it again. The good news is it didn't really break down. It kind of recovered off of the lows and just ended up a little bit sideways when you got to the end of the day. But yeah, that little breakout or reversion that you're looking for from the stimulus entry point, we're not really bouncing off of that yet. So FXI still firmly in the penalty box for me. The other thing worth watching, we mentioned this the other day, I think it was just yesterday on URA, uranium, has now pulled back into the 200 period moving average. URA right at that 200 period moving average at $29. So losing this, I think, would be a bad sign. I'd watch out for some of the small modular names, you could find yourself with a buying opportunity if you're not into things like NEE or SMR, the names that I like. But yeah, running into a little bit of pressure here on URA. But I have to ask you something, Adara.
Do you know?
And this is a bit of a cheat because you were talking about Broadcom earlier.
I was.
It's wild to me that Broadcom was such a wild stock.
Yeah.
I never got the trade I wanted to off the open. I ended up focused on a bunch of other things today. Ultimately, probably for the best. But unbelievable day for a name that's so big in the indexes.
Yeah.
For it to have had the day it had was incredibly impressive. I know you traded it.
I
We
did.
know Obi was trading it.
Yeah.
So how did you fare on Broadcom today?
I fared all right. I was like negative on it. I traded 3 names today. I took 1 stab at Costco, which I have to say I'm proud of because you got to do what you got to do on that. And I took a really small size, so I was responsible with it. You know what I mean? I figured the slippage would get me, which it did. I got slipped 80 cents on Broadcom with my stop, or sorry, not Broadcom, Costco with my stop, so it is what it is. And then Adobe actually went pretty well, though, as I was telling Neil off screen. And I'll show you guys my 30-minute chart on Adobe after because it's hilarious. I literally got wicked out. I got stopped out at the lows. I was long 458.60. I got stopped out 458.10s, and then we closed around 466. So things happen sometimes. But here are my Broadcom trades. So basically, I liked here, there was a lot of levels that I liked in the book. Basically, we had that this is around this 416.30 area I really liked. Initially, I was trying to short here. That was around VWAP at the time. I ended up getting stopped out. I only risked like 30 cents because of how Broadcom was moving. Like you said, it was wild. I wanted to be tight. I don't also trade a lot of stocks like this, so I wanted to keep that in mind as well. Then I basically, another level I really liked here is that 215 to 217. There were all these little mini ranges that the book was showing you, so I basically played those. Tried to get short. If I had given this like 2 cents more, I would not have gotten stopped out. Alas, I did get stopped out. It is what it is. You can't get discouraged. When another opportunity sets up, you got to go for it. So, like I said, I still like that 216.30. That was my initial short. I got long 216.30, risking here into that 215.80. So basically the same area I got stopped out before. That worked. I find with spready stocks, I find there's 2 ways that you can really know if you're right off the bat. A, if it works right away, or B, if it immediately tests your stop and bounces, or rejects it if you're short. That's not always the case, but that I really liked anyway. So I got part out here, just shy of 217s, the rest out 217.30s, which is, you can tell, a little bit of rejection. Then I added at 217.30s, got out half of my current position around 218, stopped out the rest at 217.30s. Proud of what I did with the trade because I was just working off of these levels that I witnessed on the book, right? I was taking my normal trading style, which is, Broadcom was a little spready, or it generally is, so it worked out. So just taking my normal trading style and applying it to this stock that's moving really quickly.
Can you stay on this chart for one quick
Please.
second?
Yes.
Stay on that chart.
Yes.
So see the long you have, right? Those outs, the outs on that, and then then you're entering where you were taking the profit at the previous high. You see how like that consolidation area where you're in the long, but it doesn't extend from there?
Yeah.
Then go a little bit further. It makes another.
Yeah,
it makes another low.
That's the same level too.
So you know the area that it was consolidating.
Yes.
Then it makes another higher low.
And then it.
Then it gives the third time. Now you've got 3 consecutive higher lows right into the buy area that you liked before. And so what I always try to tell myself is, if the first time, and this is on trend because the trend is up. If the first time on trend you like that price area and it even started going for you and it kind of was working, but then it fails.
Yeah.
But then from there, it makes a higher low, tests again, makes a higher low, tests again, then gives you that exact same tight range that you were trading in before. If you liked it before, it's even more bullish now.
That's what I realized.
And I've always told myself, if I like a setup at a specific price, in a specific direction, and it's more bullish when it gets there the second time, then there's no excuse for me not taking the trade again. And it's the same thing for the short side of the trade. Now, it could be, if it gets to that price and the setup is bearish, then you don't have to be in it, but that's actually a more bullish setup. And obviously, hindsight being 20/20, you can see that it broke out.
Yeah.
But and again, it just goes to show you're trading the right area. I wanted to, I don't know I didn't see anything on PayPal. That's what I wanted to get at here. But unless I'm reading it wrong, PayPal has moved a little bit in the aftermarket.
I'm not seeing it.
Ultimately, this could just be a bunch of nonsense, but you did have a bit of a rinse, a couple of dollars, and then a bounce up on PayPal. It's now running a little bit. And again, I haven't seen anything at all, but there is some movement in PayPal. Just wanted to throw that out there. and nothing too, it's not going crazy, but there was a little bit of action there in the close, and it seems to be going back into the green here in PayPal. So if anyone's wondering what's going on there, I am also wondering. I have not seen anything on the wire about PayPal. Obviously, there's a lot of names that ran. We get a lot of questions. Man, there's so many people that ask us about NVIDIA and AMD and the chip names. Well, there's a reason why Broadcom was at the top of the watch list today.
Yes.
There's a reason, I mean, look, it's up 25%. And I said earlier, if you're willing to be short these names and take short trades on this, then you're not complaining about the price action in NVIDIA. You're not complaining about the price action in AMD. If you're only willing to go long NVIDIA is not in your market right now. You know, ultimately, yeah, in the long term, it's got a good trend, but since earnings, lower high, bit of a trend down, and again, another trend down. It was another one of those days where unless you somehow magically knew that the bottom was going to be down here, you get a bit of a win. It's a hard trade to be in. Obviously, it doesn't mean reversion, but doesn't give a home run. The play has just been the short trade on these. And now you're testing, let me just show you how long the trend, like this trend, the August low. Where's the fail button? Is this the fail button? You know why I'm hitting the fail for myself? Because I just said, here's what I just said. And you don't have to rewind because I'm going to repeat myself. Unless you magically knew that the bottom was going to be 132.5, then you couldn't have won in the long. And then I proceeded to go over to a daily chart of NVIDIA where I literally have the trend line from the August low drawn. And any guesses where the bottom line's up today? 132.50. So why is that a fail for me? Well, it's a fail for me because I'm looking at that trend line. So ultimately, I probably should have taken a couple of shots at that long today. Now, arguably, I thought other things were better longs. It is what it is. Things were trending. Tesla was a better trend trade today, so fair enough. But look, that's the August low. There's the lower high. It literally retested that today. And that was your bounce spot. And this is one of the reasons why I like trend lines. But again, if you're ever drawing trend lines, just make sure you have somewhere you're connecting them. And a lot of times it only works. The reason why it works is psychological. Because a bunch of other people have drawn the trend line too. It's on an upward trend, so people want to look for reasons where they should buy NVIDIA. That's part one of why it works. Part two is it's an obvious place to start looking for a bottom on that August panic bottom. And then the other part of it is, well, it's in a cascade to the downside, so it's looking for a place to relieve the pressure, and it happens at a spot that everyone's drawn a line on the chart, and then it's like everybody just sort of together stops selling. And it has more to do with the fact that sellers don't want to sell at a support line.
Yeah.
Generally, you don't want to sell the bottom, theoretically. So people stop selling more so than the buyers coming in, per se, and that's why you only get a bit of a shallow balance. But there's not a lot of earnings today, by the way, and a lot of people that are asking, like, when is the Q's going to make the announcement?
8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, we're expecting it'll be 8 p.m. So it's all speculation at this point on Palantir. Yeah. It's all speculation on MSTR. Obviously, a lot of money is betting that it is going to go to the upside. I'm just throwing some caution, and it's been said that they could be a little bit priced in. So I think you got to be a little bit careful here.
Well, I was even saying this to people in the chat. I was just reading, there's a lot of people in the market. I was seeing this on CNBC, some of the analysts they talked to, warning that should Palantir get added to the NASDAQ, that could be the sign of a top for the tech sector. So then there's also some people in the chat saying, well, you know, Palantir continued to be bought up when it was added to the SPY. It's a very good point. I don't know. All I'm seeing is what I'm saying here, right? We don't really know what happens until it happens. Is completely cheesy and formulaic and trite as that sounds, that is the truth, right? So we're going to have to wait and find out what actually happens. But I think because of how, I guess, exponentially and how quickly it moved, I don't want to compare Palantir to SMCI in any way. They're radically different companies. But SMCI, we saw with that really speedy addition to the SPY. And then we started seeing issues. I can't say Palantir will or will not be the same. I'm not by any means a Palantir bear. I'm just saying I think it's interesting that people are a little bit concerned about what happens from here should Palantir get added. But again, we don't know until 8 p.m., maybe, because this is just when we're expecting the announcement. So that is my take on that. I know it's a little bit unpopular, but it's one of those things where, like obviously there's funds that are going to have to buy it so that they can track. It's like it's made such a run
some of that has probably some of that's happened. Some of that's happened, and some of the anticipation has certainly gone into this stock. No questions asked. As we were saying before, this is a double up from the beginning of November. It's been we're talking about 1 month. It's gone from 40 into like $77. It actually was up as high as 80. So, and you got to think about, and I understand like momentum matters much more than fundamentals. If all you cared about was PE, then nobody would have good prices on Amazon. Nobody would have good prices on Tesla. You would have never made money on that. Nobody would have ARM right now if you only cared about PE. People wouldn't be making money on Costco if you only cared about price earnings. Like Costco trades like probably, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's probably close to double the PE of Walmart, or at least something adjacent to that. It's insane. But it still keeps going up. And I think that's sort of the thing. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of a pullback in there. If anyone has any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. We're here to answer anything if you want. I see Palantir forever. Palantir should be below 30. It's overpriced now. 30 seems extreme. Look, Palantir's got a big trend line. And what I'm actually looking for on Palantir, and we were just showing a trend on NVIDIA, like if it loses the trend, if let's say it gets the inclusion and loses the trend, then I think just looking back into the 50-period moving average, and then why the 50, just have a look at the 50 period since the middle of the year. Right, like from before, when it made the run at this high, back at $28, it hugged the 50-period moving average. I just think that's going to be a nice move back into there if it loses the trend line. Right now, that's like $55. 30 seems a little bit extreme. I think if it gets the inclusion, it's going to have a solid bid on it, regardless of how far it pulls back in, because there'll be some buying opportunities down in there. I see Crypto Boti asking about SoFi. SoFi going sky high. We're getting there on SoFi. We're close. Not yet, but we're close. It's holding the consolidation. It's holding the bull flag. It's just not breaking out yet. So it's a bit of a patience game. The play on SoFi already happened to get into the long. Like you made the bottoming tail, the $7 level held, you consolidated, you broke out. So your chance to break out at 11, your chance to break out off the $8.50 level, those have already come and gone. Now you're in that phase of SoFi where it's trying to consolidate, break out off the 16 level. So if you haven't, like I've taken some profit on SoFi because I was for a long time holding down here, and then when it popped before, I wouldn't take anything out. It didn't take anything out this time. Like I've been long SoFi. You got to go back. You got to go back into when it started bouncing down. I didn't even wait for the curl. I wait for the curl usually. I didn't wait for the curl on SoFi, so I've been holding it for a while. The first time it got to $7, I was buying the stupid thing. And now it's finally going. When it gives you a double up, I'm going to take something off pretty much every single time. Nice. But I like SoFi, but at some point you got to be able to take some profit there. And I just want to see, the realist has a good question here. And I want to get your thoughts on this too.
Okay.
Is there any news, I know you read a lot more, probably business news than even I do.
I read a lot, yeah.
Any news that could make the NASDAQ gap from market close tonight and Sunday's open, or does it always open the same price as it closes? So what I will say about this, the NASDAQ almost never opens where it closes. And as a matter of fact, the majority of gains in the market, regardless whether it's NASDAQ, whether it's the S&P 500, any index you want, pick it. Most of the gains actually occur in the aftermarket. So you're actually better off, if you were just buying the market every single day, you'd be better off long-term buying the close price than the open price in the long run. Like there's many studies and lots of stuff you can read about that. So absolutely there are things that could get announced. As to what specifically, who knows? Geopolitical stuff.
Yeah.
Trump could make announcements about who's going to be this person on the team or this person not on the team. Like that kind of thing can move the markets. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to say the geopolitical, exactly. I think one of the first big gap downs I experienced, because I started end of August 2023, it was going to be early October 2023. That was one of the first gap downs over the weekend that I noticed. That's when we had the situation start back up in Israel and the Middle East. So geopolitical is huge. Also huge is anything Donald Trump related. We know this is another, I guess, weekend gap pretty recently. The announcement that Scott Bessent, I don't know if that was the weekend, but either way, Scott Bessent being announced as potential, I guess, ahead there of the Treasury was another huge one for the market because that was viewed as very bullish. We had a lot of gaps up. So as Neil said, there are Trump-related announcements. Also, there's, I think, a lot of positive catalysts in all or even just one of the Mag 7 names. Those can really move the market. If you think about how strong the Qs were in the morning, there were really two names that were moving that. It was Broadcom and Tesla. But they're both also larger constituents of the NASDAQ, right? So I would say it really is all kind of comparative. If you have something that's a larger constituent making a large move to the upside or to the downside, that could sometimes be what happens there. But usually it's catalyst related. Sometimes it's really not. It really is going to depend on the context, on what the market's already been doing. And yeah, I guess generally what sentiments are feeling like that, I would say is huge. But I would say like another really distinct example, I have to bring up August 5th. That to me is probably one of the largest examples of a massive weekend gap. I'm going to pull it up in TradingView because or you know what?
Massive buy opportunity.
Yeah,
eventually.
right? Well, that's true too, right? But I'm going to pull up, like, you asked about the Qs, I'll pull up the Qs. But we have the Qs here. I'm going to pull up the daily chart for August 5th because that was a massive gap down. It's probably the biggest gap down. Yeah, there we go. So this is August 1st, then we get that August 2nd, and then we get the August 5th gap down. So I think like really an example here of things can fully gap down in the weekend. It really depends. And this catalyst, we didn't even figure out at first. It was the yen carry trade. It was something that didn't even really theoretically have anything to do with what's happening in the US market, though there was also some speculation it had to do with NFPs. So to answer your question in a very long-winded way, I do apologize. It's usually a confluence of factors, shout out to Obi, and you really have to kind of take time, figure out what could be moving it, because really in the end, we never know for sure. It's always going to be some element of speculation, so just make sure you're reading up on market news, make sure you're reading a lot of different opinions from different types of market experts or people who are involved in the market. And I guess, yeah, try to make your decisions that way. That would be my take. I apologize. There was a lot going on in that answer, but I think it's a really nuanced topic. And thank you, Neil, for giving me the opportunity to answer.
So we got a super chat here from Skyhawk. And shout out, first of all, thank you for the super chat, Skyhawk. Neil, thoughts on PLTY and its dividends into the future? So like this is, it's like an options income strategy for Palantir. It's not invested directly in Palantir. So I think you always have to be a little bit cautious with these. I try to stay, usually I'm just invested directly in the stock. I sold, like if I had enough of Palantir myself, I'd probably, I shouldn't say probably. If I had a large position in Palantir, I'd be selling covered calls right now. And actually, 100%. Like I have a very small amount of Palantir in my portfolio, like very small. Like it's not, like I'll be happy if it goes up.
But Sean levels, yeah.
I don't know how much he has.
No, I know, I'm just joking because the Palantir.
I can tell you it's for sure, I'm sure it's not at Sean levels. You know what I mean? Like it's like the kind of stocks that I would sell cover calls and that I have enough shares in that I do it if things like Eli Lilly is. Yeah, that's a bigger part of my portfolio. But if I had like 1,000 shares of Palantir, I'd be selling covered calls. I think that's an opportune thing. But something like this trust, I think they can be good vehicles to get yourself a little bit of dividend and exposure to the move. That's a good way to do it because you don't want to put a big position on. And again, and this is sort of the thing. If you want to sell covered calls and not lose your entire position, you have to have more than a few hundred shares in it. Like if I want to only get out of 20% of my position if I get called away, then you have to have at least 500 shares. And this is where stock splitting, I think, becomes a bigger deal. Because I think when you get these higher priced names, you want them to split so you have a little more flexibility in your position. It's why Costco gets frustrating for a lot of people as well. Like it's just, like if you're playing here, like assignment it's a lot of money. It's a $1,000 stock. 100 shares is going to be expensive. But you'd like a stock like this to split. Personally, like I said, I would be selling covered calls, and if this thing went to 100, great, and it got called away, I wouldn't care. Or like maybe like a 90 or 95, more reasonable. I can't believe, how is it 4:30 already?
I know, right?
First of all, I'm a little surprised it's 4:30 because I kind of felt like time flew a little bit here.
Yeah, it did. We had a lot of good conversations.
And thanks everybody for the questions in the chat. I wanted to just say Palantir is just sort of holding the highs here. MSTR, same thing. We're not expecting any kind of announcement until later. The trading opportunity will come on Monday when these names are or are not included in the NASDAQ 100. Don't add us just because we're letting you know that they might be. There's a lot of momentum already in some of these names, especially Palantir. You could see a sell the news even if they're in. You
Yeah,
most
that's what I mean.
certainly could see a pullback if you don't get the announcement that you want. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. But you know what we do next here around this time? It may be Friday, maybe the end of the week. We still got a roll call to do. And before we do a roll call, we got to thank everybody on the team. I want to give a big shout out to Fabian, Ramin, and Andre on our ones and twos, making us look and sound good and doing a great job with our socials. Got to give a big shout out to the Midday crew. We had Sharif do half a day.
Yeah.
Today was Joe, Options Joe, and Sataya, the crypto princess herself, doing a fantastic job on the Midday. And I have to give a shout out to Adara taking over. You don't even notice that you're doing it instead of Brendan anymore. You don't even notice. So doing a great job, Adara. And I got to give a big thanks to my main man, Sean. He dropped by this morning to pick up the raffle tickets.
We were all so shook.
I'm winning that raffle, by the way.
Nice.
Gia's soccer team, her hockey team, we're all supporting it in a raffle. It's a 50-50, so of course we're going to support the team. And a big shout out to Obi. He fills in for myself, he fills in for Sean, and does a great job doing so. The old boy count was only 24 today. I
feel like there were more that we
incredibly
missed.
disappointed.
At one point, I feel like there was an oh boy every 2 minutes. Like, I think between 9:45 and 10:20, I'm pretty sure there was an oh boy in there.
I was counting them. It was 24, everybody. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's thank Bears versus Bulls.
Thank you, Bears versus
The
Bulls.
best moderator in the business. Thank you for everything that you do, keeping our community on track and making sure to spread the love. So everybody, throw up the ones, throw the names in the chat, give a big shout out and a thank you to a member of the team here. Get your name read off for the last roll call of the week by Adara. Take it away.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Obi. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sharif, Sataya, Joe, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, everybody, or Brendan, everyone I said, everyone who's not here, let's get started here. Bears vs. Bulls, thank you very much for everything you do. We got Phil of the Future, Bora Hout, Surfer Boy 3000, Jay Alvarez, Trendboard, Blue Arrow, PC, Sebastian, Beyond English, Ronaldo. We got Roderick Sims. We have Derek Thompson, Blue Arrow, Hades Trader. I love that one. We have Grubbs, TH, The Realist, Robert Liu, Robert Cabeza, Ali Swifty. We have Sebastian again, your Huckleberry, The Piper, Rolo de Relojes. We have Amma Hamada. We got Hamad, Harry Lou, Jai Singh, Joseph Birch Music, Frank Hadley. We have The Bright Awakening, Raju Sankar, Enrique Sanchez, Richard Cabezas again, Paul. We have Cactus Jack, I love that one. Sir MM, Marie S. Lyman, Robert Liu again, and we had Jazz, Ryan, Sanity's Eclipse. I'll stop with that. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here with us every single day. But you know what? We'll be back here again at 8:30 a.m. How crazy is that?
That's what we do. And for the record, I still don't see anything for PayPal. I know some people have been asking.
They got to upgrade this morning, but that was this morning. Like I was saying, because Nick W was like, is there anything on it? I said, we did have to upgrade, right? Like that Wolf Research raising its price target here to 106 with a outperform rating. There was also some positive news in that space. We had Affirm. This is also, I think, what lifted SoFi. Affirm getting that 6th Street related collab with the buy now, pay later. We had a price target increase for Upstart as well with an upgrade from Needham. So that whole finance space did really well today as a whole. Is that what's moving?
Well, I mean, the aftermarket, we moved like $3 up and down the aftermarket. I don't know why. There was no story. So the aftermarket move, unexplained for now, at least on PayPal. But you know what? We're going to get to trade all those names. Whether they get added to the NASDAQ 100 or not, there is going to be some crazy action next week. It'll be a wild one. We'll see you all back 8:30 Monday morning. We're traded to you live.
See y'all.
Bye, guys.
Overhead.